Oh, bro, are you guys even awake right now? Yo, good morning, good morning. How's everyone doing today? I literally woke up at 6 a.m. and I was like, okay, fuck it, I'm not going back to sleep. So I woke up, did my skincare, brushed my teeth, um, ate breakfast, got some coffee, um, fuck, took a shit, everything, like literally everything I could do except work out in the morning because I was worried about it being sore, that I could possibly have done today. I did, just to make sure I was here. And I was like, look, you know what? Fuck it. We'll start a little early today. We'll get some reps in. I'm gonna go work out on the Rift. I get some reps in, play a couple swing games. We'll see how it works out. Anyways, how you guys doing? Nice routine. Yeah, you know how it is. I would have shaved too, but I don't need to. I actually, my Asian genetics are working not that well anymore. It used to be in my early 20s that I would only need to shave once every 7 or 8 days, and now I need to shave every 5 days. I feel my Asian genetics are being overpowered on a timely basis, and it's worrying me because I got more work to do, man. You went to sleep for 4 more hours. Okay, I'm fucking jealous. I mean, for 5, I'm working a jog now. I'm watching you. Yeah, that sounds like the real deal. Middle Eastern, I need to shave every day. Oh, I do not envy you, man. Mm-mm. Ba, ba, ba. Hold on, what is this?
What?
Oh. Ba, 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 ba. I trim every day, 3 days max. Oh, that's not that bad. Look at the tournament. Thank you. I will hack into the media room of my church and put Scarra on the projector to watch during services. I I feel like that might be a sin. I don't want you to religiously. That feels like a faux pas. I feel like you think you're like who painted the Sistine Chapel? Michelangelo? Yeah, you're not Michelangelo, bro. Mm-mm-mm-mm. You know what's crazy, dude? I was just thinking that I think I should take the day off today. Actually, like after whatever happens with the tournament, win or lose, um, I don't know. Even though I'm on a time crunch, I think I should take a day off. There's a lot of laundry I need to do, and I think I should take some time to myself because I feel like I have been running on this fucking ridiculous gaming treadmill for a little bit too long, and I'm starting to lose focus of like kind of my life. I might take a little bit of a day to myself after this. Like let's be real. Like I could play more. Like there's a lot of things I could do. Right. Like I can play more League. I can definitely like at my current pace. I can hit masters. Right. It doesn't look hard. Maybe you could argue it would take me like maybe more games, but like it's not like I'm not struggling in my games at all. Really. And it's like, okay, well, like I'm pretty sure I can win. And then I could play more TFT to try to be as high ranked as possible, but or I could practice Apex, but like I lost some sleep last night, and like I have a huge OTV shoot tomorrow. I'm talking like massive one. We're shooting our Halloween shoot very early, and it's like a really big one. So like I will be busy all day, and then I have something else to do in 2 days. It's rough because I don't know how much time I have to play TFT. You sound stressed. I think being stressed is fine. I've always said this. I think if I'm not stressed, I don't like my life. I have living a carefree life sounds good in theory, but like it means I don't care about something usually. I think a little bit of stress is always good. Yeah, having too much stress is a little problem. Hey, how do I look with this, guys? What if I put this on? A wee wee. Someone's gonna come in and be like, "Yo, you think I'm gonna wear it like this until someone comes in and is like really questions how I wear this." Mm-mm. Mm, 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 mm. Today, oh, today is a weird day because I feel like uh the team I'm playing against first, Afro's team, a lot of it has to is like I think that a lot of how the game goes has to depend on the rest of the map. Because I feel like bot lane will always kind of equalize unless something bad happens. Um, but we'll see. I mean, I think bot lane is really hard, but if it does end up equalizing, like I'm gonna need some help. Ziggs bot might be able to snow off tower. I mean, Ziggs is gonna get banned. Like literally, I've played 3 games and I've seen 7, 8 bot lane bans. A 7? I swear, I've seen so many bot lane bans. My memory is getting hazy. He bans Ziggs every single team, every game bans Ziggs Karthus. It's to the point where I'm like, do I even want to put in the game with them? Like, it feels so useless. Yeah, I'll play in one game. We're rolling up with season 3 Kazakhstan. Yo, that's an OG throwback. That's an Alex Each throwback. You know that guy is actually so. I have a lot of respect for him, not for what just for what he did on the Rift, but he is a very interesting person. How do I say this? Okay, so he obviously he has an illustrious career. incredible pro. He has famous champions named after him, right? But off the rip, he ended up marrying his girlfriend and then ended up working at Riot. I think he picked up programming or something, and then he just seems like he's just chilling, completely off the grid, chilling. And I see him pop up in the most random areas, and it's fucking hilarious. Like the first Herbs tournament that was ever run, he won it. I'm not even. I wish I was fucking kidding. I remember looking and be like, that name looks familiar. What the fuck? And he's literally just like the most. He's such a. It's so funny. I see him a lot in his post career, and I'm just like, what the hell happened? Captain Rum Baby, thanks for the raid. Welcome to the stream, guys. I'm playing League today. Got tourney at 8. I'm mid lane. Holy fuck, I didn't even know it was mid lane. What do I even play mid? Oh, I guess I just play all my bot lane champs mid. Wait a sec, nothing changed. That's fucking hilarious. None of my picks changed going from bot to mid.
This'll be a blast.
Wait, I literally. I think the only thing that changes is maybe I take Gathering Storm here because I can. And I go for super late game. If I want super late game, I play Cosmic Insight and run Ghost, but like that is so fucking stupid. Well, that's so funny. It took me the whole time and I didn't realize I was mid lane. So cat, thank you. Oh my fucking god. Is this right? See, I don't know what to take on this row. Usually I think you take this and this. What did the stat? What did the stats website say? They say you take boots and this. Or boots and this. And everyone takes Scorch? Probably could take health in this matchup. I doubt I'll get traded on. This is greedier, so I'm kind of down to take this. We giga greed this game. I'm literally playing the greediest shit ever. There's a build with archangels. What? In what world do you build arch? Holy fuck. I kind of want to try it, but I feel like it's not possible against Rengar. No, I'm pretty sure that build is trash. I can look at that build for 1 second and be like, no, that's garbage.
Come on.
She'll help if there's no shield. Well, no, there is a shield.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Is there a shield? Oh. It's based on current mana though. Bleh. It's garbage. Well, I feel like it's garbage. Did he say about Swain Crystal Scepter? Roa Swain? No, I still think it's I still think that's garbage. Wow, he got the moves. Are you?
Hey, where'd that bomb go?
Oh, he works full time? Holy shit.
Let's blow this joint.
Bro, yeah.
Bombs away! Anyone got a match?
A summoner has disconnected.
Raj was up there. Wait, I didn't say it was. Wait, I said it was
What do you mean?
really bad. Wait, did I say it was bad? I could have sworn I said something else. I think it was something where like I think it is bad, but I tried it out and it wasn't nearly as bad as I thought.
Impatient? I'm not impatient.
I'm pretty sure that's trolling. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know what I said, and I feel like every time someone says that, there's always a caveat, and the caveat's like I said something different, but like people said I thought I said something else,
An ally
you know?
has been slain.
We're going. Righto!
He didn't suicide, man.
Executed.
Oh, he did suicide. Wait, he's a beast. Wait, I'm actually kind of down to go Seraphs, but I should have started Doran. Fuck. It's fine. It's fine. Whatever, man.
Don't worry. I got this.
Ally has been slain.
Go.
Not so fast. Slow down.
An ally has been slain.
Eject.
An ally has been slain. You have slain an enemy.
That's what do you mean it doesn't look safe?
Yeah, I feel like you can't go Seraphs. You don't first item the thing because you waste so much gold. I would not do it. This sucks. I can't try it.
Impatient? I'm not impatient.
An enemy has been slain.
Let's blow this joint. I'm going.
What the fuck? No, my back got stopped, man. Oh, this fucker.
Righto!
That's like the worst thing a support can do to you. Just stop your bait. Fuck, man. Hi, look, Hiroshi. Welcome back for 30 bucks. Thanks for something. He forced my TP. I didn't have to TP before, man. What was the point of that? I think this might be one of the few matches where Kira's okay. Mainly because
Anyone got a match?
bro.
Citizen pilots.
This guy.
What do you mean this doesn't look safe?
An enemy has been slain. Shut down.
This Nivea is so strong, man.
Bomb go.
Miss Cannon. I'm fucking good.
Impatient? I'm not impatient.
Wait, isn't that Rengar dead?
An enemy has been slain.
Get.
I'm going.
The general thing is if you're playing Ziggs, you don't need that much mana Tyr gives you. But if you're running no biscuit, it's possible that it's okay.
Righto!
So if you saw, I don't have biscuit this game and I went really late game. Maybe this was an okay Seraph's game because I'm also against Anivia. It makes it just fucking impossible for me to do a lot except for stuff, you know? It's just one of those lanes where like I can slowly poke her down, but she can make it like completely uninteractive if you want. Fucking, I should have given it a shot.
Anyone got a match? What do you mean it doesn't look safe?
An ally has been slain.
I've been waiting back for a fucking year now.
Slain.
Oh my god, please. Dear god. I ulti the mid wave, so I don't have to interact. Let me flash for a really greedy play there. That would only work if he knew my W cooldown was down. I don't know if he can get that kill, but like kind of respect for going for that because that was a fucking insane play. So this guy is so greedy because there's no way he should have greeted that play. Unless his jungler is here in the next minute, Or he has TP. He might have TP actually. Then it's okay. We'll see.
I'm going.
Bro. Oh, his jungler was good. Fuck. The jungler and supports are literally killing the mid laners non-stop. Fuck, man.
An enemy has been slain.
Wait, I thought I could get away there, but I was wrong. I almost outranged the Rengar ulti. I thought the Rengar wasn't close enough for that play, and I think if I moved a little bit faster, I would have actually dodged it. It sucks because, like, oh, both the mid laners are just getting fucking owned by the junglers. It's so funny. Like, all of our deaths have been jungle support or some random bullshit. But that's mid lane. Like, when you play mid lane, you're just dying to random bullshit that comes. Maybe you get solo killed, but most of the times it's not really the case.
Shut down. Turret plating will fall soon.
Don't worry, I too can roam because I'm a beast.
What do you mean this doesn't look safe?
An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Oh,
Enemy double kill.
I'm not a beast.
No one escapes winter.
Dude, look at the CS here. What happened, man? We're just fucking running to leave our lanes every fucking fight or what? This game is so bad because, like, people should just be letting me get a lead.
You have slain an
Well,
enemy. An ally has been slain.
fine. If I get first tower here, it's all okay. I'll die Jobu.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Fuck, fuck these guys, man. Get out of my mid lane. Bro,
Your team
how
has
the
destroyed
fucking play
a
the
turret.
game?
Your turret has been destroyed.
I'm going.
He bought first item Axiom Arc. Bro. That is the most snowbally build I've ever seen.
Anyone got a match?
Like, I'm never really killing this guy, you know? Ah, like this. Oh, he did. I really hate all my teammates. But it's okay because I love my teammates actually.
An enemy has been slain.
Oh my god, I was hoping Set would W there and he did.
Come on, come on, come on.
That E there to grip them. So the thing about Ziggs, if you hit them in the middle, it does like 50% more damage. Like a disgusting amount of more damage. So if you get the middle hit, you are Gucci.
Destroyed a turret.
Burning, fuse is burning.
I didn't know you're French. Oui, oui. Je m'appelle Francais. Wait, is Je m'appelle my name is? Ah, shit. Well.
Impatient? I'm not impatient. Hey, where'd that bomb go?
An enemy has been slain.
I'm going.
An enemy has been slain.
I TP because I thought he wasn't gonna kill the Rengar, and you know what he did? He one-shot the Rengar. Whoops. Sorry, I did not recognize your game.
Busted heads.
Oh, I wasted my pink ward then.
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, I'm not going back for anything, right?
Your turret has been destroyed.
Explosion first, questions later. This is awesome!
Shut down.
Come on.
An ally has been slain.
Fuck, man. I knew there would be some bullshit like Baron there, man. The thing is, I have a crew that, like, me and Kaisa have an insane CS lead.
Blow this joint. Anyone got a match? Take cover!
This Ash build is so lame. Stop Wing me, man.
They're hiding.
Impatient? I'm not impatient.
Oh, they can't rush that. Good.
Hey, where'd that bomb go? Don't worry, I got this.
Got one.
I'm going.
Powering up.
Wait, isn't that guy fucking insane? What?
Doesn't look safe. Fire in the hole.
Enemy double kill. Shut down. Shut down.
Fine.
Ace. Shut down. Your turret has been destroyed.
Okay. Sure.
Your turret has been destroyed. Dance with us.
Let's blow this joint.
Yeah, I went there because we were scrapping so like we were going I was non-stop spamming before. Because our like dance took such a long time. Really sucks. The problem is I can't really dodge Rengar from killing him. I hope I get locked. Oh, he did not go locked in. Is that Rengar ulti? That is not.
What do you mean this doesn't look safe?
I think I don't need to go void this game.
Let's blow this joint.
Oh, I'm so close to level 6. Please. Let me get one level, man. The center does 1200 damage, by the way. Nasty shield power. Wait, that blows for me.
Your team has destroyed a turret. An enemy has been slain.
No way. I took power aggro there, man.
Your team has
You know, that's why I bought the stopwatch.
Your team has destroyed an inhibitor. Your team has destroyed a turret. An ally has been slain.
Please, Kaisa. I got a little spooked. I took power aggro again. This game sucks.
Victory!
Well, this game was a very standard game in terms of what to expect from the jungle. It's like I feel like if pressure's put mid, both the mid jungle supports roam mid all the time. And I think my duo ended up being better, which really kind of sucked for the Anivia. I actually think her wasting flash in the mid play was so bad because we were already ganking mid so much. Anyway, luck is lack. Welcome back for 19 months. Thanks for your subbing. Ninja ELG, welcome back for 33 months. Rennie, thank you so much for the raid. Wait, holy shit. Sorry, I was in the middle of a fight. I completely did not see you. Sorry. Thank you so much. I'm gonna go play some ads. I was so focused. Yesterday before? Oh no, I just woke up really early, so I was like, fuck it. Dude, I put on my moisturizer today as well, and I used such a bougie moisturizer, and for what? Because I liked how it looks. Ah, I did skincare. Like I have a friend, Sean's friend used to work for a skincare company, and they made millions and millions of dollars because the markup on skincare is fucking absurd. And I know this, but I am the knowing consumer. It's not La Mer. I have their cleanser though, which I got as a gift. I use Tatcha, yeah. I really like how the Tatcha moisturizer looks and how it applies. It's my favorite moisturizer, but it's definitely expensive as balls. I have 2 cleansers. Huh. It's so funny though, because sometimes I'll not put on my sunscreen, because I'll be like, I literally look at the day, my schedule, I'll be like, I'm not going out today. And I'm like, literally, there's no windows in my room. Well, all right, fuck this. I'm not wearing my sunscreen today. So I'm literally a gremlin some days. But moisturizer, oh, I use Atacha, really popular one. Sunscreen, just have brown skin. That's not how it works. I'm pretty sure that's not how it works. Is how much is it? I don't even fucking remember it. $50. Whew, $60. It's how it works, but also how it isn't. Skip and loafer. Oh, that's where this is from. You will get birthday crispy head off on Sunday. Okay, that's I guess that's fair. Wait. Melanin is thought to be about an SPF of 4. Wow. So it doesn't help. It's still susceptible to sun damage, but it actually is what the fuck? Interesting. I literally had to Google it. Yeah, I believe I could win today too. Yeah, it doesn't protect against sunscreen, but it protects against burning, I think. Sunburns, skin burns, sunburn, sunburn. Sorry, I'm losing it this morning. Dude, it's gonna be so funny. Can I do an emergency ringer? I want to call up Cutie. That's a good idea. I call up Cutie in the middle of the game, and the other team was spent like months, fucking decades preparing for AP's bot, and I'll be like, bro, it's time. And he comes in fucking like off the fucking, I don't know, the fucking top of the dome. He drops in, locks in Lucian, says, I got you, and then loses. That would be so funny. It. I got my Ziggs game in. I'm feeling pretty good on Ziggs. Let's grab maybe a Karthus, a Heimer, a Cho. Maybe fuck it, maybe a Mundo game just for fun. Are you getting Karthus? Yeah, I'll play one game on them. I mean, I got some time to burn. Bro, nothing starts till like fucking noon, man. I got a lot of time.
The joke's on you.
Oh no, I'm playing 80 bot. Okay, never mind. Do you see my team? Would you be interested in me making a pillow of one of your emotes? I mean, you could do it for yourself, but I would like wait, oh, huh? Oh. Bro, I just got switched around 4 times. You know what? I did like playing MF that one time. It requires lower clicks, but does a lot of damage, and she's pretty fun to play. All around, all in all, that's a dub. You know what I think about this right here? I have this weird feeling that I feel like MF, she uses approach velocity for sure, right? This thing must be OP. I think anyone who's going cosmic over approach on MF is weird. Isn't that weird? That sounds so weird, man. Because your own E slows them, and then your teammates will help them as well. I feel like this is such a bait rune because the impact of it is like, I don't know, it feels relatively small. Yeah, like unless you're stacking a lot of item haste or something, or like your summoners are really important. Like we're talking like Annie, Alistar. I'm not really feeling it. Is it 50-second cooldown on Flash? MF requires too many clicks and she moves too fast. Nah, not me, man. You can call me Molasses MF for how I maneuver around the battlefield. Pretty sure I need to take Ghost here because I need to run these 3 people down, and it's fucking impossible unless I have Ghost. Cosmic Insight's really good. Oh, that makes sense. I was down to play a team comp, but like no one played it with me. Dude, I'm waiting. I'm not even fucking masters, and I'm 7 minutes in queue. Why is NA League dead, man? Bro, if I queued up Valorant, I would get a pop in fucking 30 seconds. The game plans for today's tourney, try not to lose. I mean, down to just first pick this. I don't care.
The joke's on you.
Wait, you're onesie right now? You know the onesie is still one of the things that I love the most that I made. And I love that I was able to deliver it at a price which was good.
Fear the power you do not see.
I don't feel bad about. Yeah, the problem is it's hot as fuck right now, so I can't like wear anything that's not like t-shirt and shorts. It's still selling. Yeah, I think there's still like a couple hundred. I'll be honest, I don't even know where the money for that went. I need to go ask them. Who has the money? Like I must have made something. Did I sell anything? I should let me go talk to some people later. How did you forget? I'll put it this way. I did a sponsorship with Toast and I forgot to cash the check after I got it and it expired. And then I sent a new one. I forgot to check it and cash it again. It expired. I think it's been 8 months. And I'm just really bad at it. I I I have the expired check right now. This guy said he was gonna guarantee support because he waited 14 minutes in queue to go top. Can you scan the check your phone deposit? Yeah, but I just forget. I saying checks not bank transfers. This depends. Sometimes some people just send check. Because sometimes it's easier, right? Because then you don't have to send banking details. How small is a check? Oh, it's 5 figures. It's not small. Dude, I'm playing against Karma. Okay, I think Karma is a champion that's similar to Caitlyn in that she takes incremental leads, like 200, 100 health at a time. And but like she's so good if you can play her well, but like yeah. I get applied to catch tracker. I'll take half, you take half, never forget. You got to play around her R. The thing is, playing around her R is impossible because it's up every 30 seconds, and or it's like it's up once a wave, or it's 45, so it's once every other wave, right? And that's like she wins the interactions. She's like Caitlyn, where she wins interactions early just by existing. So it's like again, it's hard to play her, but if you play her well, she's so good. Arch Alaska went back for 21 months, 637. She's gonna in or go crazy. Yeah, I feel the same way.
I have seen this place.
Karma W gonna fuck you? Oh hell no. If Karma's in melee range and W me later, she's fucking dead. But what is annoying is the Twitch later. If he goes out. Like Twitch Ornn is like ultimate late game, right? Like I can't touch the Twitch if they play correctly.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. "30 seconds until minions spawn."
How tedious.
Bro, they should have waited. Fuck.
Minions have spawned.
I actually hate what my top laner did this game. In the game, he forced fucking my top laner to go support. I think that's really stupid. Like at least
This is the least of my crimes.
that's not Gucci. Apart for that, I mean, it's not a reportable thing. It's just like a really like not chill, not cool way to do things.
Strength is the only
Remember when someone was said just dodge the mantra R? Fuck you guys.
empire above all.
I'll be right under.
Flash, flash, flash.
Diplomacy is a subtle art.
Oh, wait, I dodged it. This guy's a fucking noob, actually. You're right.
Sneaky sneak.
We must remind them of their
First blood.
Damn, we got a free ignite there too? That's awesome.
incompetence surrounds me.
The Karma had the free first blood, by the way, if she just flashed forward, but she misplayed the level 2.
You dare
That was actually like, she was in the position.
Hearts beat together.
Really great E. Super great E. What the fuck?
the ends of war are dead.
Fuck Mantra Q, man. How the fuck do I dodge this shit? Fucking impossible, man.
A petty squabble for petty men.
Enemy has been slain.
My support's playing really well.
I
I really like off-road solo laners because they play like very aggressive and they usually play the laning phase really well. Okay. Oh, there's no way.
An ally has
See
been
this.
slain.
I think playing Karma below, like in a lower rank, feels really hard. Like similar to Caitlyn, it's like almost not worth it because it's so difficult to play correctly. Like the Karma messed up there twice, got jungle ganked, and her lane's over. Like she can't do anything in this game.
You're looking a little green.
Submit.
Yeah, she doesn't scale well.
A conquered nation is a loyal one.
Dude, why these creeps are actually fucking getting paid by the other team?
Play it loud.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Hello? There is no way. I'm seeing some illegal activity here. You go. Senna has to go help. Oh, fuck, man.
And to think, they call me a cripple.
Never falter.
What the fuck?
Some say the darkness stays back because they cannot see me.
Dude, that was so crazy. Do you like how the Jarvan didn't even react? Because no one was ready for the rat to come out there. I thought the rat went down, and literally when I saw him up here, I was like, what? Fucking got whiplash. That messed up.
Sacrifices must be made.
Focus. Never falter.
An ally has been slain.
Maybe we were the paid actors all along. You know, fuck it. I'm just gonna shove this shit.
Try to die with dignity.
I say we play these guys under the tower and we just play the jungler's top side. I'm down to just try. I was gonna freeze this lane, but fuck it. No, we're gonna force on the tower and get plates here.
The right to rule held in my hand.
Hear the music. Focus.
Yeah.
If you insist on dying.
You know why I'm not scared of Zed? He has no ignite. And you know why I know this? Because we saw him use ignite mid. He's still jungler's still top side and the mid's here.
Never falter.
This will
Armor's no ignite, yeah. So it's like by looking around, you can see a lot. Like I don't kill him with Q flash, or else I would try.
Now there's a smell you can feel. My praise.
An ally has been slain.
Sa el Assad. Here it is.
It's me! Tool in hand. I'll be right under the
An enemy has been slain. You have slain
Okay.
an enemy.
All right. You think this karma's in this bush?
You have been slain.
The song between us.
This guy went up here and around. Okay, you got me. GG. Well played.
An enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret.
They think they have won. Pathetic.
You know the best part about this game? It is currently 11 minutes, and when I press tab, my top laner hasn't shopped yet. For what reason? What he can't? Like he needs to shop to put pressure on the lane at some point, right?
You lack discipline.
I want to freeze for until the jungler comes back bot here. Also, I have this.
Weak of body, weak of mind.
Here's something that won't wash off.
Never falter.
An enemy has been slain.
Latriano.
This is the least of my crimes.
Oh, hello!
He doesn't have vision. He can't even keep shooting me after this. What?
You're looking a little...
Wait, that was an interesting all in. He ghosted too? Hell yeah, free ghost.
Never falter. Play it loud.
An enemy has been slain.
Dude, I got no assist. It's fine.
An enemy has been slain. Rampage.
You back.
Your team has
Why does my top laner still have a? How did my top laner get a solo kill with no fucking items, man? What is going on this game? He's literally down a sunfire cape. What? Like what?
Here.
What's his buy? What? He bought. Okay. Fucking 4,000 gold buy or some shit. I tried. Fuck, I tried the game right there.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Why go 1v3? Because I'm fucking bored and we won the game already, bro. I might as well limit test because I have nothing else to gain this game.
A summoner has disconnected.
Arch Alaska, 1 month for 21 months. Bodam 1122, 1 month for 29 months. Thank you. Damn, I'm almost masters. 3 games? I'm gonna play some ads. Let me think if I get, dude. If I'm 1 game away from masters, I might as well. Like literally, my match history is just, what is this, man? How come all my all my losses are on Caitlyn? Okay, we're banning that champion for me. Dude, I'm telling you, my APs are goated. Like literally, my win rate is fucking ridiculous. Look at my win rate. 70%. Okay, actually, these are fake stats. I actually have 50% win rate on Caitlyn. I can't even believe my Ziggs and Karthus win rate are this low. That's fucking crazy. Are Twitch and Karma a normal diamond level skill? I can't tell. I haven't played enough diamonds. But like you can reach diamond a lot of different ways. Like that you could be diamond and have a wide breadth of your skill. And so some games you'll play really well, like at like a master's level, and some games you'll play at like a plat level. You can reach diamond that way. You can reach diamond because of macro, you can reach diamond because of like just raw micro. You can reach diamond based on pool, like just if your champ pool is good for the meta on certain patches. Like it's like it's hard to say. Like I've played against freaks in diamond that I was like, damn, these guys are really fucking good. Like way better than I expected. And then I've played against like people who I don't think are very good, but I usually don't ask myself how they got there. It's just like, oh, like they must be good at something else, you know? Yeah, I think like you can literally play jungle Nunu and you don't need much micro to do like crazy things. Like if you watch Kesha, this guy literally says we win those and he just fucking runs it down. But he's like really fucking good at the game. He's just a crazy fucking streamer, but like he's challenger just fucking literally running it some games. Is it hard to come through macro? No. If you're jungle, like I can play jungle and full clear every game and win off just macro. I can play the least micro intensive character possible. I'll play like Briar. I fucking can't even move when I'm ulting and shit, and it would be fine.
The joke's on you.
And if you watch the Baus is a great example of like someone who's like, okay, mechanically he's actually not bad. Like, but like if you look at how he controls waves and his macro, it's so fucking good. Like he climbs off just like understanding waves stupidly well. And his CSing is fucking awesome. Like he's just the best CSer possible. And so you'll watch and he'll go 0-9 on Scion, but somehow he's like 23, 230 CS at 18 minutes, 19 minutes, and the top tower is like the tower's gone. The pressure he puts is immense because he's proxying, and then he gets 1 kill because you fucked up. Like you played the lane a little too greedy, or the jungler like messed up a gank, and all of a sudden he's a mile ahead of your team. Yeah, like he's like a fucking macro player, and he's like top 10 challenger. Well, maybe not right now, but he was. Like he's fucking monster. The most hilarious thing about Baus that I can tell you is if you he went to Korea and he played his style, which they like in Korea, like they were just fucking flabbergasted. And then Zeus tried to copy him. I think went like 0-9 and instantly lost, and then never tried again. It was like in his match history after he played against Baus was so funny. Like I'll be honest, my personal gripes with Baus is sometimes it's not fun to play with him because like I can imagine playing with him is like he soaks all the pressure. So a lot of times it's like you're playing against a super fed top laner and jungler a lot that like he tries to force them to come to lane, but if they sack a wave or two and they come to a fight, you're playing against like a fucking 4-0 top laner or like a 4-0 jungler, which is kind of rough. But aside from that, like he's a great player, and I like how everyone has very unique styles. Like if you watch different players, like people climb in all types of different ways. That's the best part about League. A lot of League streamers climb with random champions you wouldn't expect to hit challenger. Yozu's like fucking mid-lux challenger player. You'll have people like Hesha screaming at the top of his lungs, new challenger player. I think Hecarim is really like strong, or I have the wrong runes. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. I have my Swain runes.
Pain is the herald of your
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. "30 seconds until minions spawn."
trickery is life.
Minions have spawned.
Is what I offer.
What's a realistic rank goal for someone who plays 2-3 games a day after work? I don't want to tell you because I don't know what your skill level is. Because like at MOBAs, because everyone's different. I would say,
Follow my voice.
like if you only play 2-3, I would just have a pretty small champ pool so that you could still win games. Because learning multiple champions in a 2-3 game a day thing is kind of difficult, right?
You are the candle burning unto nothing.
This lane seems so good actually.
The faithful never.
He didn't take like flash. Oh, Soul, thanks for the raid. Wait, what the heck? I can't believe you end your stream at 10 a.m. Oh, what the hell? No wonder. I was like, wow, it seems really early to be getting a raid.
Didn't expect you to say. Thanks.
I woke up to play TFT because Michael told me that he said I have to not get eliminated. Yeah, hell yeah. Wait, I did say that.
You are a doomed vessel.
Oh. I'm doing my best TFT card. It is. I just hope you're having fun. Like you already didn't get eliminated. Congrats. I was checking the ladder. You and Clay are very close. He got flash. You auto? Wait, he doesn't even need a flash. Oh my god, he has no flash.
An ally has been slain.
Don't you appreciate? I would love to, except for I am currently part of 3 different tournaments right now, and I have a league tournament at noon. I'm part of the TFT event, and I have an Apex tournament next weekend. So I guess the box fight isn't really a tournament. But yeah, I signed up for too much to handle, actually. No problem. Don't even care about the other guy. Oh, I had to be in peak form for. I can't say. I just forget what I was about to say. Don't worry about it. Hope you guys are having a great day.
Let's do this for real.
An enemy has been slain.
Have a great day. Thank you. Allison Potato, welcome back for 6 months. Again, I haven't given it so. Scarra, months. Let me fix that. Oh, thank you so much. Give us leaks. Don't worry about it. I'm hoping to at least have a couple of fun streams going into the end of the year. Oh, we should just.
Armoring up. Get me.
See there?
An enemy has been slain.
Okay, this team is really, this play is really strong in lane, but they cannot dive easily. If that makes sense. They don't really have that kind of potential. I can't believe this guy went first out of Hexdrinker, man. I mean, I'm chilling.
You have slain an enemy.
Oh, I should have. Actually, maybe I get two. Maybe I get two here.
An enemy has been slain.
Those are you not to buy Dark Steel. Oh, I do this thing where I die a lot on Karthus, so like I usually don't buy Dark Steel, and I think it's more important just to rush the entries. If that makes sense. Like I'll buy it if I have like a gold back for it.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
But I think the I die in general. Look at my stats, bro. Do I die a lot? Don't look at my actual stats. I think I do die a lot.
Killing spree.
Oh, he doesn't know the tech. He's not Fish Lord. He took different runes.
It's me.
Killing spree.
Oh, fuck. That's why in tech you take these runes. Approach velocity and perfect timing. Approach velocity allows you to rush allies, and it's really strong in a lot of matchups. This is the first York I've seen, and he's like, oh my god. He's owning.
You have been dying from your first breath.
That guy is not okay, man. I forgot to fix my audio channels. Oh no, is my Discord going crazy? Or my Spotify? I forgot to fix my channels. Fuck. Oh, I need to do it later. Oh, I mean, we're 14-1 right now.
Turret will soon fall.
Voices in unison.
Unbreakable.
The good thing is actually a conquer there. My Sonya's! It was on 2 and not 1, man. No, I griefed it. I think I would have died anyways, but wow. The East at Conquer, yeah, but I think it's 1 every tick, and then so it's really weak. Why does Rel do so much damage? Please do I die still? No. Fuck off. I want to freeze. We're so far ahead. Freezing feels really bad.
Killing spree.
This game's already over. Like, the Darksteel value is like, yeah, I would have normally bought it there, honestly. It was like the perfect golden situation, but it's like, rather just save gold for next game.
Shut down.
Why does this guy have a Hex Drinker, man? I do no damage to him. You see that?
Your body's betrayed.
Has been slain.
He smited me. Oh.
I can't stop fighting.
Our combat is actually super bad into Swain, Soraka, so we probably can't control that much because at some point we just lose this game, I think. Yeah, if I bought Darksteel, I would have lost stacks there. Now look at it, I just buy a large rod here.
An enemy has been slain.
Target freaking annihilated.
Fine.
An enemy has been slain.
You know, by the way, I asked Breezy, I was like, why do I see the Rel in my elo? And you know he told me about Rel? Breezy is a multi-challenger support, by the way. Placed like top 50 on the ladder before. He said Rel is so good. I think all the Rel players are already challenger, is what he said. I was like, oh my god.
Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed a turret. Unstoppable. Shut down.
You know the worst part about my room page? I have fucking attack speed on Carthus, man.
Your turret has been destroyed.
We have to be careful.
Your turret has been destroyed.
We might lose if they get this. Face check. Wait, this guy is wasted so much time? This guy TP'd out with 100 life.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Yeah, these two counter our entire comp. I'm not even kidding.
May death free us all. In unison.
Has been slain.
Is the herald of your salvation.
Holy shit.
Your turret has been destroyed.
You will not die alone. You cannot escape. The song grows. You are the
The reason why I think their bot lane combo counters our entire comp. Because he beats all melee range threats. How fast I died? Was it really 10 seconds? It felt like I died so quick.
An enemy has been slain. Shut down.
Damned resistance.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Wait, my attack speed runes.
Your team has destroyed an inhibitor.
Wait, unironically, my attack speed runes are owning here.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Okay, this game was so hard for like 14, like a 14-1.
A summoner has disconnected. A summoner has disconnected.
Okay, I think I just honored mid lane because they didn't like, you know, complain or anything. They just did their job. Great initiation at the very end. All good. Yeah, I feel like it took me like a little bit of a time to understand the game again, but now that I do, it feels really easy. Like my games are all like the games I lose control of are that aren't Caitlyn are like something really crazy happens. Go play some ads. I need pee. I'll be right back. I can't fix the audio when I get back. I have to restart the stream, which I mean I might do. What's like I usually don't like restarting the stream because I lose a lot of numbers, but I would hate to have issues with my audio later. Oh, place. Or and then queue up. Wait, why do I have so many viewers in the morning? Is this the time slot I need to stream at? I've actually been putting myself in the wrong time zone, man. They're all from EU. It's EU evening. All right, thank you guys. Wait, I thought EU has great streamers to watch though. Oh my god, that is my alarm clock for my tournament. Well, I appreciate it. Oh no, it ruined my actual. Hold up a sec. We're changing to this computer. No, I don't want to. You know what? Let me go to my day list. More early streams, dude. I can't. Well, I could. Yelp it 1, 2, 3 and leak them. Oh, I'll tell you what they are in 10 seconds. I explained it yesterday, but I don't know if I had a lot of people here. Look, okay. So if you like when you play tournaments in League of Legends, the PCs you have all have default settings on them, and you get fresh accounts. So you have to you should save all of your settings and redo them exactly as you do your live client so that you don't feel anything off about your tournament realm account. So before I had to save on my phone for when I was actually playing, but for this I just took quick screenshots of all of my settings. And this wasn't available before. Like you couldn't just screenshot this, so it's a lot easier actually. You have to actually go in game before. But yeah, so you just save these for. I still might need it in case some bad stuff happens today. You actually screen this as a ruler. I'd like it at least about arm length away. Is how I do measurements. Right, this is back your settings. I mean, it makes sense, you know. It's only if you have fresh accounts. So like your LCS accounts, you'll have to do it set up once if you're playing LCS. But it's just like I had to set them up for this. Are they trying new champs? Oh, I mean, no. Oh, I'm down to play. Like the thing is, I'm playing in an hour and 30 minutes, so it feels like trying new champs feels a little weird right now. I'm kind of and honestly, this is a really. I said I didn't want to get masters on League, but if I win my next 2 games, I'm actually masters. I'm actually a lot closer than I thought. I didn't expect to win every game. Like my match history is just a fucking green line. Here, Briar says it's true. I think people suck at Briar. I don't think she's that bad. I'm gonna be completely honest with you.
The joke's on you!
Yeah, oh, that's a Karthus ban on the other team. I wonder who banned that one. I think Briar's one of those champions where like she's probably a champion that's only good if you can get kills, somewhat like Rengar. But if you get ahead of the average game curve, then she's OP. And it feels like in solo queue you can always get those random kills. Like people don't respect your damage. People are always looking for all ins, and so like she seems like a great solo queue champ. Brian's a lot of Rek'Sai. The thing is, Rek'Sai can create his own lead because Rek'Sai is really unique in that aspect. Rek'Sai has really lame gank paths. If you're playing against Rek'Sai and if you're playing bot lane red side, or you're playing top lane blue side, you will get owned by those stupid ass ganks from the behind the back over the wall ganks from Rek'Sai are really annoying to ward for. Good support with Swain. Realistically, you want someone that can help him through the lane. Someone like Soraka, someone like Senna does well. I like you don't care about the scaling of the other player because you will help the scaling through the mid game. The more important thing is to have a ranged AD champion somewhere on your team so that you can play mid late game sieging well. As long as you have that, it's pretty good. I play it with Alistar, I played it with Nautilus, it's all good. But the problem with those is like you kind of can't, you lose lane for a long time. Rek'Sai was released 10 years ago. No way. Velvet is the only AD. Yeah, but which of these players do you think will build AP or MR? You really think anyone but Zach's building MR in this game? Like, actually.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. "30 seconds until minions spawn." Minions have spawned.
Ha, free stack. Oh my, I think when you play Kale, you are crazy. I think he blinded Kale. This guy is insane. We want to give our jungler as good of a leash as possible because if Bella can't get a lead that's the only AD champion, I'm gonna lose. Like I can't win with Swain unless we like 50 over lane. So I don't care about coming to lane late for this shit.
Don't make me put my goggles on. They're dead.
Pretty awesome. I am almost always convinced that using your AoE ability on the first 3 things in lane, you know what it does? It only increases your brain juices, but it's not good for lane. I think you lose lane if you AoE the first 3 main lanes. It just makes you feel good about yourself. If that makes sense.
Sacrifices must be made.
Oh fuck, I ran into it immediately.
Now I'm here.
You beat him up, man.
This will be my
I can't believe this guy was able to do that to me. What the hell? That was the most illegal EN ever. But I saw some reason we weren't able to punish it. Oh man.
Blast them, gauntlet.
We must
I hate
be
you.
mindful of that. Diplomacy is a subtle art.
Good night. We're killing Zoe here, I think.
Submit.
First blood. An ally has been slain.
And Ezreal is victorious!
An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Imagine he didn't waste his flash. No, he didn't waste flash.
An enemy has
That
been
is so
slain.
funny.
An ally has been slain.
Pity stays the hand of the merciful, but not mine.
Damn. You know, Bard is just such a bad laner that it's hard to play with if the other people are aggressive. Like I feel like this, me getting none of the kills. I didn't want to flash for the other person, but
You lack
by not
discipline.
flashing there, my support flashed for the kill instead, right? And I had to use flash later anyways, which sucks.
I suppose it's easier than conquering. A conquered nation is loyal.
You're beast. But also, there's a reason why I buy Giant Spell first, if you're curious. This is one of those matchups where it's probably better to grab damn, I missed so much CS this game. Stop playing League? Hell yeah. I played way too much League this year already, man. The best amount of League you can play is a little bit of League at a time. Too easy to hate the game if you play too much. I don't hate the game yet, but it's definitely a thing where it's like, I don't want to just play it. Like, I've never been someone to play something unless I really like I enjoy it a lot. And if I try to force myself to like stream a game I don't like, it's not great. TFT Apex, and then afterwards we'll see. I mean, I want to do more IRL streams this year, so
You would do well to die before my ravens find you.
An ally has been slain.
Name's Ezreal. Z? Oh, you're dead.
feel that way when you're a pro? No, because when I was a pro, League of Legends hadn't been out for 15 years.
Die.
And like that's but TFT fun is every game on this? Yeah, some patches suck. I just don't play that much. The thing about TFT is they patch every 2 weeks as well. And they hotfix a lot. Like TFT patches more than like almost any other game I fucking play.
The ends of
Like it changes
war are
non-stop.
death.
And the patches like shift how the game plays all the time. Do you think if you want to invest a lot into a game, TFT is a great game to invest a lot of time in? Because like your skills for TFT are always relevant too.
An enemy has been slain.
Look what they did.
No way.
An enemy has been slain.
Fuck me, man. Did I play that badly? I didn't want the Zanyas, man. There's no way. The bar played that so well. I played that so well, and then I just got owned. The other minion said, "Did I really?" Fuck. I think I misclicked. Yeah.
Has been slain.
Stopwatch and run key. No. I don't mind not using stopwatch there. It doesn't matter. The thing I learned about stopwatch is actually I don't mind. I think I'd rather save stopwatch. A lot of times the value of stopwatch only increases as you get into better fights.
How cheap.
Oh. But that was a good fight to use it in. Don't get me wrong.
Do not try my patience. A petty squabble for pettier men. This is the least of my crimes.
How did the baddest champ? I have a fucking champ ocean, bro. Oh, I almost fucking outplayed that.
You have been slain. Double kill.
I need these two. The Zach missed time stopwatch. I don't even blame him because I miss time stopwatch all the time. I can't do anything about that. I'm like, oh shit, my bad.
It is there in the silence after battle. It is there in me.
Yeah, you never want to play Rod over Leandri's for Swain. Like, it doesn't make any sense. The biggest thing about Swain is he doesn't need the mana. You only want row on champions that need levels and need the mana, and he doesn't need either. Like, when you look at the people who really build Roa, like who really builds Roa, passive,
Is the
right? Like
teacher.
champions were Anivia maybe. Even then, I don't even know if Anivia should build that item.
I will not tolerate interference.
Turret plating will soon fall.
Kale up your head because you can sell it after the free level. Okay, if you can actually do that as Kale. That's like an arena thing. That's not like a real thing. Like that's a thing you do in the 2v2 mode, you know? kills me through that without ignite? Ah, that doesn't matter.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Flash, well, I mean, I didn't think it died, but yeah, I could have flashed. It's not even that bad that I didn't flash there. Not a big deal. Oh, was I ignited? Oh.
An enemy has been slain.
Oh my god. Guys. No one notices the fucking Ezreal? Fucking solid snake over there, man. Are these guys not all dead, man?
Head in my hand.
Has slain an enemy. You have slain an enemy.
Oh my god, I almost died there. I walked too close. That was greedy.
What we do not understand.
Oh shit, that one was a little dicey.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Drive them from the battlefield.
Shut down. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Dude, we're fighting so much. I'm literally getting to a fight and then running to another one.
I often kill in my visions when I close my eyes.
You want this super drag. Like there's just no reason I should. Oh yeah, I'm super spiked. The biggest problem about playing Swain is this part right here. Sometimes it's hard to go from 1 item to 2 and 2 items to 3. And if you ever fall behind the curve doing that, you're in a lot of trouble. Like it is really bad if you cannot get to Zanya's. You'll see this a lot of times when I play Swain, where like I'm just stuck here and like we feed our lead or something happens where we don't have a lead. Where like me getting the Zanya's item takes a fucking year.
An enemy has been slain.
Kind of deal. Zoe Bubble doesn't count. Wait. Zoe, my ult doesn't. Oh, I can ult people with Zoe? Wait, really? That's a cancel sleep. Oh shit. Wait, that's kind of cool. That's cool interaction. Oh, I tried to go for everything here. He fucking misclicked. He fucking misclicked. I read that as you ate skincare for breakfast. I'm not that crazy. What's up, Nat? I'm so bad with my skincare that whenever I put it on, I feel like a princess. Like, yeah, slay queen. You fucking put that shit on? Like, hell yeah, I did.
It is still watching.
I missed. Oh, nice. I just realized my kill is fucking like. If you're curious what this game is, it's really Kale's catching every side wave. She has 200 CS at 20 minutes, and then we're just waiting for. We're waiting for our Kale hit 16, and once that happens, we win. All the stuff that's leading up to that point is just giving Kale a bigger lead. Let her do that.
But not mine.
That's it. I'm too fucking white, bro. No, dude. You're doing a good thing. Like, I'm gonna get old. Like, my skin looks so bad. Like, I aged too much in the last couple years, man. If I actually did my skincare routine correctly, it would have been a lot better. Trick is not to leave the house. No joke. I've employed that trick before, and it's oddly effective, but also not something I would wish on my worst enemy. Sometimes leaving the house is nice. You know, touching grass, it's therapeutic. We win these. We win these. We win these. We win these. We win this. We win these. We win these. Oh.
Keep it together.
An enemy has been slain.
You're mine!
I've really gotten into bird watching as a way to get outside. What's your favorite bird? Like, personally, I like the great blue heron. I think penguins are cool. Are penguins birds? Yes, I mean, yeah, they are cool. Wait, what else could it be? I don't know. Fucking mammals or something. Bro, biology is weird, man. I don't know. Could be anything. They lay eggs, dude. I don't know what they lay when I eat them. They taste the same as things who don't lay it.
The ends of war are dead.
I just told my friend you're one of the smartest people I know. Bro, never meet your heroes. You should know better.
Your team
Fuck me, man.
Has destroyed a turret.
God, we didn't even have kill hit 16. We already won.
Has destroyed an inhibitor. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Wow, 4-man stun.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
I killed her. Oh! That guy's running dangerously close to me, man.
Shut down. An enemy has been slain.
Look at this way. This is what happens to lawbreakers.
A summoner has disconnected. Victory!
That's a GG, ladies and gentlemen. Nice play by Bard. Did a great job. GG, Mr. Scarra, your bell. Oh, GG. Yeah, I wasn't worried for a second about this game. This game was crazy. Can you pull out the Zeri? Hell no. I suck at ADs. I don't know how to attack move. I played this game for 13 years. Well, I do, but the way I do it is I click on people, and it's really bad for any attack speed above 1.7. Which is why my best ADs are characters with attack speeds lower than that. I'm gonna go play some ads. I mean, it doesn't matter. I just don't do it correctly. Like, I don't know how to glide. I should learn. But the thing is, I was not trying to not take League seriously, but then like I should still learn. That's attack speed, Jin. What do you mean attack speed? I put it on left click, you alternate left right click. Oh, that's interesting. Take maximum 5 hits. Yeah, I just got really lazy for it. You have time for one more? I mean, I'm one game from Masters, right? Wouldn't the storyline be fucking rad if I hit Masters and then won the tournament? What a fucking crazy storyline that would be. Oh no, I'm 2 games away. I shouldn't queue. I'm doing good. I mean, oh, maybe I should play it cool. I should play it cool because if it does go really long, I don't want to be late to the thing. Even if they want me a little bit earlier, I'll play a TFT game instead. I think that's safer and chill. If this one can't go too long, I can just forfeit. I mean, literally look at my games. These are all my solo queue games. My match history, I don't know. I think it's 20. 1, 2, 3, 4. If you count my non-Caitlyn grief games, I've lost 1 game in 16. 17. Yeah, my matches. Dude, my match history was literally 30% win rate at one point, and then it's just like, woo. Yeah, my Swain win rate, by the way, 72%. I actually can't believe my Karthus win rate is this low.
Piltover's finest.
Oh, am I Earth right now? I am Earth right now. Okay. SP gen doesn't increase, but increases the movement speed off a critical attack. Oh, interesting. I had a full level 9 legendary board yesterday that lost to a 1-star reroll comp, which felt really good. I felt really good about that game. Is build unplayable? Like, it's really bad. 7 build looks still fine. Is not playable? Wait, really?
I carry my family with me. Where there is evil, I shall go. I have but one
Dude,
life
it's
to
so
give for Ionia.
hard.
I must make it count.
I want this. I want this. Maybe I want this. I'm selling these two, I think. Maybe it's sell kill. I don't think I'm playing. We'll see.
Ionia. Place is so damn quiet.
Earth me. This is useless. I don't know the set well enough to play this right now. Shrima's really interesting. Super fucking good too.
I got no time for games.
Will be consumed by it.
Oh, what's a good Shurima unit now? I'm only asking because I feel like my items are kind of weird. But I'll slam Shojin here. Let me go look. Shurima Fiora is probably okay. Because I mean, we're definitely playing the Darkened Dog. Shurima.
Keep your enemies close, and me closer.
Nasa's bro. I mean, what to put this on? Not. Shurima Swain, but like he doesn't really scale with attack speed. All the juggernauts suck ass. Is the problem. My items are so bad. Do I really slam dodge here? Isn't that so terrible? Oh, Shurima J4. Yeah, you're right. I mean, the idea before was always to run Shurima Sedge. Does that make sense? RGBS for Nefari. Okay, but will my comp actually use Nefari? Like, well, to put it on 2-star Nefari? I feel like I won't. On 2-star, man? Nefiri? Nah, his name is Narafi. Zonstat? Real talk with Azir, can I just slam Shiv? I feel like Shiv has got to be his best item, right? Assuming, because I'm not playing Sedge Ashe. That feels weird. I'd rather just play random frontline. I don't even know if I want to upgrade this. I want to keep losing this. If you're curious why I didn't level here. I really don't know if I should have. I think I should have would have sold this. I don't want this on late gamer Nectin, but it's fine. I think Swain eventually gets replaced by Jarvan. I don't think you play Swain and Jarvan. Unless you hit RE2, which is possible. But... I have a 5 loss with 73 HP. This game is fucking over, by the way.
This world is frayed and in need of mending.
What's up? Is there a new multicaster? No, that's not. Yeah. I'm trying to think. I think you only play 6. It's 2, 4, 6, 9. It's such a weird like combination. I need. Is there a blue Shurima? I want blue Shurima. That sounds lit.
Scarra will live on without you.
Pick up the scent.
What if I don't put this in just so that I don't make something bad? Oh, my camp's on the. Oh shit! Sorry, it's elite camp. It's elite camp. You're right. TFT camp is up here. How the fuck do I eat these, man? Does anyone know NASA's BIS? Does he actually go BT, or does he just go random? He just goes random tank items, right? All right, I'm starting to lose a little too much life, so let's. Yo, I kinda like Pandora's here.
This world is frayed and in need of mending.
For Piltover.
I feel like this will do more damage than Leah, man. Oh, these VTubers are still 100 life to everyone. Yep. It's cool. This guy is kind of strong. Yeah. Well, what the. I don't mind winning. I don't like losing. Don't mind losing, but I have to win at some point. 7 losses is a little spooky. I will admit, it's a little spooky. Radix flex my golden kappa. Ooh, congrats. Do I just want rage blade here? Probably. Do I want Sunfire in this comp? Do I have anti-heal in this comp? Does anyone know? I kind of looked like I needed anti-heal. I would have killed one more unit. I think you always hit Nasus here. He's such an important unit because I can level this round and play 6. It's just Shariva, which is huge, right? Swain gets sold for Jarvan, and you're playing probably only 2 strategists this game. Maybe you play 3 for fun. This is just a placeholder, it's fine. Wow, this comp plays 2 Darkman as well. That's interesting. That's very.
All according to plan.
And then I just want tank items. I need to play 2 Juggernaut, right? Do I really need Juggernaut though? Are the units that aren't Nautilus fucking ass? I guess it's just that the 5 cost is so good. Like getting there is really hard. Do I really play 6? Yeah, I by being able to drop Talia for a Zir. Yeah, he got +2. Trey gives 2 Darken. It's just Darken gives 2 Darken. Yeah, no, I know Aatrox is at the top end, but like it's getting there looks kind of difficult. So this is League. Oh, my bad. Switching now.
A Noxian always rises to the top.
Well, I'm not gonna say no. I think I need to roll for 1 Azir here, right? What item do I want here? I guess Snowplate or something. I'll just put it here. Thing is, I kind of want to go 8 here, but that's so. But the thing is, I got Shed too, so maybe it's not that good. My board does not look like it's losing. Looks pretty good. I need combat augments, man. Oh my god.
I will rule the Freljord.
The oceans wait.
Set sail! Water to me!
Shurima is not this time.
Wait, can I even put this in? Not till 8, right? It's fine. Damn, I should 8 more times. I should have rolled all 18 times right here. Didn't force this in. And then chill to level 8. Because I need to keep streak here. I actually played this so bad, man. If I win this, it's just lucky. Oh, I grief my streak, bro. I am so bad. Of course. Of course. Sure. How much AD is in this lobby? AP, AP, AD, AD, AP, AD, AD. Okay, it's just straight down the middle. So I just go for stone plate. Next round, then I will roll 8 times and put in Nautilus. I wasn't gonna do it this round because it's like I already lost my speed. Does not matter. Holy shit! I got 2 Azirs. Because I think I mean, it's fine. I'm only at 7. It's no big deal. But like, if I roll 8 times, I can only find Jarvan and 1 Azir. I literally have nothing else to play. Fine. 2.
The world may fall to darkness,
4.
but Noxus
5.
will remain.
6.
This world is frayed and in need of mending.
I found it.
Shurima is never
8.
lost.
I will tear the world asunder.
Haley, I'm gonna say here, what's your routine? Oh no, don't ask. It's so bad, Haley. All I did was we put on moisturizer. So I have the most basic one. Moisturizer, sunscreen, I'm good to go. That's me. I'm chilling.
Noxian always rises to the top.
That's still good? True. It is still good. Wash your face? Yeah, of course. I mean, sorry. Cleanser beforehand. Yeah, of course. I have 2 cleansers. I like how you have to ask, though. I do understand why. That is fucking hilarious. Yeah, I get it. I completely understand. Wait, is this comp broken? Why does this feel so good? Like, this feels like really good. Like, I feel like I just went out. I'm gonna be a part of a trash talk segment on stream. Oh no. Oh god, what do I say about them?
Glory to Shurima.
Pink items you go. I'm gonna roll this into TG. I think it's the best item. Dude, this guy's board looks so bad. What is this board? Oh. He's just going fast 9.
Noxian always rises to the top.
Have you tried One Piece? I mean, yeah, I've read it. They were trying the 2-star not. Oh yeah, of course. But like, I can't get not till I can't get Aatrox till later, right? Oh, put this. Sell this. Put this on Jarvan. This here for Aatrox. I don't really need Shen 2, but it's just like nice. What is this? No, yeah, Aatrox. Oh yeah, that's not good. 7 to Moss. Wait, these guys are both streaking in my pool. Well, I don't think my port is bad, but I'm really curious how good it. I don't know. This one looked kind of close. Both the people are still streaking. We have 3 streakers in the lobby. That sounds so bad. That sounds like I need to roll an 8. How many Jarvins are gone? 1, 2, 3. No way it cuts the backline. What? Oh my god. That is... I didn't want to move it because I thought I could just kill the wreck side, but my bad. Important is to check out other teams. I mean, pretty important. Oh, I didn't go 9. Wait, I don't need to go 9. I don't need to go 9. I'm rolling all in now.
Shurima is where all paths
That's not the one I wanted. That's not the one I wanted.
Shurima is where all
This.
converge.
That's a bait.
My room terra will be beautiful.
What is the last one?
Witness the strength of Noxus.
No, I just don't have enough gold to hit 9 Shurima plus.
Consorte, hear my name and know my strength.
Said twice. It's lit. Look at this comp, bro. Eight seconds. Count it down. Ascend again. Okay. This guy's board is pretty apt too.
Nazuma is forever.
Kind of close. Yeah, but look at his board. Like this guy got triples on Robo Arm. Holy fuck! What is this? What is this? Adaptive. What is this? Interesting. He had no frontline rope. Oh, he has six. Explosion. Oh my god. And he cashed out with Piltover. What an interesting game.
Shurima will live on without you.
Does this work on Aatrox or not? Anyone know? Could be better. Nah, there's no way Aatrox is fucking weak. The Ascension gives him health twice and attack speed. I just want to hit damage on him.
Let the monster out.
I lost. This guy's level 7, by the way.
Shadows.
Drew is weakest side of the road. That's not even true. Statistically, Drew was the best vertical. Or in the game at one point last set. As long as this year doesn't, or this year doesn't get to my backline, I should win these for sure.
Temporary. Nazuma is forever.
Shadows.
I want to sell this to my Aatrox. The reason is because Aatrox is super important. He has a stream of spat. No way. Oh no. No, my front line. Oh, I got fucking. I can't believe I got fourth this game. With 9 Shurima. Damn. Would that have not taken anything here? I mean, the Juggernaut spat's pretty good. Just for Jarvan too. Would have been really good. I think I capped my board around PP. Yeah, Nasdaq is Santed. It's okay. Fuck, that was a free top 2 because I didn't hit this guy. This guy's board just looks unbeatable. Chewy VR, thanks for the sub. Templar, welcome back for 37 months. Let me play some ads and then we're chilling till the games, I'm pretty sure.
Damage, you know. Yo,
Yo.
we're hard at discussing draft right now. Scar, we're hard
Oh,
discussing draft.
I am streaming. So
Or
should I
maybe
leave?
Check out the Excel sheet. Or...
Yeah. You wanna let me in?
Yeah, I got you. Hold up.
Goes with 9. You don't have
So-
to.
Actually, fuck. Maybe I should just type it. Maybe I should type it. What if they're listening? What if they're sweating right now?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
you could type it. Their chats will probably tell them.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea. Let me finish my game and then I'll type it because I'm try to get out of this game really quick.
Well, how's everyone doing? I like woke up like you did everything already bad.
Yeah, I'm feeling good, man.
I think I'm officially on the board of wow, AP's bottoms are AP bottoms are broken. Because I was playing like just so bad in general for like a week that I didn't realize. But now that I'm playing them, like, and my fingers feel better, my hands feel a
Yeah.
little bit better. Like, I'm not gonna. The only times I've lost in 20 games were on Caitlyn, 3 times. And everything else is a win.
Yeah, I mean the reason I'm planning the thing I'm talking about in draft to make our draft better is like if we're gonna play AP bots, like we have to pick like more heavy AD topside for sure. Or I have to make sure I'm in a matchup that can win. Like, so I'll type it out.
Here, I have a. What did we ban again? Rumble Jordan.
Wait, don't say it, don't say it. I'm typing.
Fine, bro. It's
Nothing,
fine.
it's fine. They won't
It's
listen.
fine. Jimmy, you want to ban Draven or no?
I don't care.
Okay.
Like, if it pops off, like, the problem, I actually think the worst part about this is that their bot lane will play anything. Like it's just that Dave will play anything, and that kind of sucks because he's willing to play
Yeah,
just random bullshit. So like banning his stuff is like, it almost feels like it's weird. Like I almost want 5th pick.
You?
Yes. But because like they're gonna do that as well because they want to counter pick bot as well.
Mm-hmm.
So like I almost
Yeah.
want 5, but like I think it'll depend on their draft. Lanil,
I feel like
CH, what
we
about
should
for
ban
6 months?
Soraka, Loki, because
Yeah, no,
I
that
feel
can't.
like that champion is if we're gonna play like Swain or Cho, Senna Cho and stuff, it's gonna be rough because it'll get good scaling. It'll get really good value in the game.
Yeah,
And
I
he's
mean,
like pretty. He's known to play a lot of Soraka.
yeah, the thing, yeah, Afro's pool is really annoying because he plays Soraka, Thresh, and they're like, and like Al is he plays like some really annoying picks.
Chippy, what do you want to ban here on 4-5?
The engage supports are better.
I shared screen.
You shared screen? You have a Excel spreadsheet? Let me go look.
It's just basic.
You have a spreadsheet, bro. We want.
It's just a spread. It's
Oh.
what do you want to ban here?
We're red, right?
Yeah,
Oh, that's what you want to take.
yeah. Just in case, like it's like one of the scenarios. You wanna ban Brand?
It'd be one of the bot lane picks, to be honest.
Yeah, what, you want to ban Brand?
I don't think that's a problem. Like he will
Okay.
never show brand before I pick my pick. Like, cause I think that's a
Totally not.
really fucked up pick.
What about Thresh? Like, because we've banned Thresh.
Yeah, that's
I think
interesting.
targeting Afro could be not bad. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think if we do that, and
This
No,
guy's,
no. we're definitely not banning the other one.
Okay.
Yeah,
Leona
It-
maybe. He's playing that too a lot.
I mean, this guy or Zach is
Bard.
like
Bard.
the best ulcer. So
yeah, it's weird because
He
like
plays. He's playing a lot of Bard too. Yo, what's up? Dan?
Oh,
Yo.
shit. No, I
We're
think
we're
we banned
planning
Bard.
draft right now.
Oh, should I
Bro,
mute? Should I mute or something?
No,
I
no, no, no,
No.
no.
We have an Excel. We have
Can I
Excel.
show this? Can I show this on stream?
Sure. I
No,
mean,
oh.
Oh,
I don't
I'm
care.
not showing, but I'm talking about it. If that
I
makes
don't care.
sense.
I won't.
Oh,
yeah.
your
You
mic
don't think-
is
Oh, your mic.
is
You're using
the
webcam
wrong
mic
one.
on Discord. Yeah.
I thought you were just doing it intentionally. I can talk like this too.
Bro. Dude. Happy New Sale, thank you, Lanil. Welcome back for 6 months.
He played Jace. He played
Dude, so every time I open
Silas.
Steam, it fucks my mic.
Oh,
I see.
that's what?
Wait, that's so weird.
What you feeling today, Danny?
I don't know. Good morning.
This
Good
might be a-
morning.
Morning.
Scarra, did you see my message in the
Yeah.
chat? All right, perfect.
Where's Breezy, by the way?
Oh.
Oh.
Okay.
Someone wake him up.
Yeah, let me know if he's actually asleep.
I hope not.
If-
Same here.
If he's asleep, can I ask my friend Core JJ to play?
I'm gonna go with a solid. I don't think so on that one.
Wait.
But
What if
let
we
me
sub
check.
me out for like a plat player?
What?
Sub me out for, like, a
and
plat-
Why would I
plat player,
want?
we get
Why do
Core
you don't
JJ.
want to play or what?
Well, like, I mean, it's Core JJ. It's different.
Bro, what the
You're
fuck?
saying like a double swap.
What? Just
Yeah,
just
like, to, like equal it out.
just swap
balance
me
it
off out for Gumayushi then. What?
He's not available. He's not available.
Yeah, just keep me posted. We'll figure something out if we need to.
Yep.
All right.
Thanks.
Oh, awkward. Also, dude, look at
Is
my
he
match
actually
history.
sleeping?
No.
No, there's no way.
I mean, he usually replies. Like him not replying to the ARM, I was kind of sus. Holy fuck, Scar is the winner's queue.
Yeah, I create the winner's queue.
Rumble.
Unless I play
Scar
Kaylin.
manifested the winner's queue.
I'm in enormous losers queue. I just got
Ah,
LL
gee.
Stylish on. I'm actually gonna be in his YouTube.
No.
Wait, you're against all stylish?
Dude,
Fuck.
Dude, have you guys been DCing a lot?
No.
No.
Not really.
People in my games have been leaving the game.
You
Yeah.
said that last
it's
night
from-
too. Are you lagging? Maybe it's your ISP.
Like, no, because it's like my stream is fine.
Oh. That's kind of
Weird.
Apparently, it's like like just a riot thing, like TFT. It happens like.
I've
League.
heard some people have had issues from a couple patches ago. I didn't know it was still in the game.
It's we should all join the lobby though, just to be here.
Oh yeah, I'm on my way. But like, yeah, like I'll call double if throw. He owes me a favor.
Could do
Yeah.
this too, and then but we have to pick mid here.
Oh, show
That's
the one
okay.
where
I don't
that's the
mind
one where we
early
ban.
and
That's the
mid.
one where we ban Renekton, not Rumble. And then I could 3P
Dude,
if he goes Rumble here.
I
then I could 3P.
I haven't seen one of these drafts in such a long time.
Yeah, you see this all the
PTSD.
time.
Yeah.
We're doing draft prep 2 hours.
Oh,
dude,
shit.
Dude, our team used to do it for like fucking 4 hours, like plus.
dude, we had a few of those, no, Jake?
I was so new that like for coaching that like mine went long, but like I swear you shouldn't have them that long. It should be
It's
like
fun though.
That's how it is now.
Oh,
Like,
is
shouldn't be
it?
that long? Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like the coaches should bring more prep, and it should be
Yeah.
like 2
Agreed.
hours
Yeah,
tops.
agreed.
Unless the player's like, I really want to fucking play Fiora, and then you're like, okay, well,
Well, yeah.
I feel like
Like,
nowadays
that
everyone can
happens a
play
lot
everything.
of times.
So it's like you don't
What do
get-
you mean? Dude, fuck though. Where's Breezy?
bro, there's 2 teams scrimming right now.
Who?
Oh, the other two teams?
We could get in there.
Let's go.
They're scrimming?
Wait, who?
Are they streaming it?
No, they're
LP
like,
LPS?
yeah, I don't know what
Oh,
the
you mean like
These are
on TR.
not us?
no,
this
not us,
tournament.
not us.
I thought you meant the toast. I was like,
Yeah, I
who?
thought you meant like the other 2 teams.
No, that would be crazy,
anyone has Breezy's number?
dude. I never got it. It's you guys, man.
Wait,
Oh,
let me
is that
think
him?
who. Let me think who his.
No, that's not him. It's
on
his
his team.
dropper.
Let me think who.
Who's his
Yeah, who was on
manager?
his team? Yeah, let me think really quick. He was on. Wait, what was he?
I think these two support bands are probably pretty good though.
Yeah.
Because literally, David will just play anything.
Yeah.
AoE. Wait, let me message. Let me message Acadian. Let me message
Yeah,
Acadian.
why are you messaging them? We're about to play in 5 minutes.
No, to wake up Breezy maybe because he might have his number.
Wait. Oh god, I've been a part of this too before.
Oh no. Is it cutie?
Yeah, dude, like literally 10 minutes before streams, Kitty's like, I'm feeling Indian food. What about you guys? and then we're like, yeah, fuck it. And then I have to explain to the other team we're getting Indian food and we're gonna be 15 minutes late to scrims. And I can't imagine how the other team feels.
Yes. Play solo queue, you know.
Wait, didn't this happen in like Twitch Rivals or something? Where like
What?
someone like slept through. I think it was like, fuck. I don't want to get the name wrong because I don't want to like.
I'm sure everybody's done it.
Yeah, I remember it being like a really big deal in Twitch Rivals because like the person like straight up didn't show up for like 4 hours and then it's like, dude.
Oh,
you know?
I don't remember.
We're gonna install the tour for 4 hours just to get clapped.
Jimmy.
Oh, we can,
You're
we
not gonna-
can.
you know-
But
you know?
it's
Oh, you
like
do?
it's like if that guy
What is the condition?
depends what he blinds. What
Well, you guys are gonna blind.
oh, are we blinding full bot?
Well, no, like if you see in the Discord or spreadsheet,
Yeah.
like it's gonna be this one.
Yeah.
You pick one here.
Am I picking or he? I think what happens is he picks.
Yeah, what's
And-
that?
What's it? Breezy picks, and then
Yeah,
I
what's
will.
that?
Oh, that is a little.
That's a breezy answer.
Yeah,
I mean, just not when all else fails, just not.
I'm pretty sure it's just gonna be Alistar.
Zach will have a fun time with
Dude,
that.
fucking Breezy, man.
Well, the thing is like it's fine. Like honestly,
Probably just.
I'm
gonna do
messaging
something
Acadian.
like-
Acadian told me he doesn't have his number because like he was his coach last split, but he doesn't have his number, but he's gonna try to wake him up by calling him on Discord. But I don't know if that will be effective.
sure. This guy, dude, I slept at fucking midnight yesterday. I woke up at 5 a.m. and I'm like, oh, I'm not going back to sleep.
Holy fuck, it's early. That's how you were playing so much. I was like, what? How'd you play so much?
Yeah, I have like a gig of games. Dude,
Oh
but
no.
but yeah, Danny, if you ever want to win, just go bot and play Swain. I'm telling you, this fish lord guy,
No, I can't go bottom.
this fish dog guy, he's a beast.
If I want to win, I'll play support in solo queue.
Oh yeah, that's true. Support's so
Support
easy.
is so insane.
It's so easy, man.
I think. Oh yeah, they might go like Pike. Fucking whatever David wants to play.
Bro, this is yeah, he didn't answer Discord. I don't know what to do. I'm trying to think right now if I might know someone to message who might have him.
Wait, that blue pick, is that real?
No, there's no way that blue pick is real, man.
This?
Is that what we're actually doing?
No, 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 no. We're
No.
red.
He made up blue picks. Like
Yeah.
like that Quinn is not gonna be Quinn.
I see.
Really? No, Quinn is really OP in Tourney. Oh, it should be really good in Tourney. But Revenge says that he played a lot of matchups with that, and then he said that.
I would, well, maybe, you
I
know.
can do it. I can handle it. But I do think that the other draft where we ban Renekton is just better for us because it guarantees
Sure.
like, I think I can just play as long as we have a jungle like Sejuani or
But
an AD jungle.
but if they don't pick jungle here, it's hard for me to pick Sedge. I mean,
You can pick it on 3. You can pick it on 3.
Yeah, but what's our pick here? Because you're gonna 1-2 top here.
The
No, we
problem,
can-
with
well,
the
we should
problem with
pick
the
one
second
of bot lane.
one is how much AD damage are we getting? Like,
Yeah, well, that's what I mean is we will get, so, okay. The reason I want to ban Renekton is because he's good versus a lot of AD champions. We can just blind him. It's riskier, but we could just blind him ourselves for AD damage, but it's definitely riskier. But I'm down
okay.
to do that instead, but this draft we can guarantee me
Well,
a
EX,
good
welcome back for
AD
25
top
months.
matchup on 4 or 5p.
So for
Okay,
example,
by the
they
way-
pick Rumble here, right?
By the way, he messaged Meech. Hopefully he has Breezy's number to call him and wake him up.
Bro, there's no way my support's late. But it's like it's okay. It's okay. My problem is if you're going 4-5, then bot lane is weird.
Yeah. So for example, they pick Rumble, right? Then we have to pick. I think I have to pick. I might just go.
Yeah.
And then we pick like Nautilus or something. No, cannot play Nautilus. Because Rella could just be flanked.
I mean,
you ever play Jace Denny?
No. We shouldn't play it. We should pick our we should try to make a draft where we just play our comfort too, you know.
Our Danish comfort is Ari, Go, Ori, Trish.
I mean, I think we should not be afraid to pick one part about lane on 1, 2, 3. I think.
I definitely think it's gonna be Breezy's part, and I hold my.
Yeah.
That's fine. That's fine.
But I need him because I'm like, I don't know how blindable Senna is the problem. And our draft goes really weird.
I think we should not blind Senna. That would.
I agree. Into Afro's pull feels kind of bad.
Oh, who that?
That's not Breezy, unfortunately.
Fuck.
Oh my gosh.
All right, I'm gonna drag you for the interview in a second.
Yeah, I got it.
Wait, is he back?
No, I'm being dragged for an interview.
Oh, you stall.
Okay.
We'll stall a few minutes to hopefully get him.
Can
to show up.
I say on broadcast that my support's not here?
Yeah, I mean, chat's already talking about it. I don't think it's a big issue. So
Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
How many games are they watching? We're playing first game. I'm playing like literally right now. But
Yo.
Yo.
All right. So producer should drag you to the channel like last time. And then the casters will basically queue you in, or Toast will queue you in.
I
when
have
actually...
to have?
You don't need a camera.
Awesome.
You do not
cool.
need a camera. No.
Then it's easy peasy.
Yeah. Either casters or Toast will just say, and here we have X and Y on interview. I don't know why I said X and Y as if I don't know.
I really need to pee after the interview. Just a heads up.
You're good. All right. Thanks, guys.
All right, no problem. The other team is missing stuff. Yeah. Dude, I have to flame the shit out of Flowers, man. This guy has me every fucking second. Charlie AX will back for 25 months. Thanks for subbing.
For all these streamers, it's gonna be so nice to have that like in the background of your stream. You can have that trophy, so it's pretty sick to win.
All right, before we jump into our first game, let's pull the captains from each side in here. Scarra, Afro, can you guys hear me?
Hello.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, Scarra, let's start with you. What happened yesterday?
Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and say I blame the rest of my team, like all of them.
You drafted this team,
bro.
Okay, but look, let me hear me out. Okay, my top laner says, the first game, my top laner goes into the game and he says stuff like, "Okay, I win 1 through 3, and then I lose the rest of the game," and I'm like, "What? What?" It's just a little unlucky. It's scrims. You know, in scrims, you don't need a high win rate. And what really matters is the day of the tourney you perform. And today's the day of the tourney.
Afro, how are you feeling your chances? How are you feeling about your chances against Scarra's team? You know, your team's 3-0. There's a 0-3. How are we feeling?
Yeah, I thought the tournament started yesterday, so.
See, we didn't get that memo. It was just scrims.
It was just scrims. Well, that's why we scrimmed before. So
Oh.
we're pretty confident going
Dude,
in.
yeah, you guys scrimmed before, and my players went to Mexico. That's weird.
Mexico.
At some point during the games, I'm friends with Shifter on Steam. He started booting up Street Fighter 6 like 10 minutes into your second game.
What?
Oh.
Yeah.
Wait, you didn't notice?
Scarra got sold out. What happened? Your boy betrayed you, Scarra.
My teammates are getting paid off one at a time, man. No, it's
well, gentlemen, let's have a good game. Let's just have fun, you know, because if you have fun, you're winning today.
Yeah.
That is big facts. Don't ban brand, bro.
Huh?
Don't ban brand.
Bro. Well, think about it. I'll think about it.
Thank you, man. Thank you.
Dude, I've had 7 AP bans against me this tournament, man. Ban the other threats, okay?
They know who the real threat is.
What
on
the
that Team Scarra? It's a compliment.
Exactly.
God damn it, man. All right.
All right, gentlemen. Thank you very much. You guys may return to your corner and let's have a good game.
Thank you.
Good luck, boys.
Peace. All right, we got Breezy yet?
Oh, don't damage me.
Oh,
we have not gotten Breezy yet. It is a
I mean, worst case, they could just play the other match first, maybe. I don't know if they're okay with it.
Oh, the people are ready.
Oh,
Once again, not Breezy.
Oh.
So we have a couple options. Because it seems like he's MIA and there's no way to contact him right now. Yeah.
Yeah. I've tried many options. None have worked.
So we're looking at other NACL players we can pull in that already have TR accounts, and then we'll just have them play with you guys. The other option is if you have a streamer friend who has a TR account that is willing to play.
TR friend, Core JJ. Let me just.
Yeah, so the emphasis here is streamer and not LCS player.
Wait, he's a streamer.
Vulcan's streaming.
But if he's an LCS player, then it's
okay. But FlyQuest did really bad this year. Like, if you think about it, like. What are your thoughts?
We can keep it as a backup option if we're like more than 20 minutes off track.
They'll be so mad though if Vulcan just fucking flies into the game. I mean, okay, I'll ask him. Can I actually ask him?
No, I don't think they'll be mad.
He's in queue.
You can let him know of the situation, yeah, and just say this might be happening. But I would like set the expectation that he's going to play.
We're so bad though. Just let us have another player. We're so bad.
What?
The way you're saying that in front of your captain right now, he drafted this team. That's crazy.
No, we own. Damn, we own.
He's
Okay.
asking if it's allowed.
He said he's asking if it's allowed.
Yes, I'm saying we're getting confirmation right now. It's seeming allowed.
Yeah, it's the TBD if we can find an NACL player in the next 15 minutes.
Can we get the other team to play first?
That one will be harder because no one on Yasuo's team is online.
I thought they would have to be ready an hour beforehand.
I wish that meant something to them. Apparently.
Okay. Oh, okay. Fair.
None of them are in their voice channel. So. Okay. I'll be back in like 5:10 with an update.
Yeah, don't worry.
Perfect.
Hey, Vulcan's down. Vulcan's down. You could
yeah,
say we have
Core is down too.
Right now. All right. I will let the other people know that Core JJ and Vulcan are down to play.
Wait, did you actually ask Core?
I didn't ask Core.
Okay, I'll let
He's
them
not
know
even
that
on.
Vulcan is down to play.
I think he's flying to Korea right now.
Okay, sounds good. I'll be back.
Wait, Jimmy.
Yeah?
Is Rel Swain a decent bot lane that you can play?
Like real talk or fake talk?
No, because look. If you look at the draft, so we pick Rel Ari, right? And then
Oh, and then maybe flex. It is definitely a ass spot lane, but I can make it work at 6.
You can make it work.
Like everything will work at 6. Like I can almost solo
No,
everyone
I'm
at
saying
6.
like, are you gonna survive?
Yeah, I will, but I'll probably lose like fucking. I'll probably be down like 15 CS.
That's fine.
Yeah, it's gonna suck. You have no pressure bot lane for like a bit.
I mean, if you have Swain row, like there's so much gank pressure.
Kill pressure. Yeah. Yo, does KD still play?
He is TFTing hard. I can ask him.
Fuck. Does he have a TR? There's no way.
He should, right? Did we play? No, we didn't. Fuck. We didn't play that stupid other match on TR.
KD would be hilarious.
That is the ultimate stream team.
The ultimate. He's probably. Dude, when you play TFT, your hands get cold for playing League. So, like, it's probably going to just int it.
At least he'll know what the champions do.
True. Father says he can play.
Okay, wait.
Bro, that's not who I want to play
Yeah?
bot lane with.
Vulcan will be like 80 ping though, because he's in Quebec. So it's actually fair. It's actually fair.
You think they're watching our screens? Where are you guys talking in chat?
Bro, we could just get fucking. Okay, who did anyone got Deft on the line?
Oh, he's gonna be 250 ping, 180 ping.
Do you think 180 ping Deft is not good enough?
No.
Bro,
I will
I'll have
demolish
him play
him in lane.
Kog'Maw.
How about Trick? I bet you Trick has a TR account from like way back.
Trick?
Rick?
2G?
Trick 2G?
Yeah, Trick 2G.
No,
Alright,
way,
I'll play bot lane.
The fucking deer? Wait, isn't he a top laner though?
Oh.
Did he play?
Oh, that
Swedish?
works. That works great. No.
Let me ask him. Let me ask him.
That works great. If
Wait,
it's
is he
Trick.
streaming or what? What
Yeah,
is he
he's
doing?
streaming.
I don't think he has a TR account though.
Really?
I would wonder why.
From way
would
back,
he
from
would
like
have
from all the
one.
Twitch rivals and stuff. I'm sure he does.
He has to download it.
But don't they delete?
Oh, it's got
They
down.
delete accounts, by the way, from that long ago. Like they don't
Oh,
keep
really?
accounts. Yeah. They don't keep accounts forever.
Fucking Riot Games.
Yeah.
Yo, guys, Dante's I am not comfortable playing with right now. He did some stuff to a friend of mine, which I'm not cool with. And I personally don't really know where that went from there. So people asking him to play it, I can't. Just straight up not comfortable with it. I don't fucking hate his guts, but
just
it's
gonna feel
like
so bad
just,
when he wakes
it
up
is what
if
it
he's
is.
asleep.
He's gonna feel good if we win.
Also, he's a jungler. I'm looking for supports, man. I don't think he's a bad streamer or anything, whatever. It's just, yeah, I have personal qualms. Oh. All right, get double lift.
I mean, Double Lift's still a pro, but we get Soren maybe because
You
he's
think?
technically
Oh,
a streamer now.
yeah.
Oh wait, wait, Sword. Sure, he's also considered an NACL player, no?
Wait, you said
meant
Soren.
Soren.
I said
Soren.
Soren,
Oh,
bro.
Soren. Oh, Soren.
Sorry,
Dude,
Bjergsen. Yeah, I don't know. I know him by first name.
I thought you said sword, bro. I'm like, that's actually maybe not bad. He's actually a support.
There's no way that he would want to play League of Legends.
Just say he hates me, dude. He's like, come and get fucking. He's like, who's my AD? Scar. All right, I'm busy.
Yeah.
I'm flying to Korea. What's going on?
The only problem is like if they don't pick their top lane, it might be doomed. Like here.
Well,
We're missing our
just hope it's
support because he
Where's
may
the
or may
Sante
not have
bot?
died last night.
And
Yeah.
then ban.
Yeah.
Ben Jace and
But
what?
I would prefer not to do that.
I
because think we need to
apologize. I have no
But-
control over this.
Why is
Yeah,
It's
I
just
can
an
still go
unfortunate
Graves here.
situation, man.
Yeah. I mean, I think you should just, yeah.
Wait, Cassante and Rumbles into Rumbles.
Oh. I mean, well, okay, it's a hard lane, but at 6
yeah,
we
it
can kill
sounds,
him.
doesn't sound. No, it doesn't sound.
I mean, it's a hard lane, but if
We
you want,
don't want
like, they can always just put
Bro,
Rumble mid. I don't know.
We
if they-
Breezy
But we
did
just ban
fine
Jace.
in lane, bro. What do you mean he flaked?
Tristana? I mean, he's playing Tristana mid too.
Then, fuck. I go Jace here. Or sorry, Graves.
I get Celine. Does she have a TR account? No, dude. I wouldn't want to put Celine in this position. She's gonna be stressed as hell playing against this bot
It's
lane.
me again. So 2 things.
FF.
Continue.
So we talked with Afro's team. They would prefer you guys don't play with Vulcan.
Fair.
If you have a streamer friend that would like to play, we can just get them to use Breeze's TR account.
Oh, okay.
Hey, that's against the right rules.
Whoa, shut up. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Get helicopter. Get helicopter right now.
No, we're getting Cutie.
Oh,
Yeah,
Cutie's
ask
on?
him.
Do we have like okay, in terms of like potential people we could get right now that play bottom lane?
I mean, let me scroll through the league directory.
Let me look really quick. Let me look
Are
who's
you
like
just friends
streaming.
with all the League of Legends players? The streamers?
In the meantime, I'm also gonna see if the other teams want to play their game at like half past, and we can swap the order if we need to. But yeah, keep me posted on. if
He's
you can
down
find
bad.
someone.
Okay.
Let's get Lily or something, man.
Bro, I mean Celine may be able to do it, but it's like I wouldn't want to put her in that position.
Yeah, that shit was not gonna be fun.
She is gonna be depressed. Like my pool is not great with hers, and she's playing against like the bot lane stuff that we've got to play
Can I
against.
ask Dardock? He's actually
yeah,
an
he's a
NACL player
support-
now.
Support
And
player,
he's a
right?
support main now.
Ooh. Oh, he's a support main now? What the fuck?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's trying to make it like he's in NACL as a support.
He's been winning now.
Oh.
Yeah,
D-
they're in
Diamond
NACL. They made it
Procs?
from like the lower league into NACL.
Diamond Proc still plays this game. Holy moly.
Diamond Procs?
Yeah.
Where's Froggen? Is Froggen
He's
NA
in
still?
EU. EU.
Oh.
Dark is not. He rolled swap. Wait, Dark is a support now?
Yeah.
Yeah,
What?
Collegiate? Is it
When
collegiate
did
or-
this happen?
he's in NACL now.
Playing with who's the Renga player? I forgot.
Chad, Jungle, yeah.
Sorry. Forgot his-
Bro, this guy better answer.
Dude, I have
think
no
he's on-
connections with people who play
I think
this
he's
game.
on East Coast too, so
Oh, Vulcan is
should-
streaming.
Drut
you would-
Tuck can join.
I've been-
Okay,
I'm
guys.
messaging- I made him cancel.
Maybe
his
the
queue.
Bows can join,
Fine,
and I just
bro.
haven't played to play fucking top lane.
We would have had the honor to play with the old Dignitas goats.
Good John.
know
John
anyone
would
here.
not be a good person to get here.
Oh, yeah, Dardock can't. He's not home. Sad.
Okay,
Yeah.
Cutie said hell no. He said hell no 3 times.
What?
I understand.
Yes,
Y'all wanna-
boy.
Boy boy?
Yeah.
Wait.
You all want to play with West Rice?
Dude, I'm
Wait.
down for anyone at
Support
this
is
point.
good.
Are you
Down.
paying my
I'll
support?
play with anyone, bro.
Wait, West Rice.
Oh, I feel like I feel like I'm getting griefed by every support player.
Dardock Core Jage, but we get West Rice. No offense.
Fuck. Fucking insanity.
What the?
They just doing the Among Us here, man. Okay, let me go look this. Who's online that actually plays this game that I'm friends with? Okay, let me keep looking. League of Legends section. None of these people will
Right
play.
now. Some more people. I'm really cooking right now.
Hey, why not just ask Toast?
He only plays jungle.
Is he even, what rank is he even?
Silver. He's called the Silver Smurfer.
Why not just ask Toast?
Oh, the problem is it's EU time. All the NA players are up later, you know?
Oh.
What is this, Giazzo? He's a D1 support in solo queue.
Who?
Westrice. That's what the
Oh.
screenshot proclaims. And they know his champ pool. Nice. Good info.
And we're getting set up for failure here. That's sauce.
Good
This is
info for both teams, actually.
Maybe, bro.
You want Celine? No.
Value.
You guys are setting Celine up to fail.
That guy's an 80 carry main now.
Like
Yeah,
this,
he is
she's
an
not
carry main.
played
Same shit, though.
fucking support with APs. She's not played
He's
with
saying
me
he
much.
played AD,
You wanted to
Scarra
play
plays
her
support.
like a super high stakes situation, and she's if she loses, she's gonna be the most depressed person ever. You guys
could be
are
playable.
the meanest people possible.
Actually, ask him. Why not?
Oh, he's in Korea.
Oh.
He's in Korea.
I see.
Jamaica
Okay, well.
Banana, rank 1 Ivan World.
No.
Oh shit, dude, I know that guy.
No.
Popper's a challenger player. I don't know this guy. I know of him, but I haven't talked to him in.
I want to play Party
even
Animals
know.
instead.
Oh God. You need positive reinforcement. She's gonna be depressed. Like, I'm telling
Dude,
you, my
Breezy's
pool
still
is
not awake, bro.
really
This guy
bad
is
with her
just
picks.
I'm like scared
snoozing,
something's
bro.
up. Like it's like
Yeah, it doesn't
a little
seem
bit
right.
past.
Like even if I don't know about you guys, but it's like if I have like something important the next day, it's harder for me to like sleep in too much. You know what I mean? Like maybe you could sleep in, but like
Oh, no.
sleeping in, like-
Sometimes I stay up like really late, and so I can understand because I
Anxiety,
get a little
shit,
bit
anxious.
nervous. Yeah.
yeah. But even that's what I mean. Like even when that happens, it's like I get so nervous I wake up too. You know? That's just me. I don't know if that's. I don't
Yo,
know if
you got-
guys
you-
That
experience
means
that.
he's just cold, bro. That's just not even like important to him.
You guys got
Like,
Zazel's
just
number?
another point.
Zazel?
Yeah.
Wait,
and
I
he's,
can hit up Zazel actually.
he's
That's
a
good
support
idea.
player, right?
Yeah, that's a good idea. That's
He's
a good
on
idea.
DSG's team.
Yeah.
I-
That's a good idea.
I unfortunately, like, I'm literally listing people who can play bot lane who are like about the same skill
I'm going
level.
through the director. I'm at the 15s right now.
Stop! You're not finding people, man.
Let me message Eddie too,
Oh wait, but Eddie's an LCS player.
but he's 10th place.
But
True.
Vulcan was 9th, bro.
You guys are fucked up, man.
Vulcan was 9th, bro. They didn't care.
Is Wag Farfetch'd? Yeah, because he's gonna come in and play support. He's a mid laner, and they're gonna ban Xerath. What the fuck is gonna happen? You guys really hate the
Yo.
the people you're
Yo.
inviting.
I'm currently asking Zazel.
Hello.
Okay, cool. Yeah, we also were gonna ask Zazel on our side, so that works out perfectly. Cool.
Yeah, and Dardock cannot play. He's not around.
Got it.
Golden Glue, his coach. Oh, okay. Golden Glue thinks Zazel won't be awake as well. Fuck.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah, I was gonna say Smoothie, and then he's on the team.
okay. epal.gg.
Just looking at my DMs, you know.
Play.
See if there's any.
Let's
support
see.
player. Try and ask Richard.
Who's Richard?
Richard the goat.
Richard. This is one of the coaches I had before, but he plays all roles, right?
That's true actually. Yeah. He's that good.
I just hope he's okay. Like what? Well, you let the two play. They're not ready in time. They were supposed to be, but like it's not their fault. Our support's not here.
Worst case scenario, if we get close to like 1 o'clock and we still don't have someone, we'll just have them play their game, and then we'll do your guys' game after.
Let's go.
Okay.
Praying that Breezy's awake.
Yeah. So if he's still not here and we can't find anyone to play after the other game is done,
We're getting core, baby.
I don't know about that.
Then we're getting forfeit.
Oh.
Potentially. We'll talk about it. Because obviously no one wants it, so we'll figure something out.
Oh yeah.
Even though we're the fan favorites, it's fine.
Are we the fan favorites?
We even gave you guys a special stat that says plot armor and put it at the highest number.
Oh, we're gonna need to remove that.
Maybe this is all for the build up though. Like maybe this is all meant to be. Like,
Yeah, no, yeah, that's what
looking
Breezy
for
thinks.
NA's hidden gem in the 7s.
Stop! You're not finding them, okay?
All right, keep me posted.
wait, let me log on my league account. Let me see some people online. Maybe I can hit up some solo queue stars.
Dude, the
When did League login have CAPTCHA to it? That's new. What the fuck? Never seen that before.
Logging on.
Billy the House of a bunch of League players, yeah, and none of them would want to play in the tournament where they're gonna get dicked on. Like, huh? What are these recommendations?
Okay,
I'm not
no
getting
support player
John,
is
who
currently
doesn't
online.
play League seriously, to lane against fucking an LCS player and
Are
an
we declining
ex-LCS
West
player
Rise?
bot lane.
Officially.
Worst case, I guess. Or last.
Respectfully, yes.
Okay.
It's not a learning experience. It's not fun for
respectfully, okay.
them,
Then
and it's not fun
forfeit the
for
player
the stream either. Like, it wouldn't be a competitive, even remotely competitive game.
Fuck, man.
Yo, Trick responded.
What do you say?
Bro, I would
He
rather,
said, you
bro,
need
come,
me. He said,
Bro,
you need me?
bro. If you're, I would
I can
rather
get
play with
Trick.
the what, dude. Trick is a top laner. Why would you want Trick?
Trick can
But
play
he can open the
everything.
gates.
Trick plays
Yes.
Udyr Nasa's top lane, and you want him to play support, but you don't want one
No,
Trick to
no,
play
you don't
Braum?
get you don't understand Trick's game. He transcends that of lane phase and laning. He can breach past top to jungle to mid.
Oh no.
Honestly, Revenge, fuck you.
What?
I'd rather take
what-
West Rice over you at this point. That was disrespectful. You don't say that shit to Trick. One.
What? I'm just.
He
I'm not
made
even
you.
saying. I am
He
saying.
made you.
Oh,
He
that is
made
true.
League,
He did
therefore
make
he
you.
made you.
He is
so
a
show
top
some
player.
fucking
All I
respect.
said.
No, fuck you.
All I said
no,
is he's a
fuck
top
you.
laner.
No,
All I
fuck
said
you.
is he's a top
no,
laner.
fuck you. Fuck
It's
you.
now as there's a team turmoil and then it's
What?
over. It's true.
You could ask.
This is where it starts. You
Wait,
know?
Lorla said he could ask Quant. I think we're just chilling, right?
Yeah, I mean we have 2 hours. To
Why did
spare.
someone say? Wait, hold on. Is
So that's a noted Trick.
yo? Is that you friends with him? There's no way. Did he call you first? It was like, yo, tell Scarra that I'm hopping on. Fuck you.
Oh.
No, my bad. So we have a potential replacement that we're gonna ask Afro's team about as well, but we wanted to know if you guys would be willing to play with Diamond.
Sure, I'm down. Sure.
Ooh.
I don't know much about him, but I'm down. He plays Ballad, right?
Yeah. He's a sport man. He's like an NACL, was LCS at one point as well.
He speaks French too, I think.
Oh.
Well, he speaks. Okay, no, he speaks English. Okay, yes.
What the fuck?
French,
What?
but
What?
you know his
Canadian.
main.
I know him. I know
No,
him.
it's just
Okay,
speaking French is just a plus. Is what Danny's
Why
saying.
does that, bro?
What?
He speaks
It
English.
makes sense.
He speaks
It makes
English.
sense.
Okay, so just to confirm, you guys would be okay to play with him on your team. I still have to check if Afro's okay to play against you with him on your team. But just
Okay.
step
They,
one.
they should be. They should.
I imagine they would be okay with it. I'm gonna ask. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. As long as does Diamond know what he's getting himself into? He's not playing with an
Hell
AD.
yeah.
I think he likes that though. That's why I said we should. Like he likes that style. Like he likes
Does
to
he?
roam and shit. Yeah, he likes to roam and he also likes to like play like supports that are more also good with like these kind of champs.
Great.
Like Bard or Thresh.
Yeah. The people who play mainly like enchanters are hard to play with.
Yeah.
Pool.
He's opposite of that, so that's how
Excellent.
I was like he has a really like he can also play Senna, I think too, if we want him to.
We'll see.
But
Senna's
he's definitely
most
better.
unlikely.
He's definitely better to play things like Recon or like engage supports and stuff like that. So
I guess we can also one to Recon if we just play safe bot.
yeah, actually we didn't think about Recon much, but they some teams were banning it against us on 4-5 yesterday.
Rakan's like my worry is that you can't roam out as easily, but it's good. Like at it's really good, but you're not getting like the pre-6 roams.
And we can see.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's fine.
we can just see what Diamond says too.
Yeah. I would
it-
trust his opinion over mine here.
Yeah, we could just ask the support because that's also what we've been missing today.
Yeah, I
We
need
haven't been
input
able
from
to
someone who
ask.
plays this fucking role. Like I play against Diamond players, okay? Half of these guys I win with lane with Swain from level 1. Like it doesn't help me. Poke's plat at best, bro. She smurfs your peak, okay? Poke's fucking challenger.
I mean, I'm assuming they'll accept Diamond as a replacement. Is Diamond in LA? Not sure.
Avon can carry, okay.
What does it matter? What are they? why are
Avon
they
is
so
playing
problematic?
TFT.
I don't know.
All
I don't
my
know. I
AD
don't know.
players are
I mean,
playing
I can understand
TFT.
some reservations
You
for,
know
like,
what
Diamond was
Avon is doing?
LCS, But
She just
did get
lost in the TFT
and he
event.
was an NACL player for a long time.
You want her to come and lose today
Is Diamond
too?
R, supposedly.
Like, wasn't everyone here like XLCS? So like,
Yeah.
who even cares,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, exactly.
Like Grayson was LCS.
Yeah,
True, everyone's
Darshan, Afro, like
XLCS.
everybody, Bio, everybody was XLCS.
Am I close? Thank God. I'm gonna take the day off today and grind. I think after the stream I need a break. I don't know if I'm burning out, but I'm close to. I feel like there's something wrong with me right
Yeah, but I don't really know. I don't know if he's ready right now. Oh, they accepted Diamond? Oh, someone in my chat told me.
Someone said begrudgingly.
Hello. So Afro's team has approved you guys playing with diamonds, so we're gonna get him in here.
Okay.
Oh, nice.
Is he ready right now already?
We're trying to get him in Discord. He already has a TR account, so we're just making sure he has the right realm installed.
Okay.
And everything.
Cool.
Hopefully we can
Finally.
get started in the next 15 or so minutes.
Dude, I hope
There he
Breezy's
is.
okay though, man.
Dude,
Fuck.
yeah, I'm more worried about him.
Yeah, we're
like,
gonna keep checking in with him, see if we can get him.
Yeah, I am definitely like yeah. If
Yo.
we start losing with Diamond though, just and Breezy's here, just pause the game.
Yo.
Who's that? Is that Diamond?
What's up?
What up, dude?
Bro, hello.
All right, we're gonna try and get things moving. Thanks, guys.
No
Yeah.
problem.
I'm patching tier 1.
Oh,
You're here to save the day.
yeah, you're actually here to save the day, man.
And fucking Whoopley messaging me. He's like, yo, are you on your PC not busy at the moment? I'm like, maybe let me download tier 1 real quick.
Get in here, bro. Get in here.
Still.
We are backs against. Yesterday didn't happen, so it's a fresh slate. Best
Fuck,
of
this is the
one.
wrong.
So am I joining in a broken team or are we
No,
winning?
we're good.
No, no, no.
We're
We're
winning
the
so
vibes
hard.
are. The
You're joining
vibes
a
are pretty
super
good.
team.
It's fine.
But
It's been my
we're
whole
just-
career to join broken teams, so it's no big deal.
What? What?
Huh?
What? Dude, no, don't worry, man. We're owning. Like yesterday was scrim day. Today's real day.
Yeah. We've kind of
Hey,
been
two
waiting.
players. All good.
We're playing on the LA server, right?
Tier
Uh,
one. LA
tier
server,
one, yeah.
Or yeah, LA
Alright.
server.
Alright, guys, I have 90 ping, no big deal, but it'll be fun.
Yeah.
Are you on?
no big
Are you on
deal.
Dig Diamond?
Oh, well, you have a surprise when you see my name.
Okay. Okay.
I like that. Okay, wait. Did anyone warn you of my champ pool?
What's your? Oh, you playing bot?
I'm playing. Yeah, that's like you got put in a weird spot. You came in here and you're like, I'm playing like exclusively AP spot.
So when's the last time you played League Scarra?
I played 100 games in
Plays
2
so
weeks.
many games.
He's
Wait,
been grinding. He's actually
literally,
been grinding.
look at my match history.
Listen. He's been winning lane every game pretty much.
Actually,
Yeah.
the last time I saw
Actually.
Scarra in solo queue was probably like 7 years ago.
Yeah, though it was a while, but I'm owning. But these guys play cringe stuff.
Like, what's the password? Oh, they play cringe stuff.
Toast.
Okay.
Toast. Like it's Insanity Afro, and Sandy plays like brand bot with
I
base
mean,
rush.
fucking that guy is like not normal.
Yeah, no, I
Oh,
love him,
Diamond.
but like it's crazy.
Yeah, what happened to my name? I wonder.
Go down, Jimmy, and then go up.
Oh yeah, got it.
You can move
Wow,
our
you'd be
side.
surprised when you see my name. It's just Diamond.
I mean, it's on a tournament client, and my name is only Diamond. So I mean,
Yeah, right now I'm
You
doing
can link the
3
dots here.
tournaments at the same time, and I
Kinda
haven't even
fucked.
I didn't see my housemates in like
That's
3
fine.
days.
Alright.
I'll come upstairs and be like, "Hey, John,"
We are.
and John
ready,
tells me
right?
something, and that's
Alright.
all I see. Like I literally have interacted with nobody. I'm not feeling great about it. Today is like I want to do laundry and just chill.
so what are we playing in bot lane, Scarra?
Okay, they have every team has been banning Karthus Ziggs every game.
Against you or against
Yeah,
them?
against me.
Scarra, it's targeted.
They're
And
banning
then,
like every team's banning like Karthus Zigzags like every single game.
Yeah.
That's their balance, pretty much.
I play Swain, I play Cho, I play Heimer.
Don't worry, bro.
And-
I have the draft
fine.
right now.
So you only play
Yeah.
magicians.
Yes, pretty much exclusively. I can play with any support, but like I don't know any matchups. Like it's
So
all
anything
you.
that does 80 damage, you just don't want to play it.
Mechanically, I'm not good enough on them. On anything that's not like maybe 180. Like I'm just
Okay,
way
what
better
we
at
have been
APs.
doing, like, okay, if we win this game and we enter the best of 3, we did practice me playing Samira and him playing something top lane.
Yeah, I can
Like,
do that.
we could do
Is
it
that
this
your-
game. If
your
you guys
trump
want to do
card?
it this game, we could.
We could
just send
also
it.
do that.
You said your
I'm-
trump card.
I'm low key down to just send it.
Okay, wait, Dive. You have to realize the last time Revenge did this in Senta, he went 0-10 against.
No,
Heimer.
I'm aware. I've seen
No,
Revenge
no,
play
no,
Samir in
no.
solo queue. It's not. It's
No,
not.
it was
okay.
not on Samir. What are you saying? What? I farm solo queue with Samira. I farm it.
Just
Wait.
go back to your top lane world where it's 1v1, kill some creeps, freeze the wave. It's fine. We'll play bot lane. It's fine.
Let's figure out first ban. Are we banning Rumble or Renekton?
We can ban. Let's do Renekton. Let's do Renekton.
Renekton, Jarvan, Soraka.
Reg has
Yeah,
a straight dude.
I
Bro,
think we
this
do that.
Reg is
Or
like the
do we just ban
prototypical.
Soraka on 4-5
Um.
and just ban Rumble Renekton?
Up to Diamond.
Oh yeah.
Why is it up to me, bro? I just joined. Like, what?
Yeah.
Wait,
Okay.
I don't
Well,
know. I don't know the meta of this team.
we need your
So-
opinions on some
So
stuff.
okay,
Because
would you rather verse? Cause like okay, they played Soraka Brand yesterday, and it was AIDS. And
Soraka brand, and then you say the A word. How does that
okay.
work?
All right. Wait.
Soraka brand.
Let me explain. Revenge went 0-3 top lane, and then we didn't have enough damage. So
What?
yeah.
Last game?
Well,
I
no,
could
so it
have
was
saved that game, bro. I could
yeah.
have saved that game. I could have saved it.
yeah. But
Just
it
say
was-
top. No. Top. Revenge is the LCS player in here. I'm not even an LCS. Like, look, I don't have the tag. So Revenge is the LCS player in here. So he should be the one taking credit if we lose or win.
true.
Yes. So we'll ban Soraka. We'll ban Soraka. Just
No. Okay.
I think
Let
it's
me.
too good of a champ for them. Like, just because of the lanes we might play. Like, they might just. They
Damn.
want to just. I guess. I don't know. They kind of play everything though, so it's hard to say. But I would rather verse him on like engage champions than playing Soraka.
Their
Jesus.
default bot lane is Draven Thresh, and their AP pick into my APs is Brand, which because he has
I mean,
phase rush does
Brand
kind
is
of
not
weirdly
like
well.
Brand is not
Yeah.
a thing, I think it's just bored. I think.
Yeah, I think.
I mean,
it's,
I know like they're. I mean, I played in the team with their their AD, I guess, and this guy just plays random shit. So I don't think he's that worth like the ban stuff, you know.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah. I think his pool is crazy. So it's just if you want to play against Afro plays Thresh, Alistar, Soraka, I would say are some of his best. So it's up to you. Realistically, I don't really know because like you might have to blind your support earlier.
No, it's fine. Don't worry about
So-
it. If you play AP bot, Senna's pretty good with your champions.
yeah.
This is like 13-17, right? This is before Bard is like fucking
Yeah.
bunkers.
Yeah. I played
Okay.
I played with the last of Seta too. But like
No, I
he
mean,
plays like a
Senna's
bunch
probably
of like initiating support. So
Yeah, I mean, if he just picks like a melee,
wait.
if we just pick whatever melee, we chill. And if he picks
Maybe
Thresh,
I
I'll just
pee
pick Blitzcrank or something, and or Pike, and we'll just send it.
yeah.
Probably still gonna ban supports on 4-5 though.
Yeah, I mean, if they don't pick, and I pick,
Yep.
sure.
Yep. But yeah, just and aside from that, I might need help on where to walk in the mid game because these sometimes I'm just like, what the fuck does happen, and I just die.
Don't worry,
But okay,
I got you.
all right. I need to go pee. I'll be right back. I'm gonna play some ads while I go pee, so they don't play in the game.
Oh,
Give me a little bit.
Jimmy?
Oh my god.
Whatever.
Wait.
It's fine. It's
Tell
fine.
him not to start. Tell him not to start.
I'll just start and ban. We'll ban slow.
Hold on. So we're banning
God.
Soraka on third, or
Yeah.
or or.
So I will ban. Wait, we can ban Jarvan first.
Sure. Ban Jarvan. You're banning, little bro.
I know. I'm waiting.
Top laner is
'Cause-
banning.
I'm waiting.
Who dares defy
For Scarra.
my will?
I'm banning fast. Fuck that.
Dude, we're gonna miss a ban.
Ah, fuck it, I'm here. That's not even
You're not
matter.
gonna ban Karthus?
Probably not.
All right, I'm here.
Okay. Banning
Alright, you can ban
Renekton.
Renekton.
It was this band, yeah, every game. Six practice. Wow.
Well, they did ban Karthus.
These fuckers.
The Scarra Karthus, but put some respect on it.
Karthus.
Yo, what am I banning?
Soraka?
What must
What am I playing? Oh, I'm playing AD, but I'm only specifically a mage player.
Gonna be real with you guys. I'm only Sargo's OP, but it's fine.
Damn.
I wasn't there for the other games.
Damn, we actually put this in the draft.
We're draft gods.
Wait,
Maokai
wait.
1P?
Maokai
It's allowed?
1P?
So I can still just go Graves here? Or we just do the other one? Rel Ari? What do you guys think?
Damn, you're down to play Rel too, right?
Yeah, you can just slam Rel anytime. It's fine.
Okay, we can do Rel Ari.
You fine with Ari, Danny boy?
Yeah.
They're probably gonna play All or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can still go. I can definitely still just go Rel on jungle, but
We're
we're
gonna
not
need,
gonna have enough
okay.
AD.
Yeah, I
We're
was
not
gonna say
have-
we're gonna need a lot of AD from top.
Or we just go Senna still.
True.
Yeah, I mean, if there's a Senna going for 5, but they're probably gonna ban your Hammer Ding Dong, no?
I haven't played that much. I don't know.
Okay,
Dude,
okay, I
we
don't know.
we downloaded
How'd you
them,
know
dude.
they were gonna do that? The fuck?
Do we just send the Riven?
Yeah.
Riven.
Yep.
Go Riven.
Yeah.
Oh, this
When's
is
the last time
hot.
you played Riven, bro?
Oh my god, I like
yeah.
it.
This is
Wait,
OG.
wait, what am I banning
So,
here?
we ban either Thresh Bard.
I'm not banning Bard.
You should ban All-Star.
You should.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm down.
Yeah.
Look, it's just whatever you want out of bot lane, because
I mean,
bot
I
lane for
don't
me is
think-
gonna be like.
I don't think Thresh is good for them. They have Maokai, Rumble, Jace, they want engage. So if they go Thresh, like, it's kind of whatever, you know?
Yep.
I think if they want to win, they go Nullis or something here.
Oh, they bid.
They might go Thresh though.
Seju
Yeah,
4-5
they're
is
banning-
insane for us.
They're banning for Thresh still.
Am I?
Do we want to ban Thresh then?
I
I
think
mean,
we
I
just
don't
ban Thresh.
care playing Israel against Thresh personally, and I don't
Okay.
care playing Pike against Thresh personally. But if
No,
that's
I'm
what they've been
down.
playing,
I'm down.
I
I'm
can just
down.
ban Thresh. I mean, what else do we have regardless if I don't ban Thresh?
I
Brand.
don't think anything else. Or yeah, let's
Like
ban Thresh,
Leona
ban
or
Thresh.
some shit. But
I'll just ban Thresh. Whatever. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm gonna
maybe
keep feeding Afro's ego. We'll just keep banning more supporters.
that's how I feel about my picks, man.
so I can go Sedge, or I can go Vi. Ari Vi is pretty strong. Sedge is pretty strong because we need like front line.
I mean, if we're playing like AP bot and we're just oinking anyways, you should just play Sedge and camp top, no? And just play for rest.
Yeah, I'm down.
Fine. I don't need more enemies.
They ban Senna, they know. What the fuck?
Then you're playing Sedge, and
We played it
Sedge playing?
yesterday. Yeah, I was
Yeah,
pick
yeah.
Sedge, and then put Rel jungle or Rel bottom.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yep.
Trust nothing but
So
your strength.
magic
Fifth
heavy,
pick
so
80.
No, like pressure, but you're solo AD Riven with 4 AP champs.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not
Yeah.
really AD, but yeah.
I mean, Sedge.
Or I'm not
Sedge
really
does
AP. I
damage.
mean,
Sedge does mixed damage too. Actually, it's fine.
Sedge does make damage.
I'm
Since
like
when?
I'm like 70, or no, like 60% maybe. 60% physical.
What the fuck? I was not aware of that.
Yeah.
Oh no, Sedge W hurts. Like it fucking slaps you
Yeah.
physically.
Slaps you physically. Thanks for clarifying, Scarra. They does physical damage by slapping you physically.
Wait, I can't save my runes right now. What the fuck? It says couldn't save.
That's fine. We can just dodge after. It's no big deal.
Does
Wait.
it work?
Try making a new rune page.
Yeah,
So
I'll
I
just
can
make a
dodge.
new page.
I can dodge and say I was lagging because I just don't know TI. It's no big deal.
Don't know TI.
Down for Swain here. It's
Braum.
That's annoying for
Swain?
me.
yeah, I'm down for Swain.
What else do you have besides Swain? Just
It's like
wondering.
timer. That's it. I think
Katarina.
Oh god, no.
I would
no, but
I
Cho
would
is
not
hard here.
pick Cho into this comp. He would
Swain's
fucking
fine.
murder me.
Swain's okay.
It's
just
just
like
you're
the
just gonna be giga low range to me against like kind of poke comp and like full engage. So you
Yeah,
might
no,
just
it's
die
fine because
instantly.
this time we have Sedge and there's no
Honestly,
garbage.
I just thought about it, but Cho'Gath's probably the best champ. Yeah. But
It's really hard into Maokai Rumble Braum.
Cho'Gath is good against Zeri because when you W him, he can't auto. He just sits there, doesn't do anything.
Wait, really? I didn't even fucking
I
know
mean,
that.
If,
Our
if the
Q's
guy's a bot,
are, yeah.
if the guy's a bot, then he gets hit by W.
I mean, if you hit Q right, then you W him, and then you can't trade back.
Oh, interesting.
Because his Q is a spell, like the shooting is a spell.
Wait, I did not
I
actually
don't
know.
Yeah, I don't know how it is in TFT, but that's how it works in.
Dude, that shit is not how it works in there. Do you need a dodge for your runes?
No, I'm good. I'm good.
Okay,
I
okay.
changed.
Okay, so by the way,
good.
this matchup, I want to base on the third wave. So I'm gonna stack
Okay.
the first 3 on him and then base on the third wave. I'm gonna ward for. I mean, Maokai shouldn't 3 camp gank me. You should be able to do like. Honestly, I'm thinking about it. Maybe full clearing to bot or just clearing to bot and then being top on the bounce is best.
You'll be fine. Before the third wave or the.
I
Third...
should be. I should
Damn,
be.
they're
I don't
playing
think that
Zeri. That's
Maokai
actually
will like
so
3
good
camp
for
me. I
us.
think that'd be a little while. Like I don't think it's good for him to do that.
Sure.
And then
Oh,
if he
thanks for-
does, it should
for
hurt.
fixing-
Like you should still be able to make it on the bounce regardless, and then it'll be fine.
Yeah.
They can flip your Raptors this game if they want.
Oh, he went ignite
Also,
top.
can we do?
Okay.
Let's do a rel cheese top.
If they
Roll
already
jump
they
attack.
have, they have really strong. They have really strong level 1. So.
Level 1 is really strong.
Wait, I'm just the word.
You guys go up here.
Yeah,
I'll
I'm just the
stay
word.
far.
I'm just the word.
I can
I'll
just jump.
ward Jimmy. I'll ward.
I can just jump the wall and I can rumble. If you see like someone here, I'll just go.
Jimmy,
If you see someone here,
Jimmy, I'll ward. I'll ward this.
Where do you want me to ward?
You don't have to ward.
Hold it. Okay.
You can ward like you can ward here like 130 or something.
To Summoner's Rift.
I'm gonna check him, like here, and then.
Yeah.
You can
for
go
Braum.
through pit.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh
fuck.
Yeah,
shit!
Oh, they're doing the
Yo, yo.
Black Thunder.
Come.
Oh,
Come.
fuck.
You can fight here,
You
no?
gotta flash. I think
I
you
can
just
fight
gotta
the wall.
flash.
That's good.
It's 5
I
people.
mean, fight this guy, no?
I have to flash the wall.
Yeah, it's fine. Should I kill the balcony? Over the wall?
Oh no!
Oh.
I got Braum stunned.
That's a strat.
No, they're doing the Black Thunder.
No, they were trying to like go over the wall and kill him.
Shit. Okay.
We should have 5 man, honestly. It's fucking whatever. It's fine.
Well, I'm
I
starting.
should have just flashed, but I really didn't want to burn my flash.
It's fine, whatever.
What did they use on you? Did someone ignite you?
They use exhaust.
The guy
Okay, that's
exhausted.
fine.
I don't know if I was ignited.
I need leash here probably.
No, it's fine. I got the word for you. I don't know if this helps.
We'll see where it starts. It's fine.
I
can tank 2 shots.
This will be my
Start rates or start blue?
It's. What's my?
in
Start blue ending? Or my red?
I'm not messing around.
Just play on this side, like away from the Zeri.
Out of my way. It's up to me.
They get pushed for sure. Just give it.
Oh
give it to
yeah.
them. They might hit 2 1 creep faster or kill.
Yeah, I don't exactly know what the XP like is for that kill.
Okay. He's
Try to get XP on that if you can.
Red.
I'll take the Q from Braum.
he's gonna be top side. I actually can't know. Are we? Yeah, push mid. Can I go to their blue? This is really good.
You can.
Like slight though, just not that heavy.
Oh yeah, fine. I'm just gonna full clear. That guy's really low though. The Makai's really low. You can gank top right now.
I'm crouching my
But we
wave
see
and
him.
basing, by the way.
Yeah.
He shouldn't freeze this. Yo, if he
chilling.
freezes this,
We're
you
chilling,
can
we're
come
chilling.
after red.
Okay.
If you
Braum's
insist,
river
Only
now.
thing is he has ignite advantage on me right
Careful
now.
mid, careful mid. Bomb fisting.
You just river.
Makai should be at their blue right now. I'm gonna go find him. Okay.
Yeah, I full
Yeah,
push.
I can come, by the way.
Yeah.
Oh guys.
Sparks ready. Armoring up.
Oh.
You there?
Yeah.
moving.
sure.
do not
I'm moving.
try
I'm
my
first mid.
patience.
I'm heading over.
I can jump over the wall. Okay. Nothing.
Fully charged.
Jesus here.
We see Mal finish his base. Rumble's wave is fucked as well after blue.
Not sure.
A conquered nation is a loyal one.
On this
My
wave,
look,
we
my
can
look.
burn his sums.
They can dive. You guys soon.
We need to card this wave in base, like next one.
Yep.
Just wait for the wave.
On this wave, Jake.
I think they
There's
will
a
dive
fight.
bot.
There's
Somebody
no dive
needs
bot.
to go bot.
You
Okay.
need to go bot.
Sacrifices
No,
must
we're
be
weird. We're
made.
weird.
Just if
So
there's a
far,
gank,
push.
let me tank the Braum Q.
Yep.
In a hurry.
You want
I'm
me
gonna
to
start
gank
fighting him soon,
now?
okay?
Try to get this wave in. They might hold the wave, but it's okay.
I'm baiting him right now.
Poke them.
Oh, Makai's here. Makai's here. No.
Okay, don't stop her from.
I have flash.
Yeah,
Like, we can still fight after, I think.
No. We should not.
We should stay with.
Okay, this is fine. I can
Use
catch
double
him
summon.
quickly.
Use
As
double
long as he
summon.
doesn't catch.
You can one
cancel
tap
me.
their AP.
Oh,
You just
I
be
can't
ready.
cancel me.
Nothing.
It's really annoying.
So it's just follow your order. Just play the wave.
A petty squabble for pettier men.
Then I keep trying to hold, okay? So just keep like fucking
Just
around.
let me know when the jungler's getting close. And I'm good.
No,
stop.
I'm gonna stop.
Can they dive you?
I'm trying.
Oh. Yeah, wave crashed. We can go one more at the mat and then we should base.
Yep.
Oh shit.
Actually, go, let's recall the cannon wave. Next one. We can actually one-shot there if he trolls you. If I Q on him. Try to save your E if you can.
Yep. 7 seconds.
Yep. That's good.
I'm taking top.
Okay. He's all yours. He has no
What do
flash.
you have?
No flash. No flash.
I'll go right.
Weak of body. Weak.
I need to catch the wave. I think you got him. Nice CP.
Has been slain.
Not so fast.
No
That
problem.
was his flash,
Cover
by the way.
Jace is missing.
D-mat and then we walk forward, okay?
Yep.
I'll get a base
I'll
off
go
there.
away.
This is there.
It doesn't matter if they
I
hold
think
this
I
one, okay?
Pity stays
Yeah,
the
which is
hand
basically.
of the merciful, but not
Alright.
mine.
They need to base too, so they'll push.
Base is a bit
The more
stronger
I
than me
see,
right now.
the more I realize how much remains hidden.
I can probably make it to freeze the wave. If they're freezing, they're really falling. We should hit Drake here. Or fight around mid. I should have a long timer to getting top as well.
Yeah,
Can you get a base off,
he
so
has
maybe
no
you go
sums,
top.
by the way.
Yeah.
I'm gonna hit 6 on the wave. He's a bit ahead of me
Yeah,
next
I'll go
week.
through lane top. He will die for sure. I don't think they can dive bot with their champs.
Yeah.
I'm waiting 8
I'll
seconds
be
for
bot to
creep.
defend Jimmy just in case.
Alright. From what I remember of Dollar Round, you will always die to this. I'm coming.
That's fucked
Through
up,
the
man.
lane.
I'm gonna hit 6 on like 3 minions, okay?
Do you want to get the creep source or what?
Yeah, probably.
I'll try to sneak in the lane here. I don't know if I give you solo from this range, probably not. Maybe you
I'm
can
here,
give it
I'm
more.
here for you, Jimmy.
Yeah, I mean, they can't dive. There's no way.
Okay.
Go now.
Is there a flash?
No
flash.
Oh, they're
Okay.
resetting.
Dead.
They're resetting.
He's dead for sure. Alright, the prophecy.
Don't overstay
You're
it.
fucked.
I'm backing.
Nice job. I wanna get XP on these if you can.
I'm freezing bot.
Sorry, I'm just taking your pink right after I kill your lane, but I'll let you get your solo XP, master.
Diamonds comes
You're
really
back.
insane.
So I'm really behind in XP. I'm
Don't
good
worry.
now though.
I go bot now.
They backed, but they let me freeze.
How
so
Yeah,
it's
I
all
mean,
good.
we'll have a lot. Yeah. They did not know how to play bot lane. They don't actually. No, they have a mid laner player. That's why. They stayed like they overstayed bot.
Ooh.
But
Brahms
we
mid.
can. No. They have timer from AD here. You should move with us. They should go mid into bot on this timing
Well, got
and
one.
try to unfreeze. He's kind of trolling. He has no shield. I think we can kill him. He's
Hell
gripping pretty hard.
in my hand.
He has flash.
An enemy
Nice. Good job, guys.
Nice.
There, he can't crash this, but you can fight him. Scar. I'm coming behind him with
He's 6,
Okay.
so.
It's fine. When you say 6, Scar?
Oh, now.
He's gonna jump the wall, but it should be fine. Oh, there, Makai is
Right,
here.
but I can pop bases with them.
He gets plants. That's it.
Back
Back
in,
up.
back
Yeah, just go up. It should be fine. Just keep running.
It's fine. I'm chilling.
in. Nice.
We got his ulti. Really good. He missed a couple of creeps, but we got his ult.
Diplomacy is a subtle
The
art.
tempo's like so bad
I'm
now.
just
but we can actually
Using
move up for rift.
red, I can look for Herald right now.
Yeah, I can base and like meet you guys with the rift. Stop's funny.
I might just
I'm
do
fine,
red
by
and
the way.
then
Running towards
do
top.
Herald.
Jason's
Actually,
running towards top.
I'm gonna.
You should base
I
here.
need when I have my ult, I'm gonna all in him. You can.
Yeah.
You
I'm
can
coming
I'm gonna do
normal
this
too, by
first.
the
I'll
way.
be 6. I'll be 6 first.
I'm coming straight top.
Jace is top. Jace is top.
Oh shit.
The fuck?
Don't die here. They won't know I'm top right, okay? I have so much my opponent
Yeah.
support. He died in red back bot most likely. Unless he's like they're fighting for rift.
I don't think he's going.
Do you have a white for rift?
I don't.
I have a pink.
Does he have flash top right or no?
No, still no flash.
Yeah, I'm gonna fucking flash on this guy's head right now. Come with me, ask me. He's gonna die for sure, okay?
Oh, Jace here.
Does he see you? Does he see
Still lane. No, he doesn't see me.
Empire
I'm barely out of range.
above all.
I'm gonna go here.
Okay, man.
Let's go through this. If there's any fight here, it's really good.
I'm
Okay.
oh,
See?
I'm coming here. I'm coming here.
yeah.
I'm coming. Almost there.
Jason's gonna be there too.
Let's have Q.
I'm on HP.
Almost there. You have Q.
Oh, like
Yes,
it,
run
so
up,
like it,
yes,
so like
run
it.
up.
Back up.
Wait,
Yeah,
you
I'm
Q
dead.
him? I can
Oh,
hold him.
no.
An
Back up.
ally has
Shit.
been
I'm
slain.
here to get some more.
An ally has
Yes,
been
stop.
slain.
Try to survive. Maybe kill Maka.
Oppose not
Nice. That's it. Just red one. Done.
Ally has
Not
been
the worst,
slain.
honestly. Like I'm
Yeah,
not
I
gonna
don't-
wave. And you get the wave. Did Rumble
didn't-
flash there? I don't think he
No,
flashed.
he had no flash. I just didn't see your position. It's bad.
Ooh.
I can go here on the base. Support flash here.
Try to die with
They
dignity.
are still probably doing it.
I'll go mid.
Yeah, it's fine. Just catch me, then we can play boss out here. You can trade.
I got
and-
my maw now. I'm really
No one,
strong.
bot. You 1v1 bot.
Yeah, I'm just chilling.
And I'm faster on the map, so if you want to fight here, it's good.
Okay. We can look. Does Jace have flash actually?
He has
This
flash.
is the
Has
mission
flash. Has flash.
Yeah, he didn't use it.
In a hurry.
I'm gonna try to boom bot.
If you get a here, I'm here. Braum should be here soon though.
If they haven't taken Rift yet, by the way. I'm gonna ward it soon.
Maybe they didn't. Maybe they're not taking it. Basing for temple or something. Come on.
Yeah, watch it. Okay, okay. He used Q already. Okay, it's gone now.
Right now. I'll go for vision.
I want the back for in like okay.
He's probably gonna get cover here on this wave now.
I think Makai has to do his bot side.
I need
top side,
one
and
wave and then back.
Set.
Bro has mercs, so
Ooh, it's really hard.
You lack
it's
discipline.
fine. Game's basing. As long as you don't get queued, you're fine.
Yep.
Nice. Just gonna go home now. I'm gonna base to get wards and come back. I think you just kill the
Try to
cancel.
dive you, okay?
Yeah.
Oh,
I can
base
base and like
Oh,
match
I
you.
stopped that. I stopped that.
Nice, good job.
Yeah, I'm fine by the way. Oh,
If you don't die, I'll be top like quite soon.
Maybe I can get this guy.
gets flash. Wait. Can try.
Base is still there.
Makai
I've ult
could
in,
still
I've
be
ult in
there
8
too.
seconds.
Mike,
I have a flash
Makai could
charm.
still be there too.
I think Maokai's in lane. Okay, wait. We can try.
Yeah,
We're
Makai's
getting
there.
One
He's not
closer.
bot at
One
all.
row is closer. One row is closer.
We're taking the bot camp right now. I think we just escort back to mid. I don't think there's anything top. You should base if anything.
I'll pick.
Well, next time I can just help you get vision.
Damn. What happened to this guy's fucking CS? What?
Just running
just
around.
not-
bro.
hasn't
I mean,
shown.
he's not farming, bro.
What the hell?
Jace is still
They
chopped. They
stop.
might swap
They're
here.
swapping, looks like. No, but it doesn't
Yeah.
really matter.
Oh, I think they
Maybe.
know I'm here.
Are dead.
Oh,
Yeah,
they
because
know.
I
He doesn't know.
have Maw
Watch me,
now,
watch
so
me,
they
watch
want to
me.
put Jason.
I'm all in bot. I'm all in bot.
Yeah, it's good.
Alright.
No flash on that guy, no flash on that guy. It should be dead.
Oh,
You can kill him. Well, I can kill him.
Already did more damage than I thought. What the
Luke's on
fuck?
tank it.
I'll take for you. This is very short. Try cutting out.
Wave reaching.
We can play in here if you come.
Oh, this
We
is
can kill them all
TP,
together.
Yeah,
This is
yeah.
TP.
Oh, Jace,
We're
yeah.
not privileged.
Block, JSTP.
Just kill this guy, I think.
An ally
Okay,
has
flash.
been slain.
Okay, maybe this guy too. No flash.
Probably not.
It's,
An ally has been
Just TP.
slain.
I think I played Swings
An
too.
ally has been slain.
Ward.
Ooh.
I should have just ulted immediately. I thought we got him already. Because he has doing
That's
flash.
okay. It's okay.
We got JSTP.
Yeah.
Rumble flash also.
You still kill bot?
Okay.
Yeah, I still kill bot.
Oh,
Hey,
wow.
hey.
Let's go.
Nice,
That's
dude.
huge.
Good shit.
Fucking smurfing.
Yeah, a lot of plates
Fine.
top too. Not that bad.
Yeah,
Kinda
I'll
good
get one
job.
more play in base. I'm gonna be huge now. Okay.
Dragons.
Stop here. You warded you. Probably like they use TP on it.
I've spiked super hard right now.
Yeah, I think we fight with Swain and like it's good.
Did what's up?
They're holding the
bot
short
use?
right now.
He didn't use it.
Yeah.
I think he might have. Nah, he might have cleansed, but I don't think.
Yeah. I can go to bot here. I think they support base for wards by the way. Or you're saying that bush with no vision. Thank you.
This will
Oh, you
be
said Rumble no
my
flash?
offering.
Rumble no flash.
Okay, I'm gonna kill this guy soon. As soon as I see where Maokai is.
You see him here?
Okay, I see Maokai's bot.
they're
Oh,
swapping
they're
again?
swapping again. They're swapping again.
I mean, I'm fine with this
Yeah,
matchup. But you
I'm.
top.
It's a little rough for me, but I can make it work.
We're finding bot.
What the hell they mid?
The flash. We're finding bot.
Yeah, I'm gonna move mid. I'm moving mid right now.
Oh, I don't have it. I don't have
I
it.
got him. I can kill this guy.
Pull it back, pull it back.
Yeah, I'm
no-
coming, Danny. I'm coming, Danny.
Let's go.
You guys
Okay.
can push. I'll go mid. You guys can push. I'll go mid.
Okay, river.
If he steps up, we can go. Okay?
5-star Swain.
Does he have flash rumble?
No, no. Okay, he's not stepping up.
One guy's just here.
And to think,
Yeah.
If
Bot is
Jace jumps on me, I'm.
Their bot's unplayable though. When nothing happens, the game is really good.
Yeah.
I can maybe watch you here.
Yeah. I'm gonna walk here this way. Okay? Yeah. He doesn't. I don't think he knows.
Yep.
Okay, I'm gonna start walking soon now. Okay, I'm going now. I think we catch him.
Yep.
You have ulti?
Yes, flash. Yes, flash.
Okay.
Even burning his.
because they cannot.
Okay, it's all good. We burned his flash.
Their Rumble's going top maybe?
Okay, I might flash on
Rumble
this guy.
and Makai is missing.
I think
I'm gonna
go
flash
back.
on this.
I'm coming.
Rumble, Makai
Go
missing.
back, bro. Go back.
No flash.
Hold yourself. Hold yourself. Breathe in. Breathe out.
I need help
I think I
mid though.
could've.
I need help
Yeah,
mid.
I'm literally. This is God, man. This is fucking 10 life.
You should go bot and get the wave. No? I'm here if
Yeah,
they like
yeah.
the tower, but I don't flash.
Yeah, I'm just running through mid just in case.
I'm here. I can
That's
TP
just
too.
like-
if
You
guys
have
wanna go
TP?
hard.
You want TP
Yeah,
behind?
you should
I'm going.
TP now. Let's
Okay,
go.
I'm gonna go Jace. Go on Jace. Okay.
I'll shove it. You can go top. You
I
can go
don't
top.
think it matters where we run. Just go on anyone. Go on all of them.
Playing
Everyone's
Jace
coming
first,
after.
Jace first.
Everyone's coming after.
If you insist.
Yeah, want you? Okay, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I have MR, but I can't survive Jace.
Let's back up.
Let's get the fuck out.
Fuck. I shoved the mid, but
Your turret has been destroyed. Your turret
okay.
has been destroyed.
I win all these except for this guy's kind of hard.
I think it's cool here fast.
Guess
We'll
just
play for
fight
Rift.
with Swain.
Yeah.
Do not try my
Let's
patience.
let the Riven catch top and then we can just play in here.
I might look here. I think Mankai's basing here.
I can.
Mid or 80 spot.
I can make it if you look. Are you gonna look?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, I think he went here.
Probably just base.
No,
I'm gonna, like,
he
start
just
to-
eat.
A
He just
conquered nation.
Okay.
You can look mid maybe.
He sees me. I think it's they have vision bot already. They should all open through mid.
Okay.
Here. I'm coming. Brahms here.
I'm one way. I'm one way.
The whole team's here.
bot. I'm
Just
missing.
back up. It's bad. Try to live it.
I'm dead. Give me up.
Yeah.
An
Work.
ally
Yeah,
has
fight
been
through mid. Don't go rift, but you can keep pushing bot. Sure.
Okay.
I'll give you vision here. We'll see them open to top, two top side. If Zeri goes bot solo, we can kill him as two.
Yeah. I need to kill ourselves.
Yeah, they're on Rift right now.
They're just playing 2 lanes top side. I mean, they drop a top wave and they drop in bar now.
Sacrifices
It's on the
must
end of the
be
world.
made.
Yep.
I'm gonna hover you a bit in base.
One hover mid here. If he ends.
I don't know.
I think it's nothing. He has no flash though. Zeri's hovering down.
I kind of have no job right now. Until they
Zeri's
push
trying to
top.
break bots.
I mean, we're about to break. Oh.
I mean, it's okay. It's
Yeah,
3 and
are they collapsing?
Oh
again?
no, it's 3. They're coming. They're
Just
coming.
play
away.
here, play here, play here.
Yeah. Play.
Yo,
play.
I have Zonius.
Just hide in the bush.
they
Play.
don't.
No. They backed off.
Hide in this bush. They have no flash on mid. We can really kill him if he walks up.
I'm going to top wave
Oh, he
now.
saw me.
That's fine. It's
A
fine.
petty squabble.
We're still
for
pushing bot, by the way.
petty
They'll get first mid, but we can
I'll
cross
hover
on the
towards
mid.
bot.
Good pink here.
Big spike in.
I can go like this on the mid if we're ready.
There's like a
Or I can
ward
look at the
here,
mid.
I think.
I often kill
The Jace is stuck.
when I close my
Yeah.
Can you guys push
I think
one
you
more
should
mid?
stay.
One more
Yeah.
bot.
Yeah, Makai's bot right now.
I'm gonna push
You
one
don't
more
have
top.
TP on RA, so
Actually,
this might be
I'm gonna
hard.
just move. I wanna just move. Do we want a 5v5?
Yeah, back up. We can
No,
push.
no.
We can
I
push. We can
know.
push this. We
Okay,
cannot-
I'm just gonna stay top.
I think we can just kill the Makai, no? Want to? I have W on the.
They're
Sorry,
coming.
it's bad.
Get out, swing.
Okay, never mind.
That was a 5-man bot, guys.
I didn't know
Oh.
the position. My bad.
This rumble, man.
No, it's okay.
Oh.
Makai flash. The riffing bot.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
I'm
I
600.
have 2 items now, by the way. I'm on a deep spike now. What's there you got?
I
I'm
think.
gonna
I
base.
think.
Turret has been destroyed.
I have to base.
Yep.
You can retake bot with me. We can not let him get this crush. Be good.
If they
fight here,
I'm
coming.
They won't all.
Who's here?
They're trying to 5.
Coming to you guys.
It is
I'm almost here. Almost here.
Watch it.
Look at Zeri.
Yep.
Yep.
Yes,
Just
flash, I
flash,
think.
Flash.
No more.
I keep
I
going
can
here.
chase one.
You
Yeah.
see it?
I'm not sure if we can push this.
We should just
Oh,
push
Jace
away.
is here too.
I'm gonna chase the Zeri base if you can sit
My
down
ult's
here.
out.
Look
Very
at me.
flush.
I am
I'm
watching
I
him.
don't want the
watching
Zeri
you.
to base.
I'm watching you
He
here.
doesn't know me. There's
Yo,
two
he's
to-
on
yes, we
blue.
know. Ult in 30. I mean, we can fight if they stay here too long.
Oh, 9.
I'm just gonna play in the jungle, try to fuck the bases.
Yep.
We should push our waves.
Rumble flash there.
Okay, so we don't fight them.
Yeah.
I just get
Oh,
vision up and go home.
This fucking guy, man. I can
He's
get.
quite strong.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay.
I have the entry 400.
pity stays the hand of the merciful.
I'll have to base here.
But not
They'll
mine.
retake vision and we just go again.
Come in.
They're gonna play mid
We
top.
should. They're gonna. Oh,
I mean, we can trap
Here.
here. I'm done.
I have
But they're
TP.
5. I think it's-
too late. They're first.
Yeah, they're 5.
Catch wave.
Let's just watch for Baron, guys. They're
I think I
they
just
might
have to
just
base
rush
really
it
fast.
again.
It's
Yeah,
20. I'll be back in time. We just go to mid, I think. If they show side, then we
Yeah.
just send in the mid. I have flash.
Okay, I'm gonna have flash in 17.
Yep.
Okay, we have to go through mid right now though.
Yep.
What flashes?
They did no flash.
Jace is here by the way.
We'll go
They're gonna
mid,
just
they're
trap.
gonna
They're gonna start.
They're gonna start. They're gonna start.
W in
Can we
7,
blue it?
7,
Can we
7,
blue
7.
it?
I don't have blue. 5,
W it,
4,
W it.
3, 2,
Shit, I'm
They're just
1.
playing the jungle. There you go. No flash on Maka?
I'm dead.
That's split a bit.
It's not that bad here.
Oh, I'm backing. I'm backing.
Can I
One
find
HP, one
this?
HP, one
80, 80, 80.
You're going far right now, bro. That's stuff.
Okay. Help Scarra.
Maybe the
Yeah.
He's dead.
We're all dead. We're all dead.
Just run, go.
But
We got bot turret too.
I Leandry's
They
there.
don't have 80 for jungle. For they will
can
start
still do it.
Try again, Jason's damage.
We can still do it. We need like 40 seconds on the ult. Might be a bit hard.
Yeah, I mean next fight we have to kill Jace. I mean this guy's still no flash now actually. He used flash.
we
He
have
used
to
flash
try.
for sure.
That's fine.
You have to try. You have to try.
8 seconds. And I can W.
Should be really low.
I have
2k. Basically, between the flash.
Oh, so close, so close. That's right.
Or.
That's right. Top.
Oh.
Yoink, 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 yoink.
Yeah.
Everything top side.
If I had Leandry's that fight, fucking would have won.
diplomacy is a subtle art.
Yeah, you're
Dude, this
covering.
fucking sapling here. Oh.
I'm not messing around.
well, Jith has no flash in this fight. We can try to look for him. It's huge shutdown too.
Yeah. If I get a good angle, they're opening to top, looks like. On mid, too. 0 ulted. Maybe we can help as well.
Probably not.
Oh.
But yeah, this split though. We should try our gear.
20 seconds. 20
This
seconds.
is.
They're running.
No,
They're
no,
running.
Rumble's
Okay.
here, Rumble's here.
Yeah, we should run. We should run.
It's hard.
Oh, it's so hard.
I'm getting the fuck out. I give you speed. So you know.
Okay, weird.
Flash? So you know flash?
Nice.
Jason flash. I mean, if they like hit Zora, I can maybe try, but
Yeah.
Slowing down their Baron at least.
some gamers in here. Oh, he's
Just give up in here. Just give up in here.
We can maybe fight on bot and hit with Scarra.
Bro, no
Yes.
flash.
Thing is, yeah, I don't want.
I mean, I'm down to try C. It's kind of hard. We need to go on the Jace. We should run. We should run.
I'm gonna go
it.
here.
Yeah.
Okay. Gates, Gates.
They're engaged. Stun. Stun.
We got him.
Yeah. Okay. Back. Okay, you're sniping. Yeah. Go for the rumble. Okay.
Revenge, careful.
I stun him. There.
Okay, Danny.
Ooh,
Let's
nice
go.
sharp kid. Nice sharp. I'm going. Do I get flash on this guy?
Dragon.
No.
No flash. I can give speed too.
Danny hits everything.
You're a fucking monster.
Fifth or hurry.
Let's go. Let's go. Dragon, by the way. We can get it.
4 seconds.
If we do it on spawn, we can probably get it.
I mean, we can get control right now. We need to push out
Jace
the
has no
wave first.
TP.
We need to base and push out the
You
waves.
dare
And then go.
oppose
It might be hard to get it, honestly. We can give one more dragon, worst case. It's okay. Like, fix the map, because our map is completely dog shit right now.
Yeah, our map.
Get this, and then... If we lose the fight with dragon here, it's fucking lost.
I think I can get one more wave bot and just run away.
Yep.
I think fuck the dragon.
Try to die with
It's too hard.
dignity.
Yeah, this is we're not playing this.
Don't get cocky, guys. We've been losing the whole game. We won one fight. Skip the whole wave.
I think this is super important.
Yep. My flash too, and
Yeah, probably just
40.
have to wait for that.
No, Rumble's here. And Marker. I'm dead as well.
They're all.
They're not going direct. Okay, that's fine.
That doesn't
They
do
might
anything.
run it down mid, by the way. We have 2 inhibs down. I'm 30 seconds though, should be fine. What the
No,
fuck?
they're not. They're not. They're running
top
top.
right, though.
But they don't have a
This
top
is the
wave. It's
least
okay.
of my
What the fuck? Careful this. I mean, there's no.
Yo,
They're
I'm
not doing
on
dragon.
the side. I'm actually. I'll be really, really huge. 300 gold. Oh, nice. I mean, them not doing dragons pretty good, by the way.
I'm up in 10. That kill doesn't do anything on this dude.
Yeah.
Die because
They already oversteps mid. We could look her too.
he has flash now.
I think
Mid
it's
no
cleanse
flash.
too.
Does he have cleanse?
He should, I think.
I thought he flashed for sure last fight, by the way.
Yeah.
Okay. 28 then.
I guess
I
it's
can
gold.
engage here
I
too
got
if you
item.
guys are ready.
On top wave, we should look, by the way. Our flash On this, if he has no flash, this guy's like really trolling.
Yeah.
Yeah, Zeri has no flash for sure, by the way.
I think wait, they're waiting for
Huge
this
bot wave, by the way.
Just waiting for this bot wave.
Maybe I
So
should
we can
fight
Can we
quickly.
clear this?
We should
Before,
fight this wave.
We have time to fight, I think, fast.
Yeah, they're just waiting.
They
They're
see we're 5 here.
stacking it.
They're sending
Okay,
it now.
after the knockout,
gonna
I'm
ult
going.
you.
Oh, I got booted.
I'm looking at Zeri.
It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. They can't.
Zeri?
Look at
Yep. Bot wave after.
Nice. I'm looking bot. I'm just gonna run bot.
Oh. Base. Nice.
Dead. Keep going, keep going. I don't die, by the way.
I need help with the creeps, by the way. Jake, if you can come.
Audacious bravery shield.
Yeah.
I got him, I got him, I got him. Don't worry.
I'm finding creeps. I'm taking the creeps. They can't take a tower.
I don't have out.
No.
There's a million fucking supers. My roll is not strong enough to kill this.
Shit, yeah, it's on you.
It's fine. Yeah, at least got that.
Support jungle fighting for a fucking life to kill creeps right now.
Yeah, one tower is fine.
You can kill him?
No. I burned his stopwatch though. It's kind of big. Oh,
We can do it.
The advantage is
oh, I died.
take it.
He used,
Oh, no.
he used flash though. He used flash.
Okay. 28 to the flash.
They actually found me.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Oh
Bro,
no.
Bro, you
Fine,
basted the first bush out of vision, man. This
No,
guy
I
said
didn't.
they actually found me. This guy.
Wait, what?
No fucking
I
way.
was out of vision from here. What do you mean?
It's all good. It's all good.
Yeah,
We
it's
have-
not-
No
to
need to be
defend-
hostile towards
We have
each
to
other.
defend
It's
our
all
single
good.
inhib. We have to defend our single inhib.
Fuck.
But they
I'll
might
try
do
to-
Baron first. They might do Baron first.
Yeah,
We
I
don't
mean, we
know.
have one tower right now.
yeah, it's
and a
kind of
dream.
bad.
Oh, again. This is not that bad if they keep chasing. That's not
Oh,
spells.
you're good. You're good. As
Alright,
long as you
they,
don't.
they will Baron for sure now. Can you just get this and
It's
then
10 seconds. I'm basing.
I have a blue. I have blue for Baron.
Oh no, I can't stay.
I'm gonna push mid.
I
They're
see,
gonna
I
start
see.
on spawn.
They're
Yeah,
taking mid
I
wave
need,
first.
I need
with
help. I
another
need
run.
help. I need help.
Yep.
Yeah. I'm gonna take mid and
Let's
then
go
I'm
through
gonna
here. Through
orb
here. Through
it.
here.
Wait, I'm Wing. They're not there.
Maka's
They're
here
not
right
there.
now. I'm gonna try to go
Not on it
from.
yet. They're not on it yet.
I'm gonna try to get a
We
flank
can
on
do
them.
it.
Okay? Okay, I'm coming.
Oh,
And then
I'm good.
I'm almost here.
Hold on, I can't go in. I cannot go in. I cannot go in. They wait to
Just
Rumble
give me,
ulti?
There's no EQ right now. Yeah, Rumble has what I think. Jace is like trapping here.
we're getting mid wave. We can take it
Yeah, it's
fast.
not that bad. We don't have bot in it, but it's okay. Archie's spawning now.
Okay.
I don't have flash for this one.
No Rumble, no Maokai.
Yeah. I don't have ulti also.
They're running me. Should be fine though. My friend
Can we
flash.
help him? Okay. I don't have a
Jace,
blue.
go
Must
EQ.
remind
We have.
them.
Fuck. We need to get vision. We need to get. Okay, they're not on it yet.
Oh, don't
They're
worry.
not. They're not.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm getting chunked right now. Fuck.
Jay's QE is down. Jay's QE. You should base in far.
Yeah, I'm basing. I swept this already.
We'll bluff mid. We have to bluff mid. That Scar's still there.
Me and support will just stay here.
I'm hiding my pink ward. Maybe they don't know.
Fuck, I'm 200 away.
Looks like they know.
Nice.
Oh, I meant to hit.
Oh,
They might have
sorry.
based.
I have one more ward. I'm gonna base fast and come back.
Yeah.
5 seconds.
It
4.
looks like they're backing up. They based. Okay, we can get
I
this
don't
mid
think
wave.
I don't think they're doing
We
it.
can get this mid wave.
Should I do it?
No, they're
Wait,
not here.
they did back.
I mean, should I do it?
No, you want to flat dash over? No.
No, I mean like.
It's actually good if you hold the plan though.
Okay.
I wanna like go like this. If they go in the
Yes, we
jungle,
care.
I wanna be
What?
behind them.
What's
Jimmy, you need
happening?
to get blue. Can you get blue?
Yeah. Oh,
for
I'm
me?
so sorry. I keep.
Do you have
Okay.
blue?
They're checking here,
Yeah,
by the way.
yeah.
I'm getting chunked. I need to get. I need to heal a bit.
They're
Okay.
not,
I'm gonna go this position, okay? If they go in the
They're not
jungle,
on
I
it.
can look for position. For flank.
Okay. Get.
They're gonna
Okay,
engage
they're
on you
on
guys.
mid
They're engaging. Or here. They're gonna engage.
Just give everything on mid right now. They see me, okay? Top side. They see us top side.
Yeah,
we're
yeah,
marking.
they're gonna go. They're gonna go on Jimmy.
We don't.
Oh,
Hold on, we don't.
dude, it is.
Maybe we can fight on Nexus here.
Yeah.
Maokai
fight,
flash.
next
Maokai
is-
flash.
We have Raven
Next
flash. My flash is up soon.
This is so
They're gonna have to
annoying.
chase me. I think I have to base.
Oh, they're just going for inhib.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to base.
Spinning flames of fury.
Just wait for me if we can.
they're
I'm coming. I'm flanking.
I'm gonna go. We'll go in.
Just wait for me a little bit. I'm almost here.
Yeah.
I'm almost here. I'm here now. I'm getting zoned by the Maokai. I'm on all of them. 5 minutes.
Oh,
I can so close.
nice try. Nice try.
Bro.
You know, that was not bad.
That was not bad.
Oh, you're a smurfing Scarra.
Bro, I'm always 100 gold off my item before we fight. Oh, fuck.
It was
My bad,
close.
my
It was
bad.
really close.
Peter
So I
Park,
think
what
the
about
low one
59
kind of
months?
fucked top lane. I mean, fucked the game a bit.
I didn't have Ignite for the level 3 thing.
No, I should
That
fucking.
really sucked.
We should just 5-man the bush top side. Because both top laners have Ignite. So this is gonna be an ego battle.
We are insanely weaker though. They have Braum, Rumble.
I mean, if they face check us, it's like playable, you know.
Well, no, they were doing the Black Thunder where they're gonna fuck Riven top.
No,
They're gonna Q me and try, and then
No,
yeah.
they're trio you in Baron.
Yeah, from Baron to try. Yeah.
Ooh. All right. No big deals. GG's, guys. Oh.
Maybe next game. Maybe next time. You know, next.
Yeah,
time.
maybe next game.
It was
Maybe
fun.
you need to draft fucking better, Jimmy.
What? Wait, I still killed my laner. What happened? Hello?
We were so close from greatness.
Diamond, thank you for filling in.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thanks,
Diamond.
man.
Wait, is Breezy still MIA, huh? Holy
Yeah,
shit.
I hope he's okay.
Yeah, we're definitely gonna make sure we get a hold of him at least so we know he's good.
Yeah.
If you guys hear anything else, let us know. Yeah.
Alright, see you guys in solo queue. See you in TFT.
Yes.
Yeah.
See you,
Do you
man.
play Valo?
Yeah.
See you in
I play
Valo,
Valorant. I don't play Valorant, unfortunately.
See you in Radiant, Danny.
See you in Radiant. Yep.
GG, boys.
GG's, guys. GG's.
Later all.
Jeez. Where do you hit your radiant? Bro, I don't know. I'm gonna go play some ads. Oh, that was so tough because our top side ended up losing again, and I'm like, oh shit, it's getting rough. You get just out now, GG's. Your comms are nuts. Like, it was really easy to play. Super easy. Dude, the fucking ending where I'm like, I can't cut. It's rough. I'm not even kidding. The fights were so annoying. Sometimes on Sway, it's like I can't even farm because we just lose all control. Yeah, the level 1 top side, I was like, fuck, man, not again. I got solo kill. We won the 2v2. It was fucking free, but then rough. Yeah, that's no big deal. GG's. Okay. Well, I'm officially done. Oh, I think I'm done. Dude, after 2 weeks of playing solo queue, I'm Diamond 1. I won 16 of my last 20 games. And then I lost 3 Caitlyn games because I'm off what fucking Caitlyn. And I'm free from League. Free from solo queue. Yeah, if there's a week 2, we would have come back. I'm serious. I really hope Breezy's okay. Tuesday one seems damn good. I just needed a week to learn how to play the game again. Like about a week. And then now the game feels really easy, like super easy. I definitely can hit masters no problem. It's just like, do I really want to play? Yeah, when I play against actual AD support bot lane, Swain, I'm telling you, this pick is not fucking fair. if you see what I do to people with this pick, it is like, holy fuck, this is the least balanced pick ever. Should have drafted the team differently? Nah, I think I would have done the exact same thing. Honestly, I like the team vibes, which is what I was going for, and I think it would have been fine. I mean, the thing is, I would have been outmatched mid lane by almost everyone in this event. Like, my mid is just not good enough. So it's like, the one role I can be competitive on is somewhere bot, I think. Is Emerald after? It's before Diamond, right before. So like, honestly, my goal was kind of done. I played 199 games of solo queue. And about, I would say 20 were duo, 15 were duo. But for the most part, it was like 80% solo queue. It's not the same as Valor, it's reverse as well. Like you go from 5, Diamond 4 to 1, and 1 is higher. So I'm like technically, like I guess I'd be like ascendant in 2 games if I win. I say bot layers are worse than mid layers. Oh, I think against mages, yeah. If you watch people when I play against, like I'm obviously way better mage player than I am an AD player, and like it's rough. The supporters, if he's to play the map, I think it's pretty fucking easy. I'm not gonna lie, I think support's easier than AD. But it is true. As long as your jungler can play the map, you just follow your jungler. It's not that hard. Like, you could do some crazy plays though, I will admit. Like, I almost thought we won the game off the level, the roam top lane. That was such a funny roam. When he was like, this kills dart shot every time, I'm like, damn, you know this guy like the back of your hand. What a beast. No, I don't think AD support's more impactful. AD and pro play is definitely like a league of its own. It's like disgusting. But like, yeah, this was just we got topside gap. Yeah, Diamond made the game super easy for me. I didn't have to think. I knew exactly what wave to shove, what wave to reset on. I went even in lane, which is exactly what I wanted. Hit first item, just monstered it. You take the tournament more seriously. I feel like it's nice, you know, at least for you guys got to see someone who played a different style of AD at a somewhat competitive level. And I will admit, the mid game was really hard for me. I did fuck up a lot, but it's also just like the mid game is a lot easier when you have winning lanes, okay, and winning jungle. And then a lot of these games, I'm just like, oh, as the AD, I can walk nowhere. I can walk nowhere, man. Oh, it's so early. I don't want to take a break yet. I'll tell you what. I'll play one game of solo queue, and if I win, I'll push for masters. I feel like that's pretty reasonable. If I lose, I don't want to play 3 games. I'm just gonna keep it at D1. I think it'd be cool to end to end there's a captcha and I failed it. What the fuck? Am I stupid? Wait, when did they add a captcha onto League? What the fuck? I failed it again. Am I fucking stupid? Am I bot? Capika, yeah. I'm down. 2 games of League, and then we go TFT. Would be nice to just say, I hit Masters, I did my job. We're chilling. Oh, I do want to watch the remaining games. Fuck, you're right. It's my friend Toast's tournament. I should support it. You know what? I can't play. I would like to watch his games. You are right.
I can't believe it.
Bro, what do you mean? Stunt literally solo killed me, level 2.
He did give you the work in the mid lane for a little bit.
Alright, so no backroom deals this time. Got it. Mo, do you guys have any plans cooking for this one? If Sneaky does ban out your Yasuo?
Listen, I'm not too worried. You know, I got solo killed, I underperformed, and I got carried by an Alistar top. So if that doesn't say like enough about Sneaky's team, this will. Turtle literally messaged me right after the game and said this reminds him exactly of 2016. It was just like classic.
Okay.
Turtle versus Sneaky domination.
Rather watching Wildcat, I love it. Wow, you're
Turtle,
awesome.
Keep getting lucky with those crits. That 40%, bro.
I'm so glad you liked it. Should I have the stream a little bit?
Alright, I think we're just about to
Little
get
bit.
ready for the lobby. Sneaky, any last word for your opponent?
I wish you luck. You might ban Yasuo. It's nothing personal.
Appreciate it. I think I need the luck if you're banning Yasuo. Good luck, man.
Alright, thank you, gentlemen. Best of luck to both of you.
Thank you.
Alright, there you have it, guys. No backroom deals this time, so gonna be interesting to see who comes out ahead on this one.
I mean, we literally heard some of the other teams. It was from Aframu himself, I believe, after we interviewed them in their matchup against Yasuo's squad, where he talked about, this
Sorry,
is
guys,
the
I played
easiest
chess
team
to
to
the
draft
side.
against. The mid laner kind of named himself after a champion, so if you ban that champion, it's a pretty easy dub in the draft. Obviously, Sneaky's team yesterday were willing to take the honorable road and just play with some of those bans sort of removed, but they got whooped for it. So this time around, I'm not expecting any backroom deals. I'm expecting us to see that Yasuo banned away. And I'm really curious what we're going to see Mo play instead. We've seen him try to play like the Tristana yesterday. Didn't exactly look as hot as
I'm
they
actually
wanted it
okay
to.
with
So I'm hoping he goes with something a bit more
Is this the
similar
finals?
to that
It's
Yasuo play
the determine the
It'll
next
be
team.
interesting to see if Lucian's even banned away, because I know when we interviewed Turtle was really confident that he was just going to smack the Lucian with his Zeri anyway. So, and it did look good in that game. You know, the Zeri really did outperform Sneaky's Lucian. So maybe they just leave the Lucian up anyway, and Sneaky didn't even.
If
have
I'm
to make a
drafting against
deal
these
to get
teams,
it.
I ban Turtle's Lucian every time.
Turtles seem
That guy
like
is, or
because they
Turtle's
came out on that,
Zeri every time.
trade,
That guy is fucking really
I
good.
think
Really
you're
fucking
okay
good.
if Sneaky gets the Lucian. I'm just worried about Mo, you know. He's showing up to the tournament. Only player in this entire tournament to actually never play at a pro level, and he was holding his own on his main, but we saw him on the other champions, and it wasn't the prettiest thing.
A little shaky.
Yeah, semi-final,
A little shaky
yes.
on the other champions, but I am expecting him to have to pull one of those out here in this game. Again, I'm hoping we get something that looks more like a melee assassin. Give me something high mobility. Give me something that at least feels more like a Yasuo type of vibe, and see if they can manage to make it work. I mean, they've got some incredible facilitators on this team. Lorlo and Biofrost. Lorlo playing that roaming support style, Alistar top. Biofrost being one of the most famous like LCS support players of all time. Rosethorn in the jungle has also been setting up a lot of plays for these guys as a team. Like, he's a really good ganker. He's making a lot of stuff happen. And then you just got Wild Turtle for the insurance policy down there in bottom lane, scaling up with the 80 carry. We remember his Ezreal from game 1 yesterday. The dude was just eating forward, mystic shotting people in the face. He doesn't need to play around his range when he can just point blank kill you in 3 shots.
Definitely. It looks like our draft is ready. So, gentlemen, I'm going to leave you guys to it, and I'll see you guys on the other side.
All right, sounds good, man. We'll see you after this game before we get into the final. Remember, for all y'all watching from home, if you're just now joining us, this is our second semifinal. Semifinals in this tournament are just best of ones. The final itself will be a best of 3. So whoever
Are they playing
wins
League
this
after this
game
tournament? Yeah,
will
I
go
need
on
a
to
break
face Afromoose
for at least a couple,
Watchmen
like a
in
week
that
or two,
best of 3
man.
final. They're gonna have their work cut out for them. These two did go head-to-head yesterday one time already. It was Yasuo's team coming out on top, but that was again with that handshake asterisk of, okay, you can have Lucian, we'll have Yasuo. Yasuo, and the Yasuo reigned supreme. They set him up with 3 different champions that could provide knockups and displacements. He was always able to get his ultis onto valuable targets. There just wasn't an answer from Sneaky's team to keep Sneaky.
Yeah, I
protected.
have
let's
so
see what
much
this one ends up
other
looking
games
like.
to play. I have
First
so
ban
many
of the
other
draft
games.
is a highly respected ban. It is that Lilia for Spica.
Lilia is
After he
fucking
won
insane.
yesterday, he mentioned, why did people let me play Lilia? It's like one of my favorite champs, so they're not going to let him have that one. And Sneaky's Beaky's first ban, the Yasuo.
Yep, Yasuo's gonna get banned out. I'm just really interested to see if Lucian will be left up anyway, because again, Turtle said he was really confident playing Zeri against it, so maybe they're not going to be worried about that whatsoever. I'm also interested on if Lorlo would actually play a roaming top laner even without the Yasuo, because like I said, he's been playing a lot of Rakan and Alistar top, you know, not just as like a Yasuo support thing, but as he just thinks it's really good. You know, actually just playing this roaming style is something that a lot of people aren't really ready for and aren't really comfortable playing against. That could be pretty interesting. Rosethorn, I think, has had some really good games. You know, the Jarvan and throughout the tournament has been looking really, really strong. So Jarvan gonna get banned away, makes sense. Leah, a little bit surprising to me, honestly, as a ban. We haven't been seeing that come out, but you know, maybe thinking that that's gonna be one of the go-tos for stun.
Yeah, it could just be, it's got to be one of those specialty bans. The Jarvan, obviously, you said it, Rosethorn was playing it very well yesterday. On top of that,
We played
Jarvan is
Starfield?
also
No, I'm not
currently
going
leading
to.
the
I
charge
watched your game,
in
thank
the
you.
Spear of Shojin Plague, that is overwhelming solo.
I've
queues.
actually
He's one of the
played
first
chess
champions
for
that people
fun.
were like, huh, this item is a ball of stats that he likes every stat on, and it lets him juggle people like the sideshow at the circus with his EQ combo
Okay,
cooldowns as the
I
game
think
goes
it's
on.
alright.
Rel banned away too, so getting rid of that big engage tool. The Zeri banned out. They will not allow Wild Turtle to pilot that.
going Lucian.
Yeah, the Lucian has made it through. So the Rumble is the first pick for Yasuo's team. I would not be
Dude,
surprised at all.
I'm starting to think Rumble is
I think
fucking
you
broken.
Totally lock it in, especially since you banned out the answer that Turtle wanted to go for against it, right? So definitely makes
Rumble
sense
is
locking
just
that in. Also could go towards like Milio or something along those lines if they want to have one of those really strong pairings. That's something that Yasuo's team was banning out against it. When they made that trade deal, they actually banned out a lot of Lucian pairings. So, you know, they banned out the Nami, they banned out the Milio, they banned out Braum, I think, even as well. So all that stuff is now available.
Yeah, Rumble
But
is
to go
looking
back to
kind of
Orianna, He's
disgusting.
been playing that quite a bit. This will be his 3rd time on it. We'll have to see, you know, where Yasuo's squad wants to go. The Rumble definitely can be played by Lorlo. Could
I win,
also be
right?
going mid towards Yasuo, so
Oh.
there is some flexibility there.
Yep,
Hey! Okay, how's the draft play?
Orianna and
Alright, that's
Syndra, if you
boring. We're
ask me,
going
like,
another
what are the
game.
2 most
He
quintessential
went Lucian.
lane
I love
champions in
Lucian.
the history of all of League of Legends? Those are the 2 that would come to mind.
Not LeBlanc? Interesting.
Yeah, it's because I just feel like there's been phases where LeBlanc is completely
They went to
invisible,
earlier? Oh,
and it's so
my
hard for me
bad.
to remember a time where Orianna and Syndra were totally irrelevant. Because even in metas where they weren't at the top of the ladder, they're always such a fallback pick for so many players. Like every mid laner knows how to play Orianna and Syndra. I feel like there's some mid laners
It's
who
true.
do not know.
You have to learn how to play Ori.
So
Yeah, that's true.
they seem so definitive of the role to me that I'm not surprised to see that be one of the things that Stunt would want to go to, being a role swapped player. But on the other side, we do have the Kai'Sa locked in for Wild Turtle. This champion has been absolutely running the pro play meta for a long time
Alright.
now. The Static Shiv AP build is just a terror to play against. And
I
we've
think
got
Sne-
Nocturne in
I wonder
there
what
too
Speaker's gonna
for
play
Rosethorn.
for jungle.
Yeah, Nocturne plus Rumble is actually really, really a terrifying duo because you can kind of just throw the Rumble all down on the target that Nocturne is going to be diving
What
in
is
on.
going
This
on
could be
here?
potentially, you know, Nocturne mid. There are some people that do play that, but very likely it's going to be Rosethorn's Nocturne played in the jungle. Played the Zins out earlier in the tournament, so now Speak is going to be bringing that out himself. So looking for a really aggressive early pick. The solo
Are they
lane
so out of sync? Is it
till
really?
last here for Sneaky's squad.
It
So
looks
I'm
fine.
expecting
I just
some
looked.
bans to be thrown towards
Sorry, what did you
excuse me,
just
the top
do?
lane and support will be left last. So expecting some bans potentially thrown towards balls. You know, maybe banning out some of his answers.
I'll fork
Though
myself.
he hasn't
Yep.
been having the best tournament, I would say. He's been kind of struggling a bit up in that top lane. He has liked to go towards things like the Aatrox. So we'll see if they're concerned about him at all, or if it's just going to be like Nami.
It's out of sync for us? That's weird.
Pairings, if they think that's a bigger deal.
I mean, I think Balls' presence on the team is one reason why it feels so good to lock in the Rumble first on the blue side for Team Yasuo. Not only
Oh,
are you getting a
Breezy's
really
okay.
powerful flex pick solo laner for yourselves, but you're denying Balls.
Oh, he's okay. He just went on a hibernation.
Feels really
Okay.
good.
You know what?
Nami's
That
one of
feels
the natural
alright.
bans. If you see Lucian drafted without her and it gets to the second half of the banning phase, you can just get rid of that. Get rid of that power pairing. The Braum also can be very effective at stopping
Thank God.
dives. when you
Yeah,
have
he
things
just slept it,
like
which is
the
good.
Kai'Sa and the Nocturne
Like, I
on the
was
dive
more
in, so
worried.
ban that away. Nautilus and Rakan banned out by Sneaky's Beakies, and it looks like we're gonna be getting the Renekton locked in for Balls to pilot in this game.
It's interesting where where Smoothie's gonna go now because it's like
Okay, yeah. No, like I am like I'm not at the point where like the tournament mattered more than like his well-being.
Really bad over on Sneaky Squad. Quinn
Yeah, he
be
pulled the
pretty hype
toes.
if Lorlo wants to go to it. He is a guy that I think actually might go towards that, and then you could just play Rumble mid. He does like a lot of those kind of top lane counters, but instead it's going to be Yone, so very likely that is going to be Yasuo's Yone. So he's going to be playing. You said you wanted him to play something kind of similar. I was looking at his solo queue account. He's played over the last couple seasons like Veigar and Yone. He's played quite a bit of those, so it is going to be the
All
Yone.
right.
Pretty similar.
I need to get
style
myself out of
that
this fork.
Yasuo, and they are gonna
ASAP,
be
guys.
likely
ASAP.
locking in this Leona, as that's kind of one of the remaining pairings that really does work well with that Kai'Sa. Obviously, Nautilus, Rakan, those are two of the biggest pairings, but those have been banned out. So it is going to be Leona, and now we have to find out, is it going to be something for lane? Is it going to be, kind of one of those pairings that's really strong with Lucian along the lines of the Melio, or do they feel like they just need hard engage? Because you could go like Alistar or something along those lines. It's just like a ball delivery system, and is something that could help to really kind of peel off the Yone, peel off the Nocturne. So I think that's a pretty good option. Janna is actually low-key, I think, really strong and has been for a long time, even though it's never played in pro. But Alistar does give them that engage, and I think makes a lot of sense actually in this draft.
Yeah, I like Alistar a lot here. The AoE knockup on the Pulverize. When you look at the enemy team,
Wait, I didn't.
flies in. Yone
No, I mean to
flies
do
in.
that.
Leona
I
flies in.
missed.
Kai'Sa
All right,
even,
no
like
one
the
saw this.
180
We're going
carry
through
in
the game.
that
Wow, the
also
draft is so
flies in.
good.
This entire team from Yasuo is just going to be.
I
diving
literally
after you
dropped my
guys.
mouse
So having
early.
defensive field tools,
Pod.
having some of these options to disengage or slow down that massive dog pile.
Oh, I
will be
like
critical. It
seeing
should be sneaky or
Leona.
stunned.
I don't know how good Leona
Yeah,
is right now.
absolutely. It's going to be big, and even for the engage, for the ability to actually start out some of these fights, Orianna plus Alistar is really, really strong as far as the engage goes. If you can actually flash in with the ball, get a big shockwave off that can be massive. But this should be a fun one. I do really like the team fight from Yasuo's comp, though. I think Nocturne, Rumble, Yone, with Leona there, and you have Kai'Sa to follow up, like it's super synergistic. There's a lot of dive. I think Orianna and Lucian are going to have a lot of trouble to actually play in this game and be able to get much done. So there's a lot of emphasis, I think, on how Spica and Balls do, because I think if Spica could get really fed, if he could have a really good early game, then you can punish the people for diving on your backline. But if he's not ahead, if the Renekton's not ahead, I think it's going to be tough because they're just going to full send it on Stun and Sneaky every single time.
I mean, when you're looking at these two junglers, both Xin Zhao and Nocturne are exceptional duelists, right? Like they're very good at scrapping with the other jungler. They're very good at
this
small
Rumble
fights.
pick looks
One of the
so
the biggest
obnoxious.
difference I'm seeing between
Like,
them
I would
is
hate to play
Nocturne
against
traditionally
Rumble.
always wants to power farm to 6, get access to the ulti, make big plays through that. Xin Zhao's much more effective at spamming those ganks early on and really affecting the lanes and getting his teammates rolling.
Yep, absolutely. Lorlo going to be going with the Ignite, so it is going to be Ignite Rumble with Comet up on the top side. They didn't go
Even
into a
mid
quick
lane
pause, but I
Rumble
can
has
see them
always been
resuming,
one of
so I
my
think
least
we're probably
favorite
gonna be
matches to
jumping
play.
right back into
It's
it,
so
hopefully.
annoying. Because you
And
beat
yep,
him
we are
with
gonna
like
be right back into it. So
raw
Lorlo playing
mages,
Ignite,
and I don't really like
with
playing
that
those.
Comet.
So
This
stuff like
is
Ori,
really, really strong
Syndra.
for the lane. But again, you are vulnerable when you're playing that Ignite if the enemy jungle does come top.
So
there's
Dice
only units
counters
that are
it,
for you, and You're just
really?
gonna mess up your wave, or you get chunked out and you have to base. Not having TP, it can be absolutely doomed after that because you can fall so far behind in experience. So
I like how
feel
there's a
both
triple leap
junglers
of
are
Tempo
probably
on
gonna
one
be thinking
side.
about playing pretty heavily around top lane. Especially pre-6. I think it's really important.
You know,
Of
I'm
course,
not
when
gonna
you get- try to
lie.
get up there
Last
to
time I
try to
saw
punish
Sneaky's
Lorlo,
Lucian,
a really good
he
game
got
set
put
up with that
in.
Renekton.
He could not
And if you
lane.
can put Lorlo down, like if he
In
starts
the sense
losing
that
a
like he
side
got
lane
chucked
and you're
out,
not playing DP,
and then
it's
he's got
pretty hard to
skill.
play.
Exactly.
So I
And I
want
like how you talk
Sneaky
about the
to
gank
like
setup, because
fucking
it does feel
1-0
really good.
2-0 his lane
Obviously,
just so I
one of
can see
Zinjao's things
Lucian.
is you have to get the
I want to
third
see
hit
how
on the
Lucian
three
plays in
Counter-Strike to
some of
land
these
your
more
hard
controlled
CC,
games.
But with Ruthless Predator from Renekton being able to just be that guaranteed stun for so long, it should be pretty easy to turn it into a 1-2 punch.
I
that keeps the
can't
guy locked
believe
up
the
for a
right thing to
solid
do is
2.5
Doran's
minutes.
ring
Yep,
top lane.
absolutely.
That is
And we'll see
crazy.
where they do want to start off. Rosethorn starting solo on blue. We have Spica starting over on Raptors. So a lot of options for where they want to clear. Biofrost and Turtle just playing in the brush. So I think they're hoping Smoothie will step out and they can just get a nice little trade on him potentially. Sneaky just going to be trying to land these Qs through the minions. Good sidestep though initially there for Turtle, as both these laners are fighting pretty heavily for the wave.
That was a
nice little trade.
crazy
They both
face
proc
check
Aftershock
right there.
just instantly on each
Oh,
other. So
it
the
worked.
trade actually very, very even so far.
Yeah, it's the one mark of like laning supremacy on a Lucian player that I always look for is how many of the piercing lights can you get at maximum range, specifically by aiming through minions, because the damage adds up so significantly and really opens up those much earlier windows for
Balls
you
and
to commit
getting
to the all-ins
fucking
that Lucian
rumble
has such power
gap.
burst with.
And you can see Biofrost. It looked like they were trying to contest for 2, but Biofrost got chunked. Turtle had to flash, so they fought for level 2, did not get it, and they get punished by that. I mean, it's kind of the meme, but the level 2 power
Turtle got
spike for
flat.
Lucian, right? Like,
yeah,
this is,
man. That's great. That's so
meme as
good.
old as time, man. But they get caught by it, and Turtle's gonna lose his flash, and Biofrost has.
Yeah,
seen
I've
all
never
his
seen
potions
Aftershock
already,
Alistair.
so
Usually
Sneaky's
people
really
would
in a
phase
great
rush or
spot thus
glacial.
far. They have had some really good early laning phases where sometimes they are punished, and when played against Aframu's team, they got this great level 1, and then they immediately died to a gank. So we'll see how aware they're gonna be. Obviously, Nocturne early ganks are not that strong, but if you're pushed up to the turret, it doesn't
Anything
matter.
works. Yeah,
exactly. Anything works. Biofrost is there to set you up, and then of course, you know, Rosor just needs to be that extra body.
Yeah, it's not that hard to really make the gank happen when the dude is all the way pushed to the very, very edge of the lane. But you can see both of the junglers did full clear.
I mean, it's
through their
probably
top
okay in
quadrants of
certain
the jungle.
matchups where
Now
you
in the
all in.
bottom side of the
I
map,
guess he was scared
Nocturne
of
outpacing the Xin Zhao a little
just
bit
losing the
because
all
the
in.
champion is so adept at clearing through these camps very quickly. So Speak is going to finally grab his second buff here as Rosethorn is just about done with 6 camps as Spica is starting his 6th. So an extra 1 camp lead means Rosethorn is going to have first move into this bot side river here. The one difficulty about that is because the bottom lane
Balls
is
is
so much
getting
control
rumbled,
over to
bro.
the other team, there's still
This
a little
does
bit
not
of risk
look like
in
a
going
fun
for this
matchup.
scuttle
This
grab.
looks like the
He's already
opposite of
started
a
up.
fun
He can burst
matchup.
it down fast enough to secure it with the smite before Spica arrives. Spica is starting this fight off already at only 2/3 HP, so Rosethorn goes in, but Smoothie's first over to the play.
way.
Headbutt pulverize means Rosethorn's down to 200 HP. He flashes over the
No
wall, but it's first blood back
way.
to Sneaky's Beakies.
No
falls back into the
way.
ground.
Wait.
His soul will not be able to reset, and now Wild Turtle's
Sneaky.
about to drop
I wanted
2.
2 kills,
It is a
baby.
massive
Oh,
trade. It
Sneaky,
is a
you bit.
massive victory for Sneaky's Beakies here in the bottom lane scrap.
Yeah, Sneaky and Smoothie had the winning 2v2 on bot side. They had push, so they were able to make the roam faster, even though Yasuo made that roam himself. Stunt got down there. There's no flash on Turtle, so he's an easy chase down kill at the end of the day. That is a
Dude, I feel
massive
so
pickup
bad for
them.
Balls.
3
'Cause I don't know how
kills.
much League he's
And
been
really,
playing,
the
but he's
kills went
playing
right
against
where
like
they want
1,000
them. One
LP
on
Challenger
Ori, one on
players.
Xin, one on
Bro, when I
Lucian.
played against
First move
1,000
here
LP
from
Challenger
Smoothie
players,
and
I was
Sneaky making
50
all the
CS
difference.
down.
Spica's gonna lose this
Like,
1v1,
it is
but
not,
doesn't
top
matter
play
because
is
Smoothie
just
there,
brutal if you're
flashes in,
fucking
lands
not
the ignite down
as
on him,
good.
and Sneaky able to get the auto over the wall to finish him off, pick up that first blood. But we're right back to live, and Balls is in trouble.
Yeah, Ball's burning away with the ignite there. Flashes away from the Electro Harpoon. I believe if that connects, it is enough to kill him. Duskbringer over the wall, trying to snipe him out too. Ball's barely staying alive here, but it looks like they do want to continue the dive. They recognize just how low this guy is. They'll have to make sure they don't goof up the tower aggro. Looks fine to me. Rosethorn's going to set that one up for Lorlo to knock it down and grab these guys their second kill of the game. Try to keep things nice and close. Spica wants to get involved. Wind becomes lightning. Only hits
that
the
almost
minion, so he
tippered
doesn't
right
have the
there.
range or the extra burst to finish off Rosethorn. Lorlo's got him protected and just shoves that wave up.
Yeah, I think even if it did hit him, if you go in, you're probably going to die for it. So I don't even know if it's worth doing that 1-for-1, and then you would lose the
I
wave.
feel like-
So at the very least, Spica is there to
It's
actually
okay.
pick up that wave.
It's not
Lorlo,
about playing
though,
safe.
now
You
in a
cannot
great
play
spot,
safe as
almost double the farm
as this
getting hit
matchup.
pretty
It's
hard
like
here.
you just
Yeah,
you
Wild
just
Turtle, though,
get
also at
pushed
about
in and
half
you get
HP.
burned to death.
Biofrost tries to continue the trade. Both of these supports are so good at CC and just being a pain in the butt for an ally to be able to do some damage. They can do a pretty good job disengaging one another's carries. Wild Turtle and Biofrost having a pretty decent wave advantage here, just trying to get that shoved up. But the procs on the Relic Shield are enough for Smoothie to be able to get rid of that
Yeah,
cannon
that
and be able
was
to make it so
disgusting,
Sneaky
man.
can clear out the wave. Still about almost 2 waves CS lead for Sneaky in the bottom
All
lane
right,
after
Balls
that
by
initial
the
fight went their way.
pull on his
Yep,
death.
absolutely. I mean, he got red buff and first blood, so obviously in a really good spot. Has a great first buy, rushing towards
Okay.
the Essence Reaver. And you called it out, you know, Relic Shield, but also has mini dematerializer, so was able to use that on the cannon.
Is that
to be able to
right?
actually get that proc very, very quick. So they hold the wave, they're pushing it in, and they're trying to make it so that Wild Turtle.
Are
can't get
you
a good
going
base,
to
basically.
have
You know, I think Turtle wanted the
more
hard shove, they wanted
gold
to
than if
reset.
you
Sneaky,
went?
though, good dash.
Yup, Sneaky trying to get out of here. Smoothie falling
Okay,
back
no
with him. It's
magic
Rosethorn
mantle?
making his way into the bottom lane. Summoner spell still available for Sneaky. He's going to pop the early flash to make sure that he gets out. He immediately
I feel like the close, yeah, it's a
recognizes, hey,
bow
I'm
strategy.
going to need to do this. I might as well do it early and save HP. Yasuo could be in some danger here. Has to snap back to the Soul Unbound. His team rotates over in time to protect him. Stunt and Spica were hoping they could camp out around where that soul would force him to retreat to, then immediately try to snap and burst him. You can see that Stunt does still have that shockwave cooldown available, but his team moving over in time means that Yasuo
Yeah, I think if you had a null here, you would get more gold than the 300
around it.
that
The slight
you.
gold lead for Sneaky's
Just
squad,
to be able
but
to
the top lane is
lane.
going to be a problem. Lorlo has been playing really well in this tournament, and again, very far ahead here. He's up 20-something CS. Obviously, there's a lot more there to farm for balls, so we'll see how close balls can make this at the end of the day.
David
but
messaged me,
you're
and
gonna get
Sandy
harassed
messaged me
for
after the
every
event, and he
minion
says,
here. When
you
Ignite
deserve
comes
the
back
gauntlet.
up,
I'll
if you
give
get
it
low,
to you. And I'm
it's-
like,
it's gonna be
fuck
brutal.
off.
Lorlo obviously worried about a gank potentially, so it does give Balls some time to actually, step up and farm this wave out without getting harassed down too much. But Balls has no TP, and Ignite is going to be back up here soon for Lorlo. Plus he has Equalizer, so he's got to be really, really respectful. And now he's just going to take the L and base, because he knows he could get dope potentially.
Yeah, it's so tough to deal with Rumble like this, dude. Every time this champion is in the meta, it's because his kit allows him to be such a lane bully, right? Like the damage that he can output if he knows how to properly manage his heat, position his flame spitters, and Balls is struggling against it right now. This Rumble absolutely smashing the Renekton matchup. This is something we saw earlier in LCS this year too. Renekton was getting really popular, and then all of a sudden Rumble just shows up and it's like, no, I'm gonna solo kill this dude. This guy's like not really that big of a problem. So Balls is going to continue to struggle, I think, for quite a while, probably all the way through
I
the
think
lane
it's
phase
good.
in this game. Gonna just try
It's
to have
really
to
good that
interfere with
Lorlo's
the team
winning
fights, make something
because
happen that
the
way
way that
instead.
bot lane loss
Roseborn
was
has
so
started off the
bad
Rift Herald. He's
that
going
like
after that one
if
himself.
all the
Speaker
map
level
was waiting for
6 in the
Sneaky,
Zinc
I'd be
but
feel
nowhere
really
nearby to be
worried.
able to try to contest
But it
this
looks
one,
like a
so it's
pretty
just
good
another free
game.
objective.
One
All the way to
side,
Team
one half
Yasuo,
wins,
and
the other
despite
half
the fact
wins,
that
no
Sneaky
problem.
Pinkies did get themselves that early win in that skirmish bottom lane, that 3-for-1. The gold lead has now gone back to pretty much equal, and there's that Rift Herald waiting to be fired off in the inventory of Team Yasuo's jungler, so really close game.
Yep, it's really just kind of top tip versus bot, right? It's both of them have a similar CS lead over each other, so that really is where it's evening out. And Turtle, obviously, he has lethal tempo, so we are expecting it to be AD Kaisa. They're just going to do solo AP, very likely for the Rumble, so you can stack flat pen. And, generally, if you're laning against Rumble, you want to build some MR and be able to kind of survive against it. But if you go Hex Drinker, or if you go too heavy into MR, you're just going to get destroyed by the rest of the
Casters
team.
allows you, wait, really? I want to go down a little
Assuming
bit.
Turtle does go what I'm expecting as just kind of like an AD on hit build.
Sorry, I don't want them to be that
We have, Rosethorn both playing AD heavy champs, so Renekton can't afford to rush, a Hex Drinker or something along those lines. So it does make that laning phase that much more difficult.
Well, we still have our first dragon of the game alive at 9.5 minutes in. It's another one of those stories where PvP has just been more of the story, even though it's not been as bloody of a game as some of the other ones. Finally, Spica and Smoothie are going to start this one up, placing the control board down in the pixel brush just to make sure they're aware if their opponents try to approach at all. You can see Mo still trying to contest the mid wave against Stunt. There is the ward in the backside of the Drake pit. It's going to see that these guys have started it up. But is there a play to be made for Team Yasuo? It looks like Rosethorn's going in for Sneaky on the bottom side instead. Sneaky trying to get away here, popping the cleanse to get back underneath the tier 1 turret, but he will not get away in time. Rosethorn gets the kill.
Damn, he thought he was safe because he was doing dragon bot side. But then he got fucking.
Yasuo seeing if there's anything else they might be able to do here, but they're just going to be able to disengage instead. Team Sneaky wanted to try to pile on and get a revenge kill to avenge their team captain.
Why do you think they left Lucian and then we guys first banned it? Oh, because Turtle's an LCS player, so he could deal with Lucian. But I'm a player who plays AP bots, and AP bots are really weak levels like 1 through 5 usually. So like Lucian's like a really dangerous pick to leave up. Like Lucian is strongest in lane, and like even in Dirk buy is really scary.
With that fear. And yeah, there was a cleanse.
Like I would ban Lucian 100% of the time, because like I don't have an ego. I know Sneaky's a better AD than me, and it matches up really well into me.
Like if he waited until the fear tethered, then cleansed, then ultied, I don't know if he would have had enough of the ult to really make it.
I can barely hear the cat. Okay, well hold up. What if I do like 6%?
It was it's one of those tough situations, man. He tried to get out of it. It was really close, but unfortunately
5%.
not quite enough to get it across the finish line. Nocturne with the Stride Breaker fully completed. Sometimes I see Nocturnes go for early lethality items over this, but I honestly just love the Stride Breaker rush so much. It enables the fear so heavily. The item just feels perfectly synergistic with the champion. So Rosethorn is now incredibly
And
deadly
it sucks because Lucian doesn't get picked because of this reason. If you fall behind with Lucian, oh my god.
He's pulling back.
Yeah, they got to be careful though. Mo's going to reset his position there with the Soul Unbound. Smoothie's
Wait.
here in the front line, but he's tanking everything up with the Alistar ulti. Now Yasuo trying to get away, but he's
Oh
immediately
my
killed. He
god.
cannot escape in time.
Mo,
And
you
Sneaky B keeps turning
griefer.
around. Now Sneaky dashing over the wall.
Oh
trying to keep
my
this chase
god,
alive.
Sneaky.
Smoothie's ready to follow
It just
up,
gets
and
the
Cullen
fight,
comes
the
down with a
fucking
double
fight of his
kill
life
for
here.
Sneaky.
After he
Nicely
just got put
done.
out of the
Ballsy
game.
TP down towards
Oh
bot.
my
He arrived
god.
with about 0 health.
Yeah, I was
Lorlo
like,
spent
what is
both his
going
summoners
on?
and his ulti. He must have saw the TP and ulted him and flashed on him to try to get that kill. Sneaky though, gonna be fighting here against Turtle.
Yeah, Turtle biting off more than he can chew. He was not ready for the damage of Sneaky's Lucian. And now Biofrost is just left to the Wolves. Another
Damn,
double
Speaker
kill
gave
for
that to
Sneaky.
Sneaky.
The double-double
I
over
think
the course of the
that's
extended
that's
play puts the captain
wow.
at 5-1 and 2.
Yeah, he's crushing it, and I'm not really sure what Bao and
Oh,
were thinking. They were trying to
no.
actually pick off Smoothie. It looked like
I
it
guess
was
about
pretty
yeah,
low,
that's
but
impossible to kill.
Sneaky is fed. You cannot ignore him. You cannot actually go for the support when Smoothie has Sneaky right behind him. So Sneaky just steps forward and just kills off Turtle. Gets another freebie. Like that wasn't even really close to working.
Sneaky
So
got the
we're gonna see this one
freest
more
kills
time.
of
This is
all
likely before
time.
that TP to come out. The ball's backing off. Looking for that TP. And when does he use it? Oh, okay. We're gonna go back to live.
Yep, we don't have time because Balls is once again in danger. Rosethorn looking for the gank up in the top side here. Just going to continue tanking up the turret aggro to make sure his teammates can secure the kill with no
What can you
difficulty.
do, man?
Put him in the dirt again.
If your
The
name
Red
is Balls, you're getting fucking owned.
focus for their opponents.
Yep, gonna be just constantly.
With people doesn't have
going
many
up towards that
answers,
top
that's
lane,
not
looking
true.
to punish him.
Well, they have great
When Norlo starts
answers.
joining
Their
these fights,
answers
it's
are
gonna
all
be- it's
5
gonna
of
be
their
really difficult to
champions
deal
and
with him.
Lucian's short
It
range.
is obviously Kraken for Turtle, so he's not
It's
going
it's
ship, he's not
more
going
like
AP as AD as I
Lucian
expected, so
is
there's
just
gonna be likely
only good if
no
you're ahead.
MR on this
And
side.
like
We're gonna
yeah,
take a moment
Sneaky
here
got
to
the
listen
fucking
in to Yasuo's team.
he got the fucking solo queue lead, and he plays with this every day. He plays Lucian every day.
They're looking.
Let's flash.
My flash. I get full top tower here. Should so probably
close.
just pry lane. I don't think they can dive, but they can go mid afterwards.
Dude, so I'm thinking,
Maybe
I'm thinking in this situation, yeah, Balls just says top gap when he wins this game
I'll just act like I'm basically no flash.
and just giga tilting.
Back his ult. We kill him.
His ulti, no flash. Okay.
Yeah. He has ult, but no flash. Probably his ult. I think we get it.
Zinzao's probably mid. Here.
Yeah, looking.
All right. Honestly, the comms were
Wait,
pretty
you just
calm and
killed the
collected
tower?
there with them as Balls again the target up here in the top lane. He's luckily still got just a sliver of HP on this tier 1 turret to try to get away to, but the thing's gonna die to a single auto attack. Lorlo and Yasuo recognizing this. Balls, you just have to leave. There's no way he can try to survive on this one. Has to fully retreat there, and with that first turret going the way of
Sun needs to get
Yasuo,
tower
they are
damage
once
here, or
again in the gold lead
rotate
despite
bot
the
with
kill deaths.
Yep, just
with
slightly in that gold lead.
whatever
Honestly,
here.
Good job from Balls. He didn't even have to use his ulti, and he gets 2 ults out from Yasuo's squad.
But-
Both Yone and
oh, I
Lorlo
like the
play
rotate.
ult
I
to
like
get
the
much of
rotate.
anything. Yeah, they
This
got
was
the
a
tower, but the
clean
tower's
ass
always gonna
rotate.
die. Speaker though on that bottom side, he's going to be looking for this invade. His stunt is coming down. They know that Yone has no ult. They know that he was on that top side, so they're going to be able to push out.
Ulti,
Rosethorn. He's in
ulti it.
trouble.
Nice.
Yep, they had to use the flash there for the Nocturne because of the shockwave, guaranteeing a death if it catches him. Rosethorn's now going to be
Those
shoved
are
out of
the
his
1-5.
own
I mean, I can say the
Red
same about
secured by his
Sneaky.
opponent.
Like
Sneaky
both
more
the
than
teams
happy
have
with the
good
outcome of
win
that one.
cons
And with the bottom
and
lane,
interesting
tier 1
ways
turret now
of
knocked down with the enemy
playing
jungler
around the
forced to
weak
flash
weak
and also
positions or
to
weak
recall
players,
to heal
which is
up since
great.
he was taken so
Games
low.
like these are
It's a
fun.
free Drake for
There's
Sneaky
a
B,
decent
keeping them
amount of
both to a
kills,
2-0 lead in
and
those neutral objectives.
it's definitely very interesting.
So a little bit unlucky,
Also,
but still
dude,
could be working
Speaker
towards
is.
what would be our first soul. I don't know. I don't think we've had a soul
I
yet.
think he's
in this
farming
tournament,
really
have we?
well.
I don't. Well, no,
think
we
so.
might have had
I
one.
think the
actually
biggest
think we did have
thing
one in the
you want to
50-minute
look at this
crazy
game is
Game
gonna
two
be
yesterday, I
stunt.
think we got the soul because
I
even made a
think
joke out of saying it won't be
Stunt may
limited
not
edition, and then, oh, look, here we are.
see everything necessary
think we might
because
have
he's playing
got
off roll mid.
that,
But if he
but
lands a
any of
good
the other games, I
shockwave
do not
here,
believe so. No,
It's
it's
not
been
been
an
like
objective-focused
just
gaming.
he has the
It's not
team to
been a
set
very
up his
dragon
shockwave
important
pretty well.
tournament.
Like
Everybody's
and
much more
Stunt
concerned
is
about removing the
really
enemy players
strong,
from their
actually,
screens.
like
As
shockingly
Team
strong
Yasuo
right
grabbed their
now.
second herald of the game, so they've had both heralds. Their opponents controlling both drakes, so the neutral objective split across the rift.
Sneaky already has quick blades done, tier 2 boots, and the essence reaver, so he's really strong right now. And this is
Oh
I think,
my
really a
God,
fun build to
Sneaky's
watch
items,
because you can
man.
get, you know, such
Bro,
low
you just
cooldown,
run on
kinda
them.
gliding around.
Guy
You
has
can really
full
tell how good
Navori
people's mechanics
essence
are when they play
at
this style of
16
Lucian
minutes.
build,
CDR
where
boots,
you have super, super
bro.
high CDR. These kind of cast
This,
Lucian
if
builds
he
are super fun to
touches you
watch
in mid
when people are
lane,
just
you're
perfectly
dead.
reading in the passive autos as well as the spells. You can get a lot done if you can really kind of push it to the maximum.
Yeah, you've got to have the StarCraft APM, right? Like the guy who's just he's playing the keyboard like a Mozart concerto or something. Like I actually do not know how people have the APM to do it. But
Not bad, not bad, not bad, not bad.
The lights turn
Sneaky
off.
didn't.
Like,
Oh,
TP's
great
gonna be
initiation.
dumped into Lorlo, and he's got to
Watch
try to
stun, watch
retreat.
stun, watch
Also
watch
down
stun,
below,
watch
half
stun.
HP. Mo tries to turn it around with a fate seal.
Oh my God, Mo, you demon!
Turns it on its head and suplexes the sneaky beaky straight back into the ground. It's
Oh my God, Mo, you fucking did it.
that one. It was a sure thing.
Oh my God, that turnaround engage from Yasuo was sick. Finds the angle to knock out multiple members, then Biofrost has the ulti there to follow. 5 for 0 out of nowhere, and they're gonna get 2 towers off this. Plus they're taking
Oh
topside
my
jungle.
God, they have
wave
everything.
They are getting
They have the waves. They got the 2 towers. They got a fucking full ace for 0. They got like a fucking 5k, 4k lead.
Biofrost was
Holy
so incredibly low.
fuck.
Lorlo was so incredibly low. It looked like there was no way to make it happen, but Soul Unbound into the Fate Sealed. He brings everybody together, and then the whole team piles in. Back during draft, I said this whole team just wants to dogpile you, and they were barking on
Right here.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I thought this was going to be a sneaky team win for sure.
Stunt's positioning was so
That's a
bad.
Nocturne ulti used for nothing.
Because he was scared that he was getting the. Oh my
He Qs to one side,
God.
groups up 3 members.
Crazy
with the
fucking
there,
sequence.
knocking him down. Turtle instant ult in. The Leona ult came down immediately as well from Bio. They all just got clumped up and just completely blasted, but that was Yasuo setting it up. He's on the Yone, but he is looking clean. Oh, they know Balls is there.
Yeah, you can look at the chart too. It was him topping the DPS meters, as now they want to go for the dive. Yasuo into the back line, but without the follow-up this time, he has to immediately reset his position. Back with the Soul Unbound. They know they can't keep that dive going. Balls.
Yeah, so then you get to use ulti. It sucks. The Nocturne ulti feels like it affected stun more than anyone else. That's the biggest thing about Nocturne ulti. Like, it makes you scared. Like, you're fucking terrified.
Yeah, this
But like,
like it was really in the control
Nocturne
of
can't
Sneaky's squad
solo
for a long
Ori.
time, but
This
you know,
inherently
Sneaky now
based on
doesn't
Ori's
really have a
kit.
lead
So if there's no
anymore.
one else
Things are
nearby,
starting to
Ori
look
needs to
very,
walk
very
up.
good for Yasuo's
Like,
team.
as long as she's playing away from her
on
other
top lane,
carry,
Lorlo
that's her
already had a
best
massive advantage,
position.
but now Rose
I'll
got
go
a
Chow.
couple
Thanks for
kills,
sub. Welcome to the
Yasuo got a
stream.
couple kills. Wild Turtle is pretty much
But like,
top
if
right back up. So
if
that's gonna
Stunt
be
was
lot
in a
harder
good
now,
position
and
to
really the
follow
only
up or
edge that
get a
Sneaky
different
squad
position than
has is
Sneaky,
those
it
objectives,
would have been
those
possible
couple
to
dragons
turn the
that they've gotten,
initiation
so
as
we'll see if
well.
they can continue
Mo just hit
playing
like a
towards
nasty
that,
ulti
but
though.
it's gonna be scary going out on those dragons if they don't have full vision control, because Lorlo and Rosethorn are gonna be a terror. When Sneaky has no flash, like, you get double ulted by Nocturne and then an equalizer on your head, Sneaky's probably just gonna die.
Yeah, and the more Team Yasuo can make their opponents have to react to them, the more they can force them to play their game, go into these 5v5s where they can just make these huge dive plays together, the more difficult it's going to be for Sneaky and Stunt to stay alive. Isaac, I don't watch a lot of anime, but one of the anime songs that I do know is from South Park, and it's called Protect My Balls. And that's honestly what Sneaky's team's strategy has been forced to be for the past 5 minutes, because everybody on Yasuo's Wild Turtles is just focusing on balls. They are trying to bully this dude and keep him completely out of the game. And as they
What
more
a
effectively force
series
him
of.
to answer the plays that they're
Oh
making,
no.
Yasuo's Wild
They
Turtles are
lost
running away with
Baron.
it, now starting up the Baron.
Yeah, they have not been able to protect their balls, and that is a painful endeavor. As it's going to be the Baron going the way of Team Yasuo here, man. They take it uncontested. They just drop the Nocturne ult to cover themselves, and now the gold lead even bigger. They can use this Baron buff.
It's
to help them
fucked.
grab the
It's
dragon
fucked.
as
It's
well.
fucked. It's fucked, guys. It's
Oriana's up
fucked.
towards that top side. Balls maybe going to look for a fight.
Oh.
All right, we got Balls diving in here. They're immediately trying to burst down Lorlo, but he has enough time to pop the stopwatch and keep himself alive. The Renekton wants
Wait,
to
Lorlo's
disengage,
dead.
but Sneaky's
Wait,
just
sick
not
ulti.
able.
Sick
Stunned
ulti.
with a massive three-man shockwave,
Oh,
but
sick
Mo's ready to
Mo
turn it
ulti.
around with the fate seal
Who-
yet
wait,
again.
who's winning this?
They do it for the second time. Mo will show exactly how these fights are gonna go. The man
Yeah, Mo
immediately
is so strong,
demands that
man.
he will not lose the team fight.
Nice-
and the
nice
fate
turn, nice
seal
turn from
turns it
Mo.
on its head yet again.
Again, yeah, I thought it was going to be Sneaky's team winning that fight. It was a big shockwave from Stun. You know, they had already killed off Lorlo, But these initial cooldowns get used, and I think Sneaky's team gets really confident. They push forward, they start to group up a little bit as they're trying to chase down these low health members on Yasuo's team, and it just puts them right into the perfect spot for Yasuo to turn around and crush them on these ultis. Again, Ball's pretty good spot, you know, able to actually find Lorlo to get the stun down, and they're able to burst him out here.
Damn,
very,
this stopwatch is just
quickly.
OP,
But Yasuo
man.
arrives, and it's this moment right here
Sick
after the
ulti.
shockwave. He still has the ulti. They step forward to try to actually follow up on that, but Sneaky gets caught. 3 members get caught by that, and as soon as Sneaky is down, Balls is so far behind, he's not a real threat. So it pretty much is just all up to stun, and he doesn't have enough damage to finish him off. Couple blinking health bars there on the squad, but at the end of the day, it's 5 for 1, or excuse me, 4 for 1, as another massive fight from Yasuo comes through.
And both times now also, you can watch Wild Turtle in these fights. He's making sure he's not under any threat until Mo presses R. As soon as he sees that Yone ulti, he immediately flies in with a killer instinct right on top
Am I
of it.
still in this?
drops
Yeah,
the
what?
AKB
I'm the
and range
caster.
spread among all those targets for the
I'm the
massive burst.
co-streamer. In
And
fact,
because he's going
I'm
for the
in this
AV
the most.
Kaisa
I'm
build,
like Tarek.
now he's in
You know
range
Tarek?
on 3 dudes who have just
For
been
Valorant, yeah, you know
AOE CC'd, and
Tarek.
he's free
Could you
firing.
name
The
the
synergy between these
substitute
two is
players
making it work.
for Sentinels?
Absolutely.
Hell
I mean,
no.
he's gonna
But you
have
know
that
who their
vault too,
streamer is.
obviously, as well with this style of build, which makes the Acacia Rain do so much damage. So Turtle playing it really well, but it's been Yasuo who's really been the star in these last 2 team fights and completely turned things around in this game. From what was looking like it was going to be a very competitive or slightly favored towards
It's
the
Zelsis.
team. Now it's a
I don't even know who the
7K
guy
gold
is.
lead
You
here
just
at
made up a
22
name.
minutes, and they're looking for a dive.
Oh my. Oh my god. Alright. I'm starting to think. I'm starting to think
Sneaky and Speaka barely getting away. The 5-man push with Baron continues.
these Young ults are not legal. These are the most illegal ultis. That combo was
Yasuo
nuts.
is just going crazy on the Yone. This is even better than his Yasuo game.
Yeah, dude, it turns
Time to
out
rename.
when one champion and the other champion are brothers and you named yourself after the first brother, the second brother's just another. You're doing fine. And this one is looking like
Those
it's
are
just
good. That
about
was
wrapped
good,
up.
actually.
Speaka and Smoothie trying to defend that first Nexus turret. It's going down slow, but
Listen,
it's going down
that
nonetheless.
fucking bar
It's
right
just about
there.
to expire here as Rosethorn with the spell shield to make sure he doesn't become marked by Wind Becomes Lightning to allow the Xin Zhao an opportunity to jump in and follow here with a chase. 10,000 gold lead, 23 minutes into the game. Second inhibitor turret falls there in mid lane.
Dude,
That's
you like
good
how
too,
Sneaky has
because now it
got to
also
play
means that if they
zero
just
of
wanna
these
try to
team
force a team
fights?
fight in the enemy
I
base,
love playing
they should
short
do it
range
open
ADs
ground
into
away from a structure.
like full AO like
It's gonna be so
CC
hard
AOE.
from this position for Sneaky's team. That dive was just so nice, man. They just hard force on the tier 2. Nocturne ulti comes down, the lights get turned out, Lorlo drops the ulti, Yasuo comes over. Everyone really coordinating really well on this squad. And
Dude,
this comp is just
AD's
looking
fucking
nasty.
great.
There was 4 members here. It's not like they were really under defending by any means. Balls wasn't there just yet, but he was already making the rotation, starting it off with the Leona ult, and then over the wall
Boom.
goes Yasuo. He also flashed for that, by the way. So he flashed over the wall, hits the ulti on 4. The Leona ulti is there.
Damn,
Everyone
clean.
just gets shredded. And despite the fact
You
that
know
he's
who
on his
did
lane
his
some
job
pretty
that
good
fight?
shockwaves, it just
Balls.
has not amounted to
Balls
anything.
chunked
As his
Kaisa
team
on the
has already
go-in,
lost the fight, it feels like every
but it
single
doesn't
time.
matter. Like
It's
Balls got
tough,
Kaisa
dude.
like
This
half
gold
life
lead is
and
such
stuns.
a
She couldn't
mountain
follow
right
up, but
now.
like
There's gonna need
yeah,
to be
his
some
team
kind
got
of
hit with a
mistake or
4-man
a
fucking Yone ult.
execution from the Sneaky Beakies to be able to win this one. I'm talking about mistakes.
Oh
Okay, there we go.
my
Giveth and
God.
will take it. He
Where
chose to
did he
for the hero
go?
move, but this time he goes straight to the 0 move. Ball's ready to engage now with a slice. Speaker's there with a follow-up, but a nice counter engage coming out with solar
Wait, it's
flare.
actually okay. It's
Lolo
actually okay.
burns down the
Let me see the
clock.
ulti. Let me see the
He'll have to
ulti.
flash away to keep himself alive. Wild Turtle with some DPS over the wall. The Runeance Hurricane giving him the AoE he needs. He flashes forward for the
Hold yourself,
Acadian
hold yourself.
Rain, but instead
Nice,
he's
nice.
just gonna end up getting killed. It's a massive throw. It's a Hail
Wait,
Mary from the
what's Baron
1-yard
time?
line. That is
What is the time
exactly
for
what the
Baron?
Sneaky
Oh,
Beakies
it's they
needed to
can't do
stay
it.
in the game.
Absolutely. I mean,
Fuck.
everyone even at the end, they're flashing in to try to finish off Sneaky. Rosethorn flashes in. Turtle flashes in.
I
Lolo
respect the
flashes. They
Turtle
all
flash
try to
there.
go, for
He's
this
famous for
play
making
to
shit
try to
like
turn
that,
around
and
get
like
that kill onto Sneaky, but they're
there's
not able
some
to do it.
situations
He
where hell that shit just
survives
works.
The pick on Yasuo making all the difference. Now, the question
Oh
is, can they
wow,
actually get
Sneaky
anything
is
off
going
this? You know, are the
fourth
death timers low enough that
item.
they can get a dragon.
Is
or
this
get a bear or
fourth
do
item
something.
collector?
Unfortunately for them, it's not.
Holy
synced up,
fuck, this
but they
guy's
know
a
they need more. They're
madman.
just so far
No
behind.
BT.
I mean, Yasuo is gonna make something happen. He's
No
gonna make some
problem.
plays happen, whether
Holy
they're good or bad. He's
shit.
doing something, man.
Lucian, what's the fucking
I mean,
game?
he's going in. Let's get that right.
All right,
man.
watch this,
He's
watch
been
this.
Doing some crazy engages, and back in live, we can see that they are on the Baron right now. I think this is a good call from Sneaky's Beakies. They need to try
Look
to
how
get this Baron.
close
Let's
this
go
is.
back to live
Oh
here
my
and see if they're
God.
able to secure it.
Rosethorn wants in, but the objective bounty has already been claimed. Can they get everybody out in time? It looks like they're going to lose at least one as the Void Seeker flies over the top. Spica did not have a flash. There was no way for him to escape.
Or
that. He
Edge,
knows he has to
yeah.
need a sacrifice. If they can
Oh,
get
it might be
away
Edge.
with
You're right.
trading their
Sorry,
jungler for the Baron only, that's a
Is that a
worthwhile
good
trade.
pick?
As long as they
But
can
if
defend the
Yasuo's
Nexus.
team can move in and bulldoze objectives, or even
I
try
guess
hard
Edge is
force on the
actually
Nexus,
okay
yeah,
because he
has one
keeps
turret
getting.
remaining defending
I don't
it.
know.
There
I
could
feel
be
like
big
it's
problems here.
I think they could just try to end the game potentially. We'll see.
it's
Sneaky's gonna try to
interesting.
push him back.
Oh my god, the
Softening up
damage.
a few
Wait,
of those members
the
quite a
damage is
lot
kind
here
of
as he's
good.
getting strong, but Yasuo's going over the wall.
Yep,
Thinks
immediately
better of it.
resets though. Yeah, I think he jumps over the wall. He immediately just sees
Collector
that
is
smoothie
like,
balls that could be
I'm
the
going
targets. Either
max
one of those is gonna
damage
win
and I'm
the fight
farming the
versus
shit
blowing
out
off,
of
so
you.
don't want to waste the cooldown. The stun is
Oh,
sneaky, not
that
there.
was so good.
Smoothie going in
Damn.
ahead. They're just trying to play so defensively here. Make sure
Oh, he
that
did
your
finish
opponents
Collector.
don't have
Hold.
the
This guy's
opportunity
build
to
is
end. Yasuo
fucking
had to use the face
crazy.
sealed defensively in his
Usually
own
by
right.
fourth
And
item, people
honestly,
go like
that is a huge hold from the side
I don't
of
know.
the
Like
Sneaky.
usually
Like, they
you
lost
fill
the
out your
tier 2 turret
lifesteal
top,
or your
yes,
defensive
but they hold
item,
the in-hid mid.
but he
Don't lose the tier
and
3
or
turret
like
top.
some sort of like
About as good as you could ask
hybrid
for given the
thing.
circumstances.
But holy
I mean, that
moly,
was a big
sneaky way
situation.
collector.
Yeah, they got the Baron, but
That is.
if one person gets picked there, if one person gets caught, the game's likely just over, right? Because they were already down 4v5 with just the one Nexus tower.
Okay, I
with their
respect it.
name,
He
so definitely a dicey moment.
his
Sun had a great
damage
shockwave
is
there to
so
set up
high.
for Smoothie to go in. That's what forced Yasuo back. But Yasuo now has the GA. Sun likely working towards his death cap, but I think he's still very far away.
He's
from
really
the
advocating
third
for it. I
item.
mean,
Might
that's
be a long
wrong.
time
That's just
coming,
wrong.
so a lot of
Because he had on
pressure
one of his
is on
buys
Sneaky.
was
I mean,
Dirk.
Balls is completely out of this game.
Dirk,
He's still just on
whatever.
one
He
item with people
definitely
at 3,
go.
so
You,
it's really
no
all
one
up
just
Sneaky.
builds
You know,
items
Stun
because
has
they
one,
can.
you know, 2.5
That's not a
items,
thing.
but he has the zone
For
res,
like
obviously
a
more kind of
completed
defensive
item, it's
style
like
build,
maybe you
so
build like a
it's gotta be
like
a
you're looking to
perfect
build
fight for
IE and you
Sneaky
can't
to
afford
make
a
it happen,
BF
and
sword,
that's
so
gonna
you
be
build
tough
the
when there's
the
so much dive,
pickaxe.
'cause when
That's
they
like a
know he's the
thing.
only threat,
But
they're
no
gonna
one's
throw
just like,
every
nah,
ulti at
I'm
him.
not buying Leandry's this game.
They've got
Instead,
this
I'm gonna go
Baron.
Everfrost
Throw Baron buff locked and loaded
on
from another
Ziggs because you know I can just
60
afford the
seconds, but
components better or
as
some
long as
shit
Team
like that.
Yasuo can just weather that storm. It's not like they're in any danger of losing their own base, right? You can see they still have
No,
a
it's
single
cool.
tier 2
I think
turret.
this build
Actually,
just
only
means you
2 of
have
the
to
tier
play your
1s have been
fights really
taken
well,
by Sneaky
and that's
solid this
okay.
entire game in 28 minutes, almost 29 minutes of gameplay. So Yasuo's Wild Turtles aren't under any imminent
They're gonna
threat
hard
of
engage here.
losing the game themselves. Lorlo's coming around the side for the flank. Balls is in the bottom lane. He has to use the TP to join up. Lorlo's stepping on top of a control ward. So the Sneaky Beakies know that they don't want to
Was
overextend
Decap
here,
and
so they're
Horizon
gonna play
focusing the
safe,
goal
use as much of
difference?
this Baron as they can.
Uh,
Regrouping now in the bottom side jungle. They want to force their opponents to play with limited information. They don't want to give them the united
maybe in really
dive.
late game scenarios,
Yasuo's
sure.
Wild Turtles are so good at executing on. Ball's going to crash this wave into the bottom lane tier 2 now.
Like I
They're gonna
could
use the
see a
very
world
last
where that
seconds of
might
this
happen,
Baron to
but
force
it's
it down. Only 10
so
left on the
rare,
clock now.
and it's
Just in
definitely
time to
not
bring
with
that turret
Sneaky
into
did.
ruins, bring the gold lead back down to 4K,
Because like you're
which
comparing
sounds
things that
pretty
are
big,
like
but you got to remember it was a
not even
10,000 gold
close.
game earlier, so things have made some progress. Let's see what they can keep doing here as the equalizer is
That's
summoned
good.
up. Solar flare there
Also
on
great.
Sneaky, who continues
Nice cleanse.
disengaging back to the safety of his own team.
Fucking
Very
amazing cleanse.
nicely
Look, Captain
done
Jack would
from
be
the
nice,
team
proud of
captain
that.
over here, making sure that he doesn't get caught out.
And that
I actually
was
don't even
Captain
think he
Jack,
should have
like, that was
cleansed.
Insta. That was so fast. You didn't even see the Leona all actually stun him up, basically. So,
Yeah,
nicely
it was
played
so
there by
fast, he
TD.
couldn't
They
bait
don't
the enemy
feel that they can
team.
Find the angle to get in, so they do push him back, but they get a tier 2. It's only 4.5k in the lead now. But yeah, again, the main
Oh,
problem to me
whoa,
is
whoa, actually,
no one
Sneaky
has
got
gold
stopwatch.
lead,
I
but
like
it's just
it.
the fact that
That's
Sneaky
great.
is the only one with
I
gold,
said
right?
stopwatch.
Like, he's
God,
the
there's so
only
many
member.
stopwatchers.
And when you have all all of these champions that are designed just hard dive, sure he has the stopwatch, but even if he stopwatches and he lives, as long as Siki isn't attacking, you're not dying because he's the only one that's really going to do anything. Like Spica's down a full item. Balls is down a full item. You know, mid lane's down a full item. So
the only good example of fishing Grease either
on
because
this
you have
spot, but we'll see
1700.
if they can make it happen. 2 minutes until the next dragon. 2 minutes until the next
Yeah,
dragon. So
but in
Sneaky Squad, I
terms
think,
of
is gonna be playing
Sneaky's
pretty defensively
positions, he
here
had
until that does
Dirk
happen, just trying to
pickaxe,
farm
which
up
only
these
builds
waves that are
until
crashing
2
in,
items
stunned as much
ever.
get towards top, but they
And
have
I
to
think
be
the
careful
gold
because
difference is
even if you have
very
TP, if the lights get
similar.
turned out, you can't
And you
actually
would
TP
never
back to your
build
team, and the game
build
could
that
be over
path
before you even
wanting to
arrive.
go one over the other.
Yeah,
You
they
would
have
just
to kinda
build it.
just
It's not
give
like a
up
choice.
the Drake, I would think, because of the fact that it's going to spawn around the same time as the Baron. It's just so risky to go after a Drake when it's a Chem soul to begin with, and also the count's tied at 2-2, so it's not like they earn the soul anyway. I think you just got to give that one away. Focus your efforts on trying to push Vision out up towards the Baron. You really don't want to have to suffer a Baron push from a team that's already got your base in such devastating conditions. Because you talked about it earlier. If you just lose one guy,
Sneaky's
have one
gold
fight that
is
forces too many people
fucking
back to
nuts.
the fountain at the same time, they can just rush Nexus.
Yep, absolutely can. I mean, there's only that one.
Let
Nexus
Turtle go
tower,
PD
so
instead
it's
of
not really a lot
LDR.
of
Well,
defense. You just need a minion there in a couple seconds, and that thing is gone.
you know, I
it's
don't know
gonna
how to
be
build
tough
Kaisa.
for
That
Sneaky's
build looks
squad,
okay to
but
me.
At the same time, you know, we saw how much gold they made back after getting one big fight. There's still both those top lane towers, right? If they win another big fight, if they get a Baron, you can clean those up, and all of a sudden the gold lead is going to be, you know, back to parity basically. Sun does not actually go for the death cap. I think he just wanted the faster 3-item spike, so he grabbed the Shadow Flame, has that completed now. You can see they're kind of hunting around, both teams, sussing each other out, trying to spot where they are. Balls is moving to the squad because he knows he's got to be ready for the fight.
That's bad. That's a terrible initiation. Whoa, 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 whoa. That's a terrible initiation.
Now the TP's looking to come in.
Sneaky's Beaky's got this.
Oh! Stunt grabs 3 of them together. That's enough to
Dude,
dissuade
you
their opponents.
imagine going with Speaker who has a fucking Sins Out ulti and stopwatch. There's no fucking way that's ever the right play. Maybe you could do it to like bait to go to someone else after, but you're committing Leon to knock your ult to it is like, oh,
I think they could maybe even start up an
no.
objective here because there's no flash on Lorlo, no ulti on Lorlo, Rosethorn, or Biofrost. So yes, Yasuo does have it, but as long as they're aware of that and they have
You need to
somebody
split.
marking him,
It's really
I think you just
hard.
force and you try to make them fight you right now without those massive team fight cooldowns. So
Because they
Sneaky team
want
is
the
gonna
team
risk
fight.
it. They're gonna go for it right now, and Yasuo's stacking up those Qs, so he can actually go over the wall. He stacked up his Q on the Raptors.
Yeah, Mo has the ulti. That's the big deal. Fate Seal
Oh
comes in and he
my
finds 3
God.
yet again, but now he has to reset his
Nice
position.
stopwatch,
The rest
nice
of the team
stopwatch.
can't give him the follow-up they need. They try to make the dive onto Sneaky. He barely survives getting back into the brush, but it's Rosethorn able to follow him in there and hunt him down.
Stopwatches
Now
are
Sun's
so
gonna be your next
lame,
target.
man.
They've lost Wild
So
Turtle, but
lame.
they're absolutely slamming the
So
fight.
lame.
For the 3rd time in a row, it's Mo. He finds the entry over the wall. He gets the engage on 3, and that should be the end of the game.
What a play from Yasuo, and what a game from him.
Do you win more VTuber Scarra?
Team
I
fights
solo
all
killed my bot lane, okay?
by that
And then we
Yone
duo
ultimate.
killed our bot
He
lane.
stacks up the
I'm
Q
just
on the
saying,
Raptors, goes over the
my
wall,
skincare
finds Sneaky
routine
again,
fucking
and
owned
even with that
today.
stopwatch, Sneaky cannot survive. Yasuo went crazy.
My
in
top
this
side
one,
died going
and his
03.
team is gonna be
I don't know
heading
what
to the
happened there,
finals.
guys. I was not watching.
Will do it even with the
Well played really well
Yasuo
this
getting
game.
banned away. He locks in the Yone instead. He makes the clutch outplay to turn around fights 3 separate times that earns his team their 2nd win over the
Retro
CBDs
games,
here in
yeah,
this
I
tournament,
give
and
him,
their
but
spot
I
in
give
our
him heat, but like
upcoming
it's
best of
whatever, man. I
3
don't care.
finals. That Wombo
Him being
combo
solo
comp
killed 2 of the
is
4
scary.
games is whatever. It happens if you're
absolutely,
playing
man.
top
And
lane.
they didn't even
I
have
played
the
top
full-
lane.
the
That
full
shit just
combo
fucking
right at the
sucks,
end.
man.
They were
I'm sure he
missing the
feels.
equalizer.
I'm sure he doesn't feel great about it. Like it's just something that is like it's whatever, you know. It very easily in some of these games I could have just been the one to get solo killed. Like I give him shit, but it's like for fun, you know. Yeah, now it's chess time. You guys know what time it is. I fucked up. It's fine. Did I fuck up? No, I didn't fuck up. Road to 300, dude. I feel like I played chess the worst possible way. What to? I'm down for this. Did we just play Overwatch 2? Oh, that doesn't sound good. Which way does he take here? It matters a lot. Is that the way I wanted or the way I did not want? Let me think. That's the way I did not want. Wait, is that the way I wanted? That's not the way I wanted. Wait, both ways are bad for me. What the fuck am I saying? It's fine. Yeah, Breezy did wake up. He just overslept. He like super deeply apologized for it. And like I'm not gonna fucking I was more worried that he was in trouble than anything else. Dude, what if I do this? That was a bad idea. I've tried to innovate too much. He's like forever. No, it's fine. I'm a winner. I've everything paid off. Fuck this guy, bro. Get the belt for free. Yeah, this guy can't get out. So I was trying to put him in a position where he's forced to play some stupid shit. And I could do some stupid shit as well. Not for this. He takes. I really give away two. I think that's not a good idea. He goes here. Castle walls. Yeah, where did they go? I mean, I'm not super worried. My pod structure is not possible. Oh, the time difference is kind of bad. I fucking did not. I'm pressured. This time is really bad. He takes. He does not take. Holy shit. It's saved. Thank God. Oh, it's fine. In the end, it's still fine. Black buttered 4 times, or did I own him? You ever think about that? I think it's about no, it's looking great. It's not looking great. Quickly, run, retreat. Wait, what the hell is the game starting? Oh shit, looks like I have to resign, guys. Wow, that's crazy.
The allegations.
Yeah, I mean, everybody on the team was doing well. They followed up good. They were able to make some moves. We saw in the post-game stats that, you know, even like Lorlo was at the top of the damage charts and whatnot. But when you look at like the clutch moments, the moments that actually decided the game, it was Mo's reversals in those
Yeah,
team
it
fights,
was.
finding not only multiple targets every time, but
Mhm.
sneaky every time.
Okay, wait, but actually now we gotta run it back. Who did a chess match be your toast? Bro, that's a boring question. You should instead ask who would win in a bare knuckle fisted fight. And that would be a hard one. Who would win in a proxy war in a Roman Coliseum? Honestly, maybe Toast. When are my games? Oh yeah, they're soon, right, guys? This is an interesting opener. I don't think I've ever seen this before. I think it was supposed to be some sort of. Oh, I see. Oh, that's where he was going. Wait, I could have just. I fucking stupid. Huh. Skip. Happens. He had juggle diffed on the fucking chest. What? Fine, I'm sure he's gonna take soon. He's looking for the juicy extra piece. He didn't miss it. He just wanted to do something else. Wait, Celine asked if I wanted to play with Danny, and I was like, oh shit, okay. I thought like play League. I thought, and then they're playing Overwatch now. What the heck? Yeah, Rook is still dead. Wait, why? How's he 50 seconds? It's fine. It is okay. So watch you guys again? Yeah, I think so. Let's kick it over here. This? He was at 1K. Dude, I started at 1100. And then after 20 hours of chess gameplay, I dropped 400 LP. I was 1200, 1300 when I was 12 years old. I feel like, sometimes you feel like time regression happens. I feel like I regressed in time somehow. I don't really know how. What the fuck, man? Where's my... Oh, he wants me to go... Interesting. Okay. Oh, he has an exit spot here. He has 5 seconds. Wait, I think I win. Like, what if I just do stupid moves? Let's see if he can do anything if I do this. Oh, wait, the +2 is actually really... It really worked against me here. Wait, don't worry, don't worry. I got it. Trust me, trust me, trust me. I literally can't lose this. It's actually impossible. Oh my god, actually... I feel like I just scammed this guy. That's not good. I'm dead. Okay, the 3+2 is actually pretty crazy. Okay, I've learned now. I've never done that before, but that was kind of funny. Fix this way. It was hard. I mean, the guy was just crazy, bro. What could I even do? Oh, I did not mean to do that. Whoopsies. Whoopsie daisy. He was crazy. No, he's just crazy with it, bro. What am I supposed to do? He's fucked. Oh, you know what? I'm still down. Huh? Could I just have taken this? Ah, I missed it. Wait, this guy's crazy. I've got to the elo where anything can happen. Excellent. This is the elo I thrive in. Do I even care? Did I actually do this? Oh, I can actually do this. What the? Oh. I do not want to do that. That does not look good. Huh. Let me think. 1, 2, 3. Actually, it's fine. I just don't move. Alright, fine. Alright, what if I invent a way to fucking checkmate this guy? Whatever, man. I've never done it with pawns before. What do this? Wait, okay, wait, hold on. I need this guy to forfeit real quick. I need to see this draft. I see a fizz and I'm so interested. I see a fizz, I'm so interested. You can play there? Wait, I feel like I griefed my pieces. Oh, I don't care about my elo.
Is
All
that
right,
Ignite
what's
combo,
going
just
on?
playing that really aggressive style in Biofrost. Oh, okay.
Yeah, Biofrost in some trouble here as they want to immediately jump on him there.
Damn,
Blue
he had to
and
use the
Insanity
pot there.
trying to keep the chase alive, but Biofrost can disengage in time. Luckily, doesn't have to spend any summoner spells on that one.
Yeah, but at the same time, it's so late that he can't base. So he's down a potion, and even using that potion at level 1, he's still going to be missing a couple hundred health. So it's not good for their lane whatsoever.
All right, let's go ahead and see how this one's going to shake out because it could get very, very
They
spicy
played
with that extra
Veigar,
lead that they have
huh?
down there in the bottom lane. Dark Seal in the mid lane for Golden Glue's
Harry
Fizz going
played
up
Trundle
against
jungle? That's hype.
Dorian's ring stuff for
And
Yasuo on the Veigar. Does have
Gnar versus Rumble? Is that a
trades
meta
for both
pick?
of them. Up here in top side, I'm really interested in seeing how this plays out with Darshan and Lorlo both having a couple of pop-off moments and really good performances so far in the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. They've been looking really good, and a lot of this matchup is just going to be down to can you hit Electro Harpoons when.
Rumble, she's talking about, yeah, I thought Rumble wins too, but maybe it's not
you can look
that
for those
close.
all-ins when he's stuck in mini. It can be really, really terrifying, but at the same time, if Lorlo can actually be dodging out on a lot of those, you can just slowly whittle away with those Qs, poking him down, utilizing the fleet footwork for that sustain, and try to eventually take over. Because I do think, if you don't get kind of blasted early, you know, once you're at a couple items and you get some MR, this is a matchup that you can absolutely
Wow,
win
this
inside
is
lanes.
not. You telling me this is a good matchup?
Shooting those electro harpoons for right now. Not the best
Oh.
feeling in the world, but hey, Rumble's very difficult to lane against for almost everybody right now. Again, we talked a little bit about it yesterday. It's one of the reasons that the champion's so popular in the meta. His mid-game team fighting's incredible. His lane phase feels like he bullies just everybody.
Yeah, he has been looking really, really
Huh.
good. I'm excited to see
No
how
way he
Yasuo's gonna do on
TPs
his Veigar. Such a
No
different style of
fucking
champion.
way.
It's interesting
The
to me that
worst
it's
part
like,
is
this
he
your-
gonna get
your
level
go-to
3 tower
champion,
dive
you know,
if he
someone
doesn't
plays
TP?
Yasuo, that's like,
Oh
Yasuo's
my
been,
god!
I'm gonna
Look
play
top! Look
Veigar,
top!
you
Look
know, it's
top!
not
Look
talent,
top!
it's not
Look top!
Zed,
Look
it's not,
top!
like,
Look top!
something
Look
along
top!
those lines that you would
Please,
expect.
please, dear God, thank
Lolo
you.
is level 2 and Darshan's 4. Great TP from Yasuo to try to bail him out.
Yeah, they want to bring the TP in to try to save him, but it ends up not being enough. The first blood goes over to Perry. The execution there was no messing around. There was no deciding, oh, do we want to do it? Do we not want to do it? They both just go
Bro.
in, they pop off, they grab the dive. Yasuo's teleport
That was
ends up
such
at
a
least allowing him
classic
to
top
salvage his
lane
minion
dive.
wave that otherwise would have been a big waste. And now Lorlo is going to walk down towards mid. They're going to allow the Veigar to finish farming up that creep wave in the top side, but nicely executed there from the Watchman.
Yeah, that is a great dive, and that's one of the strengths of Rumble is that
Lane swapping? I
always gonna be
mean,
winning,
I don't
you know,
know.
the
They're
push
not
early
really
on in
lane
levels,
swapping.
right? So he's always gonna
They're
have the
just
push,
playing
especially with Ignite.
Veigar
You can't
top
really
right
contest the
now
wave that heavily.
because
And so as a result, when the wave is crashing on
TP'd
that
and he
turret
can
with that
catch
slow push,
3 waves.
Eventually gonna look for Insanity. Was level 4 for Darshan and level 2 for Lorlo. So even though Lorlo
Yeah,
is
this
3,
looks good for
dive comes through,
Veigar.
it's
Long
really easily
lane.
pulled off. They commit the summoners, they drop the Ignite, and they get those kills.
Well, Insanity's going to have to rocket
Yep,
jump back
Veigar
underneath his
flash.
own turret there as Wild Turtle
You're
and
telling me
Biofrost
Veigar
continue
splashes down that
aggressively
gets
playing the
level
bot
6
lane
fizz,
2v2
no
matchup.
stopwatch,
The Alistar
no
being one of those
barrier.
traditional counters
And when
to
he
the
swaps
Reverie,
back, this is
you can
going to be
headbutt her
a
away so
great
easily.
lane.
Means Wild Turtle's got the confidence to really just play this Zeri super aggro.
Yeah, and we have to see, you know, if Insanity can get the time on those buffers for the rocket jumps, because you can buffer out of that Alistar headbutt combo, but they have.
I don't get me
guys,
wrong,
but he
Nar
didn't
actually
quite have
has a
the
pretty
timing on
good
it, so
time in this
does end
matchup.
up getting
Man.
caught, takes a
No
lot
problem.
of damage there. Lorlo just trying to reset this wave, and then he'll likely swap back. Move
It's
over
fine.
towards
As long
top,
as they can live
because
through this,
Yasuo
it's not a
has
big
base and is
deal.
heading back towards mid.
I mean, Turtle is
Alright,
just
there you
like,
go, a
damn, they
base
gave
flat on
Turtle.
too. He'll go ahead and head
They
on
gave
home.
Turtle
Biofrost
Zeri.
making sure that he
I'm
does
not gonna
have
lie.
attempts
I
to
thought
slow
Insanity
that
had
down,
the
tempo
juice
there a
against
little bit.
Zeri.
67
You know
stacks
what
on the
David
call
told
for
me the
Insanity,
juice
so
was? It was
trying to get that
Nasus
one to a good
AD.
spot. One kill
And you
enough, and
can,
honestly pretty
when you
slow in terms of
wither,
kills for this whole tournament overall, just 5
Zeri,
minutes
she
in the
like
game, and still only the
flounders
one on
like
the
a
board.
fucking
As we do have
fish.
a pause, not quite sure exactly what the cause is, but hopefully we'll be back in the game here soon.
Yeah, hopefully going to be getting right back into it. We'll let you know as soon as we do find out exactly what this pause is for. Harry, I guess, is having some lag, so going to try to get that solved. Hopefully, you know, just kind of resolves itself. Maybe sometimes, you know, he'll have to restart the client or whatever, reconnect, something like that can fix it. But hopefully it's not going to be a long-standing issue, and we can just keep going along with this one. A very close game thus far, a couple hundred gold lead for Aframu's squad, but nothing too concerning. And there is really good scaling, obviously, especially for the carries over on Team Yasuo. You have the Veigar, you have the Zeri. What are you laughing at?
Dude,
My
your
cat?
cat's back there licking its butt as you're trying to give us a breakdown of the game state in the first 5 minutes. The cat's just back there, and everybody in chat is cheering on this cat. I'm just.
Let's go, little buddy.
Just slid over. Very discreet. Have some shame, Snowflake. What are you doing?
Sorry, man. I was trying to pay attention, but it was so difficult with the cat back there. Get in the middle leg with the Yumi. Okay, so we have the we have a pause because there's lag. And we got the cat back there. Isaac, can you introduce the cat to the stream?
This is Snowflake.
All right, guys.
Hello,
You know what
Snowflake.
happens when there's a
Welcome.
pause.
Welcome to the tournament.
Chilling.
The killer returns.
Just living our best
Everyone
life.
in 600
Like
elo,
guys do.
watch
They
yourself.
sleep, they wake up, eat a little bit, lick their butt, go back to sleep.
Go back to bed.
That sounds
Enjoying
like-
some League of Legends during those few fleeting
Play
moments
fast,
of
play
consciousness.
fast, play fast.
Yeah,
Play
that's the
fast,
life of a cat,
play
man.
fast, play fast.
Sleep like 18 to 20 hours a day, you know, just straight chilling.
Just having a good time. Well, hopefully we'll be able to fix Perry's lag issue here pretty soon. Get back into the game. I mean, it's a close one here at the start, at least. We're not having any of those runaway, like, Madden plays at the very start, like 3 for 1. I'm kind of really trying to caster curse this and hope that we get one as soon as we get back in, because the faster the early game, the faster the rest of the game is going to be. I don't know about you, Isaac, but I remember back in the days, for those of you guys, because a lot of people watching this obviously remember these players from back when a bunch of these guys were still playing in LCS and stuff like that, right? Like back in the day, League of Legends. You know what the worst day back in the day was? The day where I had to start every professional game of League of Legends with 13 minutes of mind-numbing lane swaps. I know there were some dudes out there who like to twirl.
Wait, I like lane swaps.
Sip their,
I like lane
sip their
swaps.
fancy drinks.
Pick me.
Ah, yes, this is astute macro and the proper way to play the game. And I'm like, bro, I am bored. Get rid of this from the game. I am so glad we don't have to play that version anymore.
Yeah, I mean, I think
I'm a degenerate. I fucking love lane
something
swaps.
like that. So like, I enjoyed it when it first came out. Just to see something different is cool. I think anytime something becomes like where it just dominates the meta, whether it's a pick, whether it's a style, whether it's a strategy, it becomes boring after a while, right?
Yeah.
I think that's a lot of people's issue with Yumi and Zeri, and same thing with the lane swaps. It's like after a while,
I think I
you've
should
seen
just
it,
move
you're ready
this
for
piece.
something new.
Now it's
you want
like-
something
I know what this
different,
is.
You know?
I feel weird.
You've been
but
doing
he
the
can't
lane
push,
swaps. Cool,
so it's
bro. You went
whatever.
up there. You dove the top laner. All right.
Dude, I felt so bad for the top laners during those metas, because you know as that dude, like, you're sitting down, you're putting your butt in your seat, knowing that for the
Fuck
first
the
12
top
minutes of the
laners, bro.
game,
Who cares
your
about
job
them?
is to just
Top
get
laners
smacked
don't
around
deserve
and have
rights,
12
okay?
farm and be
No
3 levels
offense. If you play
underleveled
top
and
lane,
just say, thanks guys, let's do it again.
Yep.
That
and
was
then
just
you'll
the most miserable time. to
that's
get
on
top
you.
laner, man.
Like, you
float
made a
into the
bad
next game,
decision in
follow
your
your
life
jungler
somewhere.
around. You're not allowed to take any camps. You just help leash every single camp in the jungle, and then pray you can leech some experience somewhere. It's just like absolute
fun
dark
time.
ages, man.
Dude, that stuff was the worst.
Yeah, like top laners
whenever they
assume top
finally
lane is
removed
like this
it, I was so
1v1
happy that we
island,
got
and
to
then
actually see,
jungle
like, early
comes
game
and it's
laning
lame and
phases again.
cringe and all
And I
this
feel like some of the
bullshit. But
coolest
what really
moments
is
when
when
you
you
do, like, a
choose to play
sick lane
top lane,
matchup,
you
like,
are
how is everyone
cringe.
gonna interact? Like, how's
You're
everyone gonna
already
interact?
what
I'm so
you
glad to get it
what
back.
you hate.
It was really funny because at the time, back when lane swaps were really popular, that's when it was before Flexio. It was when it was ranked 5s. And
Actually, that
back
pod
in the day, people used to qualify
was a good thing.
into
Me
what is
losing the pod was a
NACL now,
great
but it
thing.
was like called Challenger League back then, and you actually had to qualify through the ranked 5v5 ladder, right? So you had to get
Oh,
to the
yeah,
top
yeah.
of the ranked 5v5 ladder to get into the initial qualifiers and stuff. So a lot of the top teams would play. At the time, I was playing a lot of rank 5s. I was on playtest at Riot, and so we got to Challenger in rank 5s. So we would actually play against some of the teams, right? We played against
Oh, that's
TSM back
cool.
in the day. We played against a lot of the collegiate teams and some of the academy teams and stuff
How
like
bad
that.
did you guys get pounded when you would just randomly run into a scrim team of LCS players?
Oh, so that's what I'm getting to. So at the time, that there was it was all about the lane swap meta, right? And we didn't know the timings on lane swap. We didn't know what to do at all. So we're just playing like these like poke comps and stuff. I was playing like we're just playing stuff that doesn't work for it at all. And they'd be playing like roaming blitzcrank level 1, and we'd have like a Soraka and they're lane swapping on us, and we're just getting absolutely trashed.
Dude, that's so rough. That's like the somebody in chat mentioned the other one of those metas that just made me want to pull my hair out. Do you remember like this was more of a solo queue terror at least than pro play, at least with these specific 2 combinations, but Taric Master Yi funnel. Taric's job is just sit mid and be like, yes, Master Yi, here, please take all of my farm and 1v9 the game. I hated that meta, man.
Yeah, that is degenerate, especially if you're playing solo queue and someone would just lock it in, and then you're basically like, they're just like opting you into something like this, and you're like, I don't want to do that. I didn't sign up for this.
It's like, man, I play Scarner. This is not Master Yi. I don't think Taric and Scarner are going to have quite the same duo power there. I remember one time I was just playing some games with friends, and my buddy Yamikaze, who at the time was like the #1 Talon player in North America, like challenger player, very skilled at the game. He tells me,
Very skilled at the
okay,
game.
Captain, today we're going to play Taric Yi, and I'm going to be the Taric. And I'm like, don't you only play Talon? He's like, yes, but I want to play Taric, and you play Yi. And he went mid and killed himself at level 3 trying to jump over a wall because he forgot he wasn't Talon. And I was like, dude, I don't think
These
we're
stories
cut
are so
out
funny.
to play this duo together. This is not the way we're supposed to play it.
Just ain't it.
Like, this is a little bit rough in terms of the execution we're trying to find.
Okay, so I got an update. I think the lag is fixed, but now everyone is going to the bathroom 1 by 1. So they're taking turns.
Wait, what? Why are they taking turns? Everybody go at once. They're in different houses.
Where's the synergy, guys? Come on.
Just everyone go to the restroom. We don't
Gotta
need to make
have
a conga
everyone
line out of
needs to have
this.
This
just
isn't even
synchro
a
poop and
good
get it out
fork
of the
because you
way.
play here with either of the sides and now I can't take, right? So it's really weird.
Where is this is how I know when these guys go into the team fights, they're gonna be going in haphazardly. One dude's gonna ult, the other dude's over here still looking for a flank.
five
Last
likes.
dude's in the shop buying items, channeling TP. Everybody needs to go to the restroom at the same time.
Oh, we're back. Let's go.
All right. All we
So,
had to
I
do
saw this
was
shit
talk
fucking
about
miles
enough
ago,
garbage from
but you
5 years
couldn't
ago.
play
We're
this.
back
This
in the
wasn't the
game now.
play.
We're good to go. Let's try to take stock of where we were. Afro just getting interrupted a little bit here as his own AD carry was able to go back to base and shop up a little bit. Berserker's Greaves first purchase for both these
Okay,
guys.
hold on.
Topside
I have to
Darshan
win this game in
versus
like
Lorlo.
3
It's another
seconds,
Rumble
or else I
CS
cannot
lead.
play.
And in other news, the sky is blue and grass is green.
Yep, not a surprise, especially after Lorlo got dove, early on. They went topside and oh god.
Bro,
he
this
had trouble
top
again.
lane
He
does
at least have
not
his
look
TP, he's able to
playable.
hold on to that,
This
but
looks like the least
not gonna have it
playable
for very
top lane
long, 'cause
matchup
he's
of
gonna
all
have to
time.
come
I
back.
can't watch it. It's
The wave
fine.
will push
I got the
him
LP pack
slowly,
later.
but he's gonna lose even more here, which really sucks.
Golden Glue's kind of running the show here in mid.
That guy's
too.
lucky.
This Fizz versus Veigar
He got
matchup is treating
free
him
LP
very well.
today.
Unfortunately, walks
Oh,
into
okay,
the
good put.
cage there,
Oh,
so has to eat the
that
damage
did
from Dark Matter.
low
Remember,
damage.
Dark
What are his
Matter also
fucking items?
scales with his,
He has
phenomenal
Kindle
powers, so that
Gem.
cooldown becomes
Oh,
very
he doesn't
impressive
have
later on in the
Lost
game.
Chapter.
Lorlo
He has
about to get
literally
dove
no.
here,
Oh,
though.
this
Remember,
guy's fucking
this is how they
dead.
got their one kill so far, and now Perry's coming up here to do it again. He drops the pillar. Nice jump out from Lorlo, but the problem was there was no turret aggro at the time. Perry's gonna hold that turret.
Wow.
Make sure that he does not allow Darshan to take
Lorlo
extra
can really
damage,
play
and
the
they get
game
it done
today.
smooth and clean. Now
Yeah,
you got
nicely
Rose
done.
Thorn and
Zion
Biofrost
Firebird,
at
thanks
least
for some
trying
of
to
this
take Dragon on
stream.
the other side of the map, while Wild
I'll tell you,
Turtle
top
is eating
laners,
bullets from Insanity.
literally your
Afro
job
really
is
just
to
trying
be
keep
more
the pressure
cringe
on
than the other
everywhere,
top
but
laner
his first
by
target is
any
his
means
first two
necessary.
objectives
And then the
will
other
at least
top
go
laner
the
is just
way of
call
the
it
absolute
skill.
Wild Turtles.
It just
Yeah, great job
everyone
by
else
Perry
knows
and Darshan
it doesn't matter if it's
really
skill.
setting up these dives well.
Your
They
job
catch
is
the
to be
wave, they
fucking
push it
cringe.
in,
That
and they pull it off
setting up
really,
a
really
level
well.
3
And
dive
yeah,
with your
Lorlo
jungler
did a
that
good
is
job kind of
unbeatable.
surviving as long as he can,
If
but
you
even
if you
have
played
six,
during
if you're not
Renekton
gonna make it
Elise
out there,
meta,
there's
you already
no
know
way
what
you
I'm
can
talking about.
survive. Because the turret aggro wasn't actually on them until much later, right? He'd already used his hop before they even pulled turret aggro. So,
Renekton
good
Elise
patience
was
from Perry and
peak.
Darshan not picking it up
Wow,
too early.
top lane
Now
sucks
the pressure's
ass
on
meta.
Turtle to get something done on bot side.
Wait.
Insanity just wants to turn
Wait.
around back onto him though. The crash down finds the knockdown.
Let's
the most clutch
fucking
possible
go.
moment, and Insanity is allowed to stay alive because of it. He uses the stun window to rocket jump back on the other side of Biofrost.
Oh my God, he
before the
goes
Gal's able
to
to
the
interrupt him or
That's so
stun him.
funny.
And now Biofrost has to be careful. Another stun and more damage coming in from Afromu, who leads the charge with Shattering Strike. Insanity needs a
No
single auto
way
attack
he
and
gets a
single auto
double
attack
there.
He shall have 2-0 in the bottom lane.
Yeah, gonna be able to get both those kills. It was a 20 CS lead for Turtle, and Turtle hit 6 first, but they still lost the fight just barely. Insanity always seems to get ahead here, and now Lorlo, more attention up to that top side. Golden Glue came
Oh
up top,
wow,
threw his
Lorlo
ulti,
is
was
having
able to
so
connect it,
much
and then
fun.
Lorlo, I think, just expected he would have gone back towards base, but he stayed around the whole time. Lorlo is just having no fun at the top lane. Gank after gank, roam after roam, everyone focusing him up here and trying to put Darshan ahead.
Wow, I cannot believe Rose Thorn is able to get this herald. What fucking timing was this? This looks like an illegal play playing into strong side. This is a highly illegal strong side play.
Still going to be secured by the side of Yasuo. Rose Thorn gets burned down. Wait, was it actually a steal or who got the eyeball?
I
don't
think
look
that
at
Rose Thorn got it. Yeah, Rose Thorn got
Rose
it.
Thorn did get it. Rose Thorn did get it. His corpse is on top of where the eye fell, so they got the objective, but they do still end up having to pay a price for it.
Yep, it's okay to get the one kill you're giving up, but the problem is, look at the wave top again. They're just always losing.
As a
waves.
support
They're
player, you
losing
have to
multiple
know
plays
what
bot,
time you
losing a
roam.
full wave bot,
You have to
and
be able to roam top
we
lane.
might just see Lorlo get zoned off this as well, because he doesn't actually know that the Trundle base, so he's going to lose multiple waves here potentially again as Rose Thorn's in the area.
Yup, Insanity there firing the buster shot back into Biofrost, trying to keep him away. But because the terrain was there, he didn't
Turtle
get the maximum
got away
distance
with
from the knockback,
murder.
So Bio can still close that and set it up for Turtle to grab the kill. Now they're going to go in with Afro move, working together with Golden Glue back in the mid lane, and the Fizz is getting the kill. It's 6-1, 3,500.
Fizz has a dark seal as well.
Great roam there from Aframu, gets out towards mid. They're able to punish Yasuo. They get his flash and get the kill anyway. And Lorlo is just in a world of hurt here up in top lane, down 2 full levels. Only bright spot really for Team Yasuo right now is Turtle. Turtle, up quite a bit of farm, did get a shutdown, did get a plate there. He is where all their hopes and dreams lie in this game number 1, because everyone else feels like they're pretty much completely out of it. Even Rose Thorn pretty far behind where Perry is at this point, because he's gotten the kill, he's gotten some plates, and he basically has that mythic done when he wants to go back to base. Yasuo is likely to be going towards a Crown of the Shattered Queen, just trying to stay alive here, but it's going to be a long time, I feel like, before he's relevant. He just needs to stack up so much AP before he's going to be able to do too much.
It's really, really tough, especially for the frontliners on the side of Yasuo's squad, because you're up against a Trundle. So when you're already behind in the game, and now he's going to sap the few stats
This is
that you
a
have been able to
full
purchase, you just feel
Ludens,
so
man.
squishy. If the team fight or the skirmish or whatever isn't executed perfectly, you just
does
fold
Gold Glue
like
have Shark? As soon as Shark comes up, Gold Glue's the Q ulti, and if Yasuo gets hit, Yasuo's instantly dead.
It's like, okay, well, I'll be
It is in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Show me mid. Oh fuck.
Nice catch on Insanity. They'll get the money on
Oh
Rose
no,
Thorn.
not
Second
Insanity.
They full bot tower. They have Herald.
Dude, Turtle actually can carry this game. Like, no joke. Zeri is the most annoying carry you could get. He's like really hard to dive him.
Jungler, they look for the dive, so they're just gonna move him out of top lane. He moves down towards bot, helps him get a kill, and now some more plates gonna be gifted over there to Turtle. They're not gonna commit to actually try to play for the tower, but at the very least, to get some more gold onto this Zeri.
Yeah, that's got to be the win condition at this point, I feel like. We're going
There's
in
max trades I
all
really
in
don't
on the
like.
Zeri angle, hope that she can have one of those very balanced gameplay moments and just completely dominate a team fight, take over.
I like
because
this
of the
look.
fact that Nara
This is the
40 CS,
this
man.
watch it, Sandy. Go down, camera. This is so annoying.
Insanity comes back bottom, beautifully set. The trap is ready to go, and they make sure they catch themselves an enemy 80 carry yet again. I love the patience from Turtle and Biofrost.
And Turtle gets
that is really well done.
the
Great
tower
backslash
here.
engage.
God.
Grab another plate here for Turtle, another kill as well. So Insanity did get that double kill early, but he's been dying a couple times since.
Lorlo is 2 levels and 30 CS behind.
Turn this into a
Oh
dragon as well.
no, man.
Second of the game, which would be pretty early, especially for the pace of which we're usually seeing dragons. And this one is going to be Mountain Soul, which is insanely good against this enemy comp.
Wait, he's all in on the.
Really want to have as much tankiness as possible.
Uh-oh, Lorlo getting caught out a little bit here. Golden Glue wants to commit. He had already used
Nice
the
flash.
ulti.
He got the flash.
Lorlo can get away thanks
Does
to the
Nar
Mega
scale?
Nar. The
Even
ulti
scales
providing
again.
him enough time through the CC to escape. Still a
His skill is a
2,000
little
gold lead for
weird in the
Africa's
sense that
team,
like
but with the two
a lot of his
Drakes,
skill is based on
Yasuo's
how
now
well
Turtle.
you
The
can
stat
set up the
bonuses
team
you're getting
fight,
from
and he
those are
team
gonna make
fights
the
pretty
game
well,
much
assuming he
more
has the
close than that would
conditions
first
for it.
seem. Insanity's going to try
Split
to make up
pushing
some
is
of that
okay as
money down
well.
here. Should be able to grab a couple plates, I would think, if he's got the
Nar
explosive
for me
shot
is just
to
kind of
grab
a
this.
jack of all trades character. Can't team fight, can't split push. Kind of depends on what how you feel. Not the best at anything, but like pretty decent, pretty safe pick.
And with that, we're going to go ahead and listen into some of the comms for Team Afro Move.
Their top laner can.
We're good. I mean, if we just build wave pop and dive them, just I think.
Top 8 characters like rough rolls, yeah, they are. They're mechanically
I'm basic
demanding
for it.
and they're very punishing.
That was Nar no flash. He's fucking 3 levels.
Like there's a reason why I did not try to learn AD in 2 weeks. It's not like I would just play worse at AD than other AD players who've been playing for years. It's not like a like I didn't want to try to ego these guys because also I don't have fun playing ADs. People who are like, damn, AD's so fun are like, no, it's not. You know why I know AD's not fun? Hold on, give me a sec.
Yeah, I'm just chilling.
Next wave, can Afro come?
Looks like Yasuo's kind of.
You know why I know AD's not fun? AD has the least mains of any role because a lot of AD players just play what's meta.
Exactly what was going on there. One thing that I did find
Because a lot of the
AD
AD champions just auto attack.
Golden Glue's estimation of the enemy flash, so Yasuo might be able to escape this, even though they think he can't. Yeah, Golden Glue was calling a minute left on that flash, but I think Yasuo had taken the Cosmic Insight to reduce Summoner Spell cooldown, so that could have been the difference in him being
People
able to
play
escape
AD out of necessity a lot of times, not because they have like any. I don't know. A lot of them don't have love for champions. It feels.
They go for the Everfrost, so it's going for more that CC option, trying to lock them down. Insanity in trouble though.
Oh, Insanity again, gonna be the target of Rosethorn. He tries to get enough damage for it, but Biofrost can
There is
jump in over the
no
top to
way.
provide that last little bit of burst that they need to finish him off. Even
Tried
through the flash. It
again,
gives Wild
bro.
Turtle the opportunity to
Hey,
mow
this
down the
Tristana
rest
is on
of that
anti
tier 1
fucking
turret in the bottom lane at the
spree.
same time, and they are trying as hard as they can to keep
Yeah,
this
over
foe
80 players
close
usually
through
just
bottom
play
lane aggression.
like, hey, this
And honestly,
matchup is
I would
good.
rather have Turtle fed than
Which I guess
Rumble on the
is
other
like
side. I
another
think
role
that
thing,
Turtle
but
is
like,
gonna be
hey,
in
this
such a
AD
good
is
position
meta.
now.
When I
They
used to
get
talk
another
to
turret
Cutie
there.
about
He got
AD, he was like,
almost all the
yeah,
local
Jinx is
gold
good
for
right
those
now
fights on
in the
tier
current meta. I'm
1.
like, that's
Then they
it.
get the
Like,
tier 2 as well. So
the-
yeah,
the
they're
exception
still
is
down some
Draven
gold,
mains.
but I think they're
People
in
who
with a
play
real
Draven
shot
love
here,
the
as
champ
long as
because
they
he's
can
got
keep
a
them
very
safe. And I think
cool
between the
way
ganks
of
from
playing.
Yasuo, the ulti
Very
disengage
feast or
from
famine, very
Rosethorn,
unique
the
mechanics.
bodyguarding here of
But a lot of
Alistar,
people
and
just play like,
Lolo
oh, it's
kind of just
Kai'Sa
go
Day?
tank
I
and
guess
try
it's
to kill,
Kai'Sa
like,
Day.
if they can keep
Oh,
Turtle alive,
patches.
he's gonna be so strong.
Yeah.
Kate's gonna patch. Lucian's gonna patch. I guess
really
so.
like something like the Everfrost and the Veigar,
Yeah,
just
Jin mains as
because
well. It's a
feels
very
so
unique
effective for the
character.
utility when your damage is guaranteed from passive. Now Wild Turtle's going in. Turtle, he's
I'm
way too
not
far
gonna
forward and he
lie.
gets shut down. They'll
What
trade
the
at least for gold
fuck,
and blue,
Turtle?
and they've
You
got the man advantage, so they
absolute
might be able to
demon.
pick up more.
This
Aphromoo and
guy,
Terry trying to work
man.
together to maybe find something back as a trade, but they won't do it.
Yasuo is gonna be able to carry this
But a nice
game.
pillar
I
is gonna at least
never
keep him alive
mind.
for an
What did
extra
I just
moment.
fucking say?
Insanity swoops in and they pick up
So,
another
did I
kill
say
on Mo.
something? I didn't say
Aphromoo
shit.
still
Let's
getting
go back
away.
to chess.
He's remounted and he's getting out.
Yeah, he's gonna get out, and wow. I mean, Darshan pushing in top lane during that. It looked like, you know, Turtle just really wanted to get aggressive here. Slid right in, but he ended up dying so fast, and he's the strongest member.
Nar
They
is
lose
60
so much
CS
off of that.
behind.
This was what, a 1.5k
Oh,
gold lead
3.
1 minute ago? 1.2k.
Oh my
yeah, so a 3K
god,
increase
man.
just off of that.
What
They
am I
lose so much top,
watching?
They lose so much mid. They lose that tier 2 tower. They lose the kills, and the wheels just kind of fell off. Now they were already behind, but it felt like they could be competitive. With that, I don't know anymore, man. That is such a big hit.
People used to just Tristan Nar. Nar's fucking useless.
Game. I was right there with you, Isaac. I thought, hey, 1.2 thousand gold.
Are you
lead
limited?
versus
Oh
two
yeah, I'm
trades,
fucking done.
one of
There's no.
which is
Oh,
the
you think
gas
there's a
dragon,
third
so
place
it's not
match?
worth as much.
People play
Feels like a
tournaments
pretty
with third
even
place
game
matches or
state.
tournaments for
All
losers.
right, thumbs up. Okay.
And I'm not a loser.
But now, all of a sudden, life
I'm
is
a-
much
I
more
am a
difficult.
loser.
It's so much harder to get the types of plays that you want. Darshan coming down here, this 2-0-2 Rumble, almost has the equalizer ready to go again. That cooldown's almost perfectly going to line up with the spawn.
I thought your team
of
had a
this
pro
third
top
trade
laner.
of the
No,
game,
no,
and
no,
you
no. My
know
team
the
drafted an
Watchmen really
LCS
wanna
AD
stop this
actually.
soul stack now.
You guys must have missed the
Golden
memo.
Blue gets that tier 1 bot. This dragon is theirs for sure. Lorlo's just not even a champion anymore. Like, he's completely out of the game. Yeah, he's gonna be pushing up top, trying to collect some gold here, as Rumble did move down towards mid to support the team if they were gonna fight a dragon. But Lorlo has nothing going on at all. He is gonna be Meganar, and that's it, right? Like, he's gotta find a big stun, but he's gonna have no damage behind it. He's not gonna be able to play through sides because they just did such a good job diving him.
Golden Glue.
Oh, that is
caught a little bit
such.
there. Not
How
quite
did he?
sure
How was he
why
in that
his
position?
champion was pathing where he was pathing, but a little bit of an oopsie, I think.
Dude, the amount of
Yeah,
random
they had a
deaths
lot
this
of vision,
game.
too.
I'm not
They
talking
had a lot
about
of vision
death
in that
spot
bot
lane. I'm
jungle.
talking
They
like
shouldn't have been caught off
Turtle
guard, but
Turtle Ean
was able
into
to
the
find him.
fucking middle of the fight or Grayson dying there. It was so
Aphromoo was
weird.
coming around, but with Wild Turtle nearby, they don't want to try to turn this around on an Alistar. It's just not going to be a recipe for success, I don't think. Equalizer called out, but the immediate Alistar ulti in response to make sure there's no real threat.
Yep, Alistar ulti comes out, so they are able to at least get that off. Lorlo, though, pushing up in top, so has at least been able to collect a little bit of farm. You're trying to pressure away at this tower, but you're not having too much success with it. You can see Darshan still so far ahead, but now with Turtle and Biofrost up there, this might buy him.
Look how
time to
safe
at least
Darshan
get that
plays this.
third
What the
goal.
fuck?
And
He knew
hopefully
there's a
be able to get
chance.
into
He's
one
out
item
of
where it
there.
can start to become a little
He has
bit more
vision though,
relevant.
but still
If
good.
the game goes really
Effort took
long
well for
and
90
Darshan's
bucks. Thanks for
spending a lot of time
subbing.
grouping, maybe Lorlo can kind of claw his way back into it, but we'll have to wait and see.
Those claws are going to have to be sharp, man. He's going to need a scratching post to get back in this one. Still just trying to get that first item completed. Turtle versus Insanity here in the mid lane. Insanity blows his mind with that one and picks up the kill.
Nicely done. Insanity getting in there, getting that kill on his AD
Is this
carry.
Triss character
Turtle,
balanced?
Insanity both playing for TSM, going back and forth in this one. And Insanity came out on top last time and looking like he might just do so again.
What was that damage, chat? That was he hit him with Buster Shot as the last auto attack is in the air to make the E-bomb explode. So you get pushed back and then you see the burst from Buster Shot and Explosive Shot hit at the same time. It is an absolute
Wow.
truckload of damage.
Grayson
as
played
Golden
this
Glue
stat
has to
so so
use that playful
well.
trickster to escape here. Mo's team trying to fall in front of him to make sure that he can provide some damage, but they collapse before the might of Team Afro move.
Yeah, they all go down.
Can you get the
and
right?
engage
Oh
the
yeah,
flash
I
from
like that
Roseborn, the
one.
flash
I see
from
it drop
Yasuo,
touch
and they
that all
get
the
kill
time. What
on
is
the
it?
Biofrost here, so taking over the enemy
Oh, let me go
jungle
look
now,
for it.
stealing those camps away, just increasing their lead.
That emote is so
as they have
funny,
just been
actually.
running over teams in this tournament all weekend long, looking so strong and poised to take first game of the finals and be only
In this one, right?
game away from that championship.
They're looking really, really solid here in this one. Check.
I think it's
up
this
on
one.
Lorlo. Although we might not be able to do that for very long. Golden Glue jumps after him. Very fortunately for Gnar, there's still 20 seconds left on that fish cooldown for Golden Glue. I feel like if there's not, then that's an easy kill. Golden Glue's Fizz is plus 35 farm there in the mid lane up over the Veigar of Mo. Observers,
I'm not gonna lie, Mo
could
could definitely hard
check in on
carry
these
this.
stacks that the Veigar
Because like
farmed
Mo
up to.
has
Let's
the
see exactly
like
where he's
Turtle
sitting at, how
got
much of that
far enough ahead bot
phenomenal
lane.
or primordial
Okay, maybe not
power,
anymore,
whatever it's
but
called.
Turtle
Almost
has enough
200
farm
AP,
to
almost
carry
5
this with
blasted
enough
on,
CC.
full of
And
free AP again.
Veigar
That's
is
why I like the
obnoxious
Everfrost
late
stuff that can
game.
give him more utility. Looks like he might be going
Oh, they're
for
behind
a
5K
hourglass
gold, though.
second. You're gonna stack up so much AP on this dude, but Rosethorn now in some trouble, uses the ulti to disengage the crash down from the rel so they can't continue their engage on him. But Perry
Wait, is he just
not
gonna
done
walk
yet.
at him?
He wants to lead the charge and he pops the subjugate.
Is this legal?
Equalizer over the top. The Trundle's gonna be burned low.
That did
He's
not look
bursted out
legal.
before he can drain tank it. Nice turnaround coming out there as Rosethorn barely survives.
Yeah, good job, Perry, going a little bit too far ahead of
200
the team. He
years?
couldn't really follow up on him, and he does get burst down. But it's just been such a nightmare game for Rosethorn because he's going for
I feel
bot
like
side
this
camps,
is-
they
this is
invade.
too-
He goes for top side
Ah.
camps, they invade. They're just taking everything away from him, and that is why he's 2 levels down on Perry right now. Lolo spotting a couple members.
Oh my
trying
god,
to get
Lorlo
out.
could hit
Not
someone.
gonna be able to really do
I
much
think he
anything
almost did
here
100
besides
damage
trying to
after
escort them
there.
out of the
That's
jungle.
crazy.
He has no one around
Dude,
to help
Nar's
him, and
broken.
no real threat
What
by
the
himself.
fuck?
Biofrost now in some danger as Insanity jumps over the wall, just starts putting the auto attacks into the enemy support who does not have his ulti to protect himself. Now Golden Glue and Afro move ready to turn things back around on Rosethorn, and Biofrost dies right after. Golden Glue will at least fall to Lorlo.
There
but
is no
Darshan has
way.
cooked up Wild Turtle with Insanity right behind him. Lorlo's about to drop next. Insanity with the flash for the auto attack to finish him off as Yasuo tries to get away. There's no mana left on Insanity.
Wow,
and
and
that's the
Sandy just
only
fucking
reason
auto
that
people to
Veigar
death here.
Insanity is just too clean, man. Finding the angle
I
once again
can't
here. They
believe
found that
Insanity
initial pick
brought
there
this
on the
game back,
Biofrost,
getting
and Insanity
absolutely
is able to
dumpstered
punish them to the
this
maximum.
game. Like, literally
Darshan
started like
getting so much done
0-4.
as well, really fed on on this rumble and playing it so aggressively. Yasuo gonna look for the steal over the wall, but I don't think it's gonna happen.
I don't know, man. You can fling a meteor at it or whatever, but these guys have total control over the rift right now. They got their jungler in the pit. It's 22 minutes into the game.
Oh, sorry, I should do this. Sorry. I alt tapped to look at chat and I forgot it brings up the bottom. I apologize for that. That was there for a long ass time.
These gold leads are absolutely insurmountable. Let's take another look at how it went down with Insanity flying over the wall.
Yeah, Insanity just jumps in, spots Biofrost, who actually missed on the headbutt, unfortunately, so he has to try to just get out of there. And goes away, tries to taxi to Darshan. Darshan's able to take him down, and then Wild Turtle looking for the angle here, wants to get aggressive, take down Golden Glue. We're back to live.
We're already back live, and Darshan is back dead. A nice pick from Yasuo's Wild Turtles to begin the fight.
No, it went up to Alistar.
If he can find one of these big valuable targets, and there it is. Wild Turtle is
Wait, where did Turtle go?
Biofrost in the front, but a
Oh
massive
my
crash downs on the
god.
4, and Afromu leads the charge. A double kill back over to Golden Glue as Rosethorn is plucked, and it's a triple kill back for the Fizz. Biofrost is last to die. Easy cleanup, easy fight, easy game, easy tournament for these guys, man. The Watchmen are running the show.
Golden Glue has the death cap completed. The initial fight started off really, really well for them. They were able to find this pick onto Darshan.
Such a good
They just burst him
initiation
down
of Darshan.
immediately. He
So
got nothing off, wasn't able to really do much of anything. You think, hey, maybe there's an opportunity here for them, but Golden Glue has the sweeper, knows he's not spotted, finds the angle to
and
connect
he's
on a
dead.
turtle with that death cap done. It's an easy combo, 100-0, takes him down, and then they're just stacking in. Afro with a great engage on the rel, snaps them all up. There's not enough damage to burst down Insanity, so he's going crazy. Golden Glue is going crazy, and Afro moves Watchmen. Nobody has been able to stop him in this tournament.
Man, look at the damage there. 4,400 damage from Golden Glue, probably about half of which is just insta-killing Wild Turtle as he made his approach on the flank. 6.4k from Insanity's Tristana. And remember, this has been a more rough game for Insanity. He got punished multiple times. He had multiple deaths early on there towards the end of laning phase and has just recovered beautifully. The guy's mental is unshakable, and his mechanics are always there.
Yeah, the team just plays so well around each other. If someone gets put behind, they really are adept at getting them into a good situation. You know,
Was he 04?
being
Oh,
able to
he was
find
04,
angles,
and
get
he
them
just
back
gets
into
like
the game,
6
to help
kills in a
them out,
row,
to get
man.
picks, to pull off dives, protect the
Did you try to be?
situations where
I
they may be
didn't.
in a
I thought it was
difficult
fun.
spot. They just play
Honestly,
really
for
well
League
as
of
a
Legends,
five-man
it's
squad,
hard
and
to
that has
enjoy
been the
League
difference.
sometimes
The
if you're
better
not
macro
winning.
play, the better team coordination
Especially at a
has
higher
been on
level,
the side
because
of
the
Afro,
way
who's
to get the
watchmen
high
all
level is
tournament long, and now
like
Yasuo's wild
you get
turtles,
there
they are
by
up against it. They would need
by
an absolute
understanding
Zeri
that like
moment
winning
here to
games
make
is
anything
fun.
happen.
Like the
Very popping
competitive
subjugate.
aspect is
Hell keeps
enjoyable.
himself tanky. Mo has to flash away just to try to survive. Biofrost with a disengage attempt as Rosethorn forces Golden Gloom
Where's
into
the E? Where's the
playful
E,
trickster, but
Yasuo? Where's the
Insanity is
E?
dominating as the Flame Spitter cooks up Biofrost. Rosethorn only surviving thanks to the ulti blocking damage. Lorlo's ready to transform, but it ain't gonna matter. Tristana gets the fadeaway
Dude,
kill
it's
on the
weird
siege
because
out
like
anyway, despite
if
the
Sandy
fact that
can
it
do
looked like he
this,
might have made
but
it out.
I
The
start
next
2-0
minion
and then
wave is
die
marching
4
down the mid lane,
times.
and the remaining 3
Like
players on
I
Yasuo's
can't do the
wild turtles are gonna use
reverse,
the
man.
only
This
chance
guy's
they're gonna
fucking
have
the
to try
goat.
to heal up in the fountain. It's a 3v5, and they have to succeed to save the game. There's no ulti available for Turtle, but Yasuo and Lorlo still have theirs. Injured health bars on the other side means that they're all going
Yeah,
to
I think
decide
it's
to
nice.
retreat instead.
If
They don't
anything,
wanna
I
miss
just
some kind of a
think
throw
I
just
wanted to
yet.
play good
Lorlo
enough to
tempted him
put on a
little
good
more, as
show.
Insanity now putting down the
Oh my
DPS, not
god.
gonna be killed off by
Put on a
Yasuo's
good
ulti
show
here just
for
yet. Parry with a
people.
flash away as
And I think
Biofrost
that
is
happened.
respawned.
Oh
No move to
my
re-engage.
god.
Lorlo staying alive thanks to the cage coming
I
out
like
the
I
big
like
eye.
this from
Turtle's
Turtle.
trying to step
I don't
up,
like this.
but Afro
Did I say I
Moon
like
trying
this?
to
I don't
crash
like
down.
this.
Lorlo's forced into the stasis, and that's gonna be the end
I
of the
appreciate
game
that he
as
tried.
Golden Glue can finish him off. Insanity jumps back over the wall with a rocket jump, and Rosethorn and Yasuo gotta run. The minion wave is here this time, and
Yeah, I
Nexus turrets
came
are
back
on the
and
menu.
found a
Yeah,
way
they're
to
looking
play
close
bot
this
lane
one out.
my
What a
way that
game
makes
from
it
them.
fucking annoying for the other team.
13,500
Which
is the
it's
goal
exactly
lead.
how I
They're
like to
diving
play
in
the
for more
game.
kills.
Rosethorn pops, the rest of them drops, and game
Bro.
stops, baby. 27-9, 15,000 gold ahead, and it only took 26 minutes. Game 1 of the
This-
finals goes to the Watchmen.
These
Insanity again, and
these games are so cringe. I'm gonna go play chess. Play some ads as well. Now, I mean, it's cool that David brought it back. Helly's more elo, guys. I'm literally only winning in everything I do today. Does this even matter? It does. It's the best of 3. Yeah, finals are best of 3. So they lost one. Hopefully there will be another. Really? Oh, that's right. It takes C4 before anyways. Don't worry, I got it. I'm cooking up something. I don't like what I'm cooking up. Hold up. Did I like what I did there? Who knows? I'll figure it out later, man. I mean, the chess is like the waves. Like you go up and you go down, and you don't know where you're gonna go sometimes, and that's cool. That's what's great about chess. And then there's also infinite amounts of backseating. Like chess has more backseaters than any other known game on the planet. And I especially love people who backseat chess and they're using engines. Because sometimes I'm like, bro, there's no way you saw this move. Like you're either like actually. Like they backseat her car and like, wow, you should have done this. I'm like, huh? Bro, this guy's like the best, one of the best chess players in the world. A backseat? Oh, it's fine. I just feel like everyone's in the backseat by plays. It's like you can't really tell people to not backseat strategy games. It just happens, you know. Like in fact, I think you should backseat my opponent to make him not do that and throw the game. How the fuck do I unlock this board? Bro. Sorry, where was I before this? Is I here? Oh. Way I could play this, it's not this, and he lines up his fucking pawn structure across the board. Yeah, it's fine. I'd rather do this. Quitting one move from checkmate hurt earlier, bro. The pain is eventually gonna go away, man. Don't worry about it. I really can't get this guy out of my base. Oh, I did it. Where did he fucking take? What did just happen? Oh my god. I saw that. I just gave it to him for free. I'm a nice ass dude, you know. Thought he could use the charity. I'm trying to think if there's a way. You lose a time, I never lose. Uh, 4 seconds. Fine. I don't even need those seconds. Thinking how I want to get this checkmate. I think it's like this. Okay, out of time. Takes. Oh, I fucking checkmate here, right? Am I fucking stupid? Oh, the answer is yes. Holy fuck. Okay. Oh my god. Wait. What the fuck? I was uh holy shit, he did not play what I thought he was gonna play. Oh, it's fucking doomed. Even for this guy. No way I was gonna lose this. You guys thought I was gonna lose this? It wasn't even close. The fuck is this opener? I feel like I'm gonna get some gimmick here. Oh, interesting. Okay. I mean, I don't really feel that pressured about it. I'm kind of whatever about it. This doesn't look good for him. This looks pretty bad for him, actually. Oh. What's the best of this new emote? People chat. Fuck it, fine, man. Guys. Oh. Really? Fine. I can block everything. I'm a fucking prodigy. I got the moves. Oh my god. Flowers taking a call? Okay, I kind of knew this would happen. He takes. How do I speed this in my favor? Okay, what if I do something crazy? I feel like I should think about this for like a half second. This. What happens? I lose a pod, but it's probably fine. I see Zeri on Wild Turtles team. That's crazy. Who could have expected a Zeri pick? Oh, my problem is if I do this, I lose the. Fuck it. It has to be this. He takes this pawn, and I do some fucking crazy shit. Oh, I got owned. I fucking owned here. What if I... Oh, that was a wrong play. Well, you guys didn't see this game. What the fuck? Wow, we should really focus on the draft, guys.
Let's see if it's Rose. I hope Rosethorn's name is Rosethorn.
That's crazy.
Not something from some freaking anime like half of our pro player or pro player adjacent solo queue accounts are. Because like it's so hard to look up stuff about guys sometime when their name is like Omaiwa Mo Shinderu instead of their actual name. And so come on, please be Rosethorn.
That is actually fucking hilarious. That's
I
bad.
think I've looked him up before. Ooh, dude, if we got Singe, that would actually be low.
I would love Sid.
Rosethorn's second highest played champion in solo queue for this account that's Challenger 1360 LP, so I'm pretty sure it's him, is Lilia with a 73% win rate over 30 games. So yeah, he's a Lilia player. They don't want to allow him to have that. Kog'Maw locked in for the Afro Mood team. Let's go.
Okay, so it's gonna be Tristana mid. It should be
Kog'Maw?
Holy
shit. This character, that's an OG pick.
Man, so you always gotta keep in mind at the very least. But this would be pretty interesting to see what the answer will be. Viego, possible choice here. It wouldn't be too bad, but we've seen what Afromove squad can kind of do against these Viegos. Spica played it where he started that game where he had 5 early kills, but they just like hard focused him down. They're locking him down. They're bursting him down. It is going to be kind of like more early game, mid game, I feel like, if they're going to be locking in this Ahri. You're looking towards Ahri, Viego, Renekton, really strong top side of the map. Try to play towards that. Try to, snowball objectives. Azir would give their draft a very different look. I don't know if Yasuo is comfortable on Azir or not, but this is a style of champion where it's like, okay, Syndra, that makes more sense to me. But I feel like if you're not amazing at Azir is trash.
Yeah.
Azir is straight like,
Azir has to be
you're
awesome.
commanding the soldiers. You are just commanding garbage bags at that point. Like you are just not doing anything.
That's what I want. I want to see
Olaf
a special Azir skin
against Renekton. Wow, Darshan really picking the OG.
Garbage truck, and the soldiers are all trash bags, and you're only allowed
You
to
show your secure routine. I put on.
You can still have it to show your growth as a player.
I put on whatchamacallit. Cleanser. I put on moisturizer. I put on sunscreen.
There you go.
Yes, Trash Commander.
Oh, I need to order food. I had one empanada, and I told myself I was to order a victory meal after I won. So instead, I'm just gonna order like I don't know, fucking another coffee, and I guess I call it girl dinner or some shit.
Olaf is also actually getting pretty popular in LEC. Obviously, Adam kind of popularized it, but Broken Blade plays it. A lot of guys play it, so it's something that has been around for sure.
Hey, about serum, I'd rather learn to use Retinol first, but everyone who's serious about skincare tells me you don't want to use Retinol if you're not applying it. If you ever like go on and off your skincare routine, you don't want to you don't want to use Retinol because it's very much you have to use it all the time kind of thing. And I was like, okay, that makes sense. But I've heard the best things about Retinol over everything else.
League of Legends. I want to see you like you're on 40 hours straight, no sleep. You've consumed nothing but energy drinks and candy, and you need to make sure that no game takes more than 20 minutes because you need to play more games. If my Olaf's not in that headspace, I don't want him, and I hope that.
That's true. I want Olaf to be like the most disgusting pick. I'm getting Chipotle. I was gonna order myself a nice meal. I'm getting Chipotle, bro.
For Insanity, I think he's playing AP Cog bot, so he is definitely cooking. When I said AP Cog, I was thinking that.
Oh, he is playing AP Cog.
But he's
wait, hell yeah, he is cooking. It's so good at the Syndra.
This should be really, really interesting.
Oh my god, he is fucking cooking.
That they have cooked up.
Well, I mean, so he's like, okay, I've got a ton of physical damage in my mid lane and in my top lane, and he doesn't want to allow them to just build armor, I guess. So it's time to bring out the Puka Bazooka with the AP Kog'Maw and just try to rain down those artillery shots on this guy. I'm excited to see it. I mean, Insanity, he broke out the brand for us. That's a pick we never see anybody play, and he absolutely smurfed on it. I'm ready for the AP Cog.
Yeah, it should be a lot of fun. I mean, I don't know exactly what sort of style he's gonna go, because even if you go like AD Cog, it's still a lot of mixed damage. Obviously, he does a lot of magic damage, so this is kind of like full magic damage if you're gonna go it. Like traditionally, when you played AP Cog mid, you go Emax, and you know like it's just
Yo,
like, all
I'm
about
down.
both. But you
I
can
love
still
this
do,
pick.
like AP Cog that's like on hit. I've seen some people do like Nashor's Cog.
Have
And they
if you
still
guys have
do
never
active
seen, if you guys
like
weren't
that. So
around for when
I have
AP
no
Cog
clue
was
what he's
meta,
cooking up,
AP
because
Cog
he's
at one
been
point
doing
used
all
to
kinds
be
of
the
different
most
stuff throughout this
disgusting
tournament, brought up
mid
the
lane
Nila
poke
with the-
pick
with the Gale Force
ever.
Nila in collector as well,
Yasuo's
really
or
aggressive
Lorlo started
stuff, so
E level
I'm
1.
excited.
Oh
I'm really
my
interested to see
god.
what he ends up going for.
Wait.
Everything he's done is
Wait, Lorlo is taking a lot of
Well,
damage.
Darshan did just pop
Look
the
at top.
boost
Look
up
at
there in
top.
lane as soon
Look
as
at
he landed
top.
that first undertow, forcing Lorlo to disengage. I mean, Olaf's damage.
I mean, he didn't get much for that ghost. That's really good for Lorlo.
Every other champion, it's almost impossible to stand and fight him. So Darshan just wanted to make sure he immediately takes control over the lane. He's going to have control over the wave to get that shoved up. Turtle engaged on immediately by Aphromoo as he and Insanity hit level 2 before Turtle can do the same thing alongside Biofrost. And although Turtle gets away, it does cost his ghost. And now Aphromoo with another re-engage to Biofrost. Bio with a nice headbutt though, forcing Aphromoo to flash away to stay safe. Both ignites are going to be spent down here in the bottom lane. It's the flash for the support of Aphromoo's team versus the ghost from Turtle having to be spent as well.
Well, it's actually a really big deal because Turtle's going to miss out on a lot of this wave, I think, here. They just hard shove this in. The cannon actually might make the difference. We'll see. Biofrost obviously cannot hold it. He is way too low, so you're going to lose the first.
No, it's actually
lane.
fine.
I don't know if
Turtle
he'll lose the
misses
cannon
nothing.
or not. It's actually
Turtle
really lucky
misses
that it's a cannon wave that he
pretty much
ends up
nothing here.
recalling on, so maybe going to be
The
able to get
only
him
thing
ready
that
for the
matters
charge,
is that
so it won't be too bad
Afro
at the
gets to
end of the day
cheat a
if we get
recall
timing
here
on
for
that
free.
base.
That is
It does get it.
crazy.
Nicely done.
Works out.
Afro has tempo timing here. I don't know if he could have bought boots. He couldn't, right? Fuck. If he could buy boots and run topside, this would be the most annoying fucking play.
Especially taking control early. I like the fact that he used the ghost like he did because the cooldown is so low.
When you play against Kog'Maw, the most important thing is you disengage when his W is up, and then once his W is down, you just all in him. If he all in when his W is down, he does literally peanut damage. Literally negative fucking damage.
You don't have TP. If you ever lose control of the wave without TP, it becomes really, really rough. Yasuo's actually doing a good job, though, just kind of trading past these minions, trying to farm up the splinters. Remember, Syndra does scale really well now, you know, with that change that has been in there for quite a long time. And when you hit multiple spells in a row, back to back, and it looks like he already has 19 splinters, which is pretty crazy, I feel like, this fast.
Yeah, I remember the splinter thing.
Wait, how does splinters work?
And then so the first time I saw the champion after that, a few months later, I was like, wait, what is this counter thing? I feel like I haven't seen this champion in way too long.
How many balls you threw?
Yeah, I fell into the trap of not actually reading the patch notes because I control after the word
Upgrade. Is it when you hit people, they get certain things? That is so weird.
But whatever, it's all right. Rosethorn's
You get them for hitting 2 more abilities in a row. So, oh, that's so interesting.
Cutting those down very quickly because
like, how do they upgrade your thing?
But now Perry's moving up. He's ready to help stop him.
Wait, Golden Glue did such a good job stalling there.
You have to be a little careful about that one.
Oh
Perry still has to step
no.
up and contest this.
Perry just
Yasuo
fucking
does
owns
not have
this.
much mana. Even though he has the health advantage.
Wait, Golden Glue.
He can't cast a lot of
Oh
spells.
wait.
Meanwhile, Darshan
Is Darshan
and
fucked?
going to continue trading back and forth up here in the top side. Darshan's winning the trade in a 1v1, but League of Legends is a team game. And as soon as Rosethorn makes the approach, Darshan has to stop his chase.
Rosethorn wasted so much time by those Raptors, though. Like, he was there for, I want to say, 45 seconds, if not a minute. It felt like it was like ridiculous.
At 120, you get 150% up.
Wants this,
Oh.
man. He jumps in there, loses his bone plating. Rosethorn again hanging out nearby, but Golden Glue with a reset.
You know who's been very impressive? Grayson. I thought he was mainly coaching, but like he has been playing mid lane really well, like surprisingly well. I did not expect him to be like somewhat informed.
Make a recall. 200 HP is just way too little to play with. He's got no presence really left in the lane.
I mean, Rosethorn spent so long trying to steal the enemy Raptors, wasn't able to do it because he kept getting pushed back. Then they lose control mid lane, so he gets his Raptors stolen and didn't take enemy Raptors. He's still level 3
Rosethorn
at
is
5.5
so
minutes.
fucked.
I mean, Perry is close to 5.
Grayson stopping the Wraith Camp was actually game-winning play. Perry, literally look at Perry's fucking 2 camps up.
Is way ahead of you.
Yeah, Viego's so dependent on at least staying up with the curve of the game as bottom side Insanity and Aphromoo again, just trying to keep the pressure on versus Turtle and
Competition is best, that's true. But he's still
large
playing at like a GM plus level, which is pretty impressive for someone who's been out of competitive play for like a year plus.
Oh, well, I got you. Perry's going to be looking for a dive here. The recall completes for Wild Turtle, but they're pushing this in, and I think Biofrost could be in some trouble. Perry going to be looking to start it up as the wave's coming in. They're not going to... What? They let him recall. They throw the sapling if it was too late. Are you kidding me? There's 4 of them there for a free dive.
The
And they
fuck did
allow
I
him to
just
recall.
see?
Big mistake, honestly, but it's going to be Darshan looking to get aggressive on Lorlo. All for ult traded, and the Ghost going to be used as well as Darshan again pushes Lorlo back.
I mean, that's so good for Team Yasuo. They were able to get mid lane push.
Don't worry, bro.
Rosethorn cuts off Golden Glue here.
Is back in bot lane, but Rosethorn in trouble. He's actually
Rosethorn
trying to
gets
lay and wait for
fucking
Golden
killed
Glue, but it's Golden
here.
Glue pushing him back, and Perry's going to twist and advance forward, catching out Rosethorn, who has 1 auto of health. He's going to go down, but it's going to be traded back. The first blood comes through, but it's a kill for a kill. Both junglers will fall as Yasuo able to make the rotation to help out there. Doesn't have ulti, so has to be careful. And
Oh, he doesn't know Afro is
has
literally
his
right
flash, so
here.
could actually look for this play. Afro might go for the Q flash. We'll see if he commits to it. Q flash, nice reaction flash though comes through from Yasuo as he's gonna be able to get out.
Dude, Viego damage. Viego's so behind, man. This is so unfair.
I got you, bro. Don't worry. Flowers is fixing his mic. He will be back shortly, because those of you could not hear him that it was talking. But I will continue casting for now until he is here. Afro again heading back towards bot lane. Going to be looking for this play potentially on Turtle, but he already.
I think everything is okay. As soon as his sanity gets levels, like this game is so fucked for the other
no
team.
Ignite. They both have Hex Flash. We'll see if they want to try to make anything happen. As Yasuo, another scatter does land, and he has the follow-up W. So again, doing a job following up with that and farming up as many splinters as possible. This game, honestly, really close. Back and forth, only 100 gold separating these two teams. 2 kills in 8 minutes. Is about as slow of a pace as we've had so far at the NA Legends Invitational Tournament. Has been really, really bloody. But obviously, it is match point now at this point. See Aframu. Nice stun. Yasuo in trouble. The twisted advance comes through, and he is gone already. Golden Glue trying to kite back. Has no mana for the rocket jump, but Rosethorn cannot get through to trade back the kill, and Perry still chasing.
No
he will get out, but Golden Glue survives. That is heartbreaking.
Grayson got away with fucking murder here.
Back here, just now has it. They're not able to get the trade kill. Biofrost though, Hex Flash forward, has 6, could look for the play. Stun does land.
Not good, not good, not good.
Aframu's gonna have to retreat, but it's Insanity trading the damage.
Yeah,
back
that was
heavily
really
onto
bad. You
Biofrost
have to combo
and onto
Insanity.
Turtle. We can see on top side though, it's again,
Wait.
it's Lorlo
Lorlo diff right
killing
here.
Darshan and chasing after Perry. Perry's got
Wait.
no flash. The stun comes in from Rosethorn. They're hot in pursuit. They have the slice to catch him. The slice comes through, but it doesn't connect, so he doesn't have the dice
Stun
available.
here, 3
but
seconds, there we
there's another
go.
follow-up stun. Twisted Advance is only going to buy some time. Lorlo gets a
Oh
solo
my
kill
God.
and follows up with the second.
No,
onto
my
Perry.
Darshan
Huge
is
plays
so
from him in the top
fucked,
lane
man.
to give
And
Yasuo
Rosethorn
Squad
got
the
back.
gold lead
He's back.
for the first time in this series, and really, for the first time, any team has been able to get a lead against this team from
I have
Africa.
reloaded it multiple times. I do not know what to do with the video link. I'm on. Let's go. I have returned to life. Azael, thank you so much. Can we get some Giga Chads in the chat for Azael, because that was absolutely perfect. I sincerely apologize. Everything on my left monitor just decided randomly it was no longer wanting to work. It was just AFKing the game, but now we're back. Sorry for everything that I missed as Aframu and Insanity come in for the dive. Wild Turtle ready for the outplay. He guns the first one down, but he is caught after the fact. Insanity still accomplishing the mission, but now that little Kog'Maw has to flap his wings and jump his butt all the way out of this jungle. Biofrost coming around trying to keep him locked down. Perry shows up and he can get there in time. The Ignite is still ticking. No, Biofrost cleans him up.
I think if he goes to a little bit earlier, it would be
Another
good.
kill there with the Ignite. Nicely done by him.
Wait, how did Mo die?
Looking
Oh
at
no.
Golden feels confident to take this with Darshan around. Rosethorn pays the respect. We'll just back it up. Has the Herald in pocket, so gonna have the quick base here, but they end up wanting to stay around as no one is there to actually collect that wave just yet. So Biofrost gonna move mid.
Wait,
Try to
Grayson's
hold this here for the
CS is
Watch
so
this
bad.
One more time. This is that earlier play. Golden Glue just getting aggressive, going in. Gets the reset on the E, jumps forward once more, the ulti to turn it around, but that final auto comes through. Golden Glue just gets the solo kill.
Man, we're getting a spicy one here in this one. 1,500 gold lead for Yasuo's Wild Turtles. Honestly, as good as any team has done against Africa here so far. But that Drake is going over to the Watchman's side. We'll see if they get punished for it. Rosethorn wants to see if he can catch these guys.
Harry and Golden Glue disengaging now. Aframu looking for a chance to maybe turn it around. Insanity's also here. The Kog'Maw has so much range over the wall. He can be a very effective source of damage, even without being right next to these guys. But because of the
I
low
think
health,
it's
because of
okay.
the fact that they just wanted to get the Drake and get out, they don't
I think
want
everything
to
is
push too
gonna
far
be
here by
like
Turtle.
Lorlo
Let's get
gets
traded back
now
on there
gets
with the EQ combo coming out from Kog'Maw.
his
As Perry
stuff
using the
Olaf
Nature's
and
Grasp
Olaf
now
not
wants to lead the
scaling
way.
really
It looks like
sucks.
they found their target, and
Oh,
it looks
wait,
like that
hold
target
on.
is named Rosethorn. More of that puke coming out from Kog'Maw as Rosethorn disengages back over the wall with a Heartbreaker, and the rest of Aframu's team now has to get the hell out of their own jungle. They know they've lost control. They know it's
Oh
advantage now
no!
the TP is
I was
coming
just
in,
talking
and
about how
Lorlo's
Lorlo
decided
got
to commit
ahead,
to the fight. No fight to commit to, though.
but now
Darshan's
Olaf is
gonna
gonna
get something
get
back on
plates,
top
man.
side.
Yeah,
Oh
he's gonna
god, is
lose
a
lot of
cannon
this.
mini
Probably 2
wave?
plates, I assume. Plus
Oh
he's gonna
no!
lose the
Oh
wave.
wait,
This is good.
they
TP
trade
Yasuo up towards
TPs.
top. That is exactly what you want to do. Darshan will just go behind and start proxying the wave, but at the very least then he doesn't get that second plate, and he's kind of in an awkward spot. Potentially the Olaf could eventually get chased down here. I mean, Yasuo's on a blue buff, so he's got to be careful though.
This one could get a little troublesome, man. Up in the top side, Yasuo having to run away. The shield from the Olaf is enough.
Oh my god! Oh, Darshan's fucked this game. Darshan's so fucked.
Yeah, it does get that kill.
That would have
Cost
been
him
such a
his
big kill
flash,
for him too.
but he is able to get it. If he goes forward, Perry could actually have this kill here.
Yeah, I feel like
See if he
Perry's
can
gotta have
outplay.
this one, right? No, he gets
No
Scatter the
way.
weak. All right, no,
Good scatter.
nicely done by Mo.
Yep, well played.
Wait, Mo's
Didn't
kind of
panic,
doing
sat in that
well.
Scatter, use that to actually get some space between him because there's no ulti for Perry, so didn't really have an ability to follow up after that.
Oh, Golden Glue sticking around a little bit too long in this tier 1 turret as Biofrost and Rosethorn both coming in for the collapse. Flash out from Grayson trying to get back underneath that tier 1 turret in time, and he will do so. 3-man play attempt, at least gets the summoner spells from Tristana, might give him a window
Guys,
here.
I'm 100% gonna be. I was gonna maybe stream after this a little bit, but I'm gonna take the day off. I'm gonna get my Chipotle after this game and just eat it, and then just relax, do some laundry.
All right, Insanity
Damn,
his
Turtle just
secret
owned
Michael
this guy.
Santana passive ability to get some more burst.
Oh my god. The Michael Santana secret ability? Bro, it's OP.
Aframu shows up. The Rel would have to be the one leading the charge here. Golden Glue healing up with a potion. Wants to make sure he's out of the combo range from the Alistar. Headbutt, pull. Where's the trample? Golden Glue trying to get the damage, but Rosethorn shows up and Biofrost gets the shutdown.
They call him Beef Daddy. Biofrost smacks him down. Pull one upside the head.
No
there.
way
Lorlo
they can even
almost had a
kill
solo
Lorlo
kill
here.
again on Darshan,
I
but
bet you
Perry
if he
is
goes
here.
in
I
here,
don't think
he's
they can
dead.
take it, though.
They get
Lorlo
double
is the
kill. They
big
get
man
double
on
kill.
campus. He's feeling good. He's got the Core Drinker completed. They're gonna go in for it though.
Oh, the Olaf trying to stay alive with the shield, but he can't do it.
Oh
The
my
burst
God.
from Renekton is far too strong. Lorlo is having such a different game here in round number 2 against these guys. He was completely shut out in game number 1, but he has surged to life in game 2.
Yeah, Lolo's going beast mode on the Renekton here. 3-0, gets the 1v2 kill against the counter pick here. He was blind to Renekton and making it happen. They're 3.5k ahead. This is the closest anyone has
Wait,
gotten
they're
by
kinda
far to actually
owning.
taking down Aframu's Watchmen, so we'll see. Yasuo squad can do it. They're here looking for a potential dive on Insanity. Afro's in the area, but it's a 4v2 if they want to make it happen.
Yeah, are there any teleports? No, there's no way for these two to be reinforced.
Oh
Aframu's gonna get the
my
first target.
god.
Yasuo grabs the kill, and Rosethorn goes for the reset, uses the crash down to get back out of the turret aggro, as Insanity's got the ghost.
Fly, butterfly,
Trying to get away
fly.
with it, but
Oh.
Heartbreaker into the Spectral Maw to lock him down.
Oh.
It's a double kill for the team captain of Yasuo's Wild Turtles.
This fucking Kog'Maw pick, bro. Don't worry, Cog skills. It's at
Yeah,
35
that is
minutes.
huge.
Cog is gonna
Gonna be able to
own.
get that kill onto Insanity. He just barely didn't have flash. It was coming up pretty much as he was dying, but not in time. So Ghost can't get him out of there.
Yeah,
Playing a
he
very
needs
different
Seraph's
style
Ludens,
here,
and then
switches
he needs
AP
Death
Cog,
Path,
does
Void,
mean that they
Horizon
really are
Focus.
vulnerable during some of those spell cooldown windows.
Yeah,
Wasn't able to clear out
perfect.
the wave.
That's
Obviously, not
easy.
much they could do in that spot. 4v2, looking for that dive, and they don't have that advantage that they had last game either in the top lane. So really across the map, things are becoming pretty problematic. It's only Golden Glue that's really in a strong spot.
And when we're talking about Darshan's Olaf, I mean, this is one of those picks that when Olaf is ahead, he feels so impossible to play against. You know, he's immune to CC. He's just running at you so fast with the Ghost. He's perma-slowing you with the undertows. But when he's behind like this, if he can't stand and just do a
This series is a lot closer to some of the other matches today. Wait, my series is close, right?
Out onto the sidewalk, then he doesn't really have as much of a role to play.
Okay,
And
but
right now,
think of all the series you've ever watched. How many times have you seen
I mean, you
a
just
bot lane do well every game? Because you're watching my stream.
As we're gonna see Perry likely die again, but Prox the phase rush does flash out. Means has to use that though to retreat, and it will be the Herald going the way of Team Yasuo.
Such your best.
5K is the lead.
Come on,
They're gonna grab
guys.
the Herald as well here. Objective bounties are available, so maybe Darshan can grab.
Is there anything on
one
the
down
line?
bot.
There are
No,
like
Yasuo is gonna
custom
TP down to prevent that.
arcane
Only
Vi
looking at efficiency,
gauntlets,
but he might die for this.
and they're
He's gotta
so
be careful.
sick actually.
Orlo really trying to
They're
punish him
really
for that,
sick.
but because of the fact
They're like
that
more
Twist is
impressive
so
than the
slippery,
LCS
you
trophy.
get the
I know
rocket jump
Toast spent
reset
thousands
after
on
your
getting them
rocket
each
explosive charge,
custom, and they're
getting
engraved
buster shots
with
to get
whatever
the
you
next away
want.
from you.
So like
He sticks around long
that
enough to
could have
claim
been
the objective
mine.
bounty, which, as you pointed out,
But
are big
instead-
deals. That's a huge thing to be able to try to get yourself back into the game. I think it's another reason why Yasuo's team really wanted to get in there.
I think we
and
always
stop
went early.
it. Yeah.
We
Herald
seems
as well,
seems like
but
an
it's still
interesting
5,000
statement.
gold game, man. This is
Maybe
the absolute
I.
best performance we have seen
That's not
this
true.
team
I the
have
the
up against
third
the
game I
Watchmen
got
so
like a
far,
lot of these
as
games are
Perry
hard carry by
just
myself.
dies to the
Oh
burst
my
while Turtle
god.
steps in for the last hit.
Yep, had no flash, used it to get out of that Herald fight.
You drafted some vibes are good.
He'll survive
Okay,
there, ends up going down now.
you-
Afro playing behind gold.
I actually
trying to
thought
see
I
if they can
drafted
get
some good
Golden
ass
to go a little too
players.
aggressive, try to find
I
this
thought it
kill
was
on
it
him.
went okay.
Golden Glue, I think, just trying to bait him. Afro's going to play through the lane. They see that this is really their.
He captain gets to keep it. All 5 players get one.
Him, but with Biofrost coming up, this could be tough. I think that Lorlo and
Thought my
Bio
team was
definitely
hella
win this 2v2.
underrated.
Lorlo's just so strong right now on the Renekton. The Gore Drinker makes it so hard to kill him. I mean, just having Aframu there as a secondary source of healing for both Call the Meek and the Gore Drinker together. Rose Thorn now approaching from the side to give him the man advantage. This should allow them to just hard force this thing down. The tier 1 turret only standing with about 1/3 HP anyway. Perry wants to reinforce in time. Aframu looking to make his entry, and they will manage just ever so barely to save that tier 1 turret. But the next time Yasuo's team
Yeah, I could never
gets
get
ready
by
to
this
crash,
wave.
it's a single auto attack with backdoor protection removed.
Yeah, that thing's going to be easy to kill. But here goes Darshan trying to find the kill on bot side.
Yep, misses the first axe. He's popped the ghost. He's saving the ulti up until Yasuo would need to use Scatter the Weak. You can see there it was. As soon as he spawned the Dark Sphere on top of him, that's when he uses Ragnarok, because he needs to make sure that he's maintaining it. and not
Darshan's
allowing it
back.
to fall off so Syndra can't disengage. Nicely done from Darshan to pick that up.
Yeah, really good job. That is the danger playing a mage.
The team
in
with one
side lane
current and
like
2
that.
former
The Ghost
LCS
so
mains
much
might
more
have an
valuable
advantage.
in that long extended trade. He gets the kill. It's a 600 gold shutdown, and Yasuo spends his
Whose
flash
team
to
are you
die there.
talking
So,
about?
Our
Mine?
Storm might be able to pick up Darshan though. He's got to be somewhat
I think my team had.
Unglu's a little bit close, but I don't know if he's going to be able to get there in time. We'll see.
That's every team. Yeah.
No ulti to get away from this one. Needs to just try to stay alive. Not quite. Rose Thorn's burst takes him out, and Golden Glue has to try to get over the wall, but Wild Turtle is ready for the follow-up. It's another kill going the way of Yasuo's team. They're
Yeah,
up
every
6,500
single
gold in
person was a
19
pro
minutes, and they
player
are
in the
slamming
game,
Afro
except for
so
Mo.
hard.
Yeah, it's gonna be
Every single
7K
player.
now with that tower going down in top lane, doing a really good job.
I did
Golden
really
tried to
double check.
jump
'Cause I was
in,
like, damn, that
bail
every
out
player had an
Darshan, who
LCS
really kind
player
of
and
overstayed his welcome in that bot
usually
lane
2
after getting a solo
former
kill, and he gets
LCS
punished
players
as well
and
for
what
moving
like
in,
one
getting
current
a kill
in
there.
ACL player.
They are really cruising. Insanity, though, quietly scaling up, is at level 11. Remember, when you're playing AP, it's so much more about levels than it is for AD Cog. AD Cog really just needs level 9, max out the W. You don't really care that much past then. Obviously, Q is just giving you additional attack speed, but it's more about the gold. When you're playing AP, you get massive range increases on your ultimate for every rank up. So if you can get to 16, you can be ulting people from like a full screen away. It's actually really, really powerful. So there's always a chance that maybe before a fight, he can poke people down, give them some windows, but it is going to be really tough for them to claw their way back.
It's a big if, man. It's so hard to do. He's still only sitting
Yeah,
on the
Perry is an
1
ACL
completed item
player.
with the Luden.
Darshan X
He's got, like, the
LCS.
tier most of the way
Grayson
back.
X
He's got
LCS.
Like
Insanity current
inventory,
LCS.
but it's just-
Afroboot X
this is the
LCS.
situation that this team
Actually,
has
let me
put
look
every
at
other
the
team in,
teams.
like, every game that they've
This
played
is
so far before this. Now we're
X
finally getting to see
current
can they
LCS,
play from
XS
behind as
LCS,
well.
X
And right
LCS,
now, They're all aboard the struggle bus.
Streamer,
They're trying to hold on,
current
stop their
ACL.
opponents
Every
from being able
team
to
is.
choke them out of the rest of
That's
the
so
map some
funny.
more. Lorlo forcing Golden Glue back. No one can answer Lorlu's Renekton in a 1v1 right now.
Yeah, not at all. I mean,
Dude, this Kog'Maw is so close to going crazy, guys. You don't even understand. You guys gonna go. You guys gonna pog out so hard when you see Insanity do so much damage.
Baron start. Will they try to look for picks? Because I think if you're not going to start the Baron, you're never really going to find picks against a Maokai, because he can just throw saplings on cooldown into the brushes. It's so easy to clear forward like that as long as you're patient.
It's also so difficult to play against Zeri in these situations where you're behind and trying to defend your jungle because of the fact that she can poke you through walls and then jump back over them to disengage herself. It's very, very tough, but Golden Glue may have got himself in an unplayable spot here, flashing away to try to get out, but Lorlo's ready for the follow, and Golden Glue can't get away. Meanwhile, it'll be traded as Yasuo's caught out of position back in the mid lane, so 1-for-1 across two separate
Good trade, good
fights.
trade, good trade.
I mean, that's huge, getting that 1-for-1, because otherwise it would have been Baron o'clock, but here's the TP from Lorlo. He's going to try to make it happen.
He wants back in.
Wait, is Lorlo 5 levels on parry, or am I reading the numbers wrong? Maybe if I squint a little bit harder, the numbers will change. Because that does not seem normal.
Such a difficult time navigating
That seems very not normal.
So I don't think Team Aframu is going to really look to do a whole lot more with this, and it means Rosethorn has the opportunity to freely solo down this trade.
Yep, going to be able to take the dragon. It's only their second, though. It is the XX dragon, which is so powerful, so that will be the soul that is available. You know, both teams would absolutely love to get this. This is really the best one that you can get in the game right now, so we'll see if it does end up being a
Oh my god, that graph is gonna look. It's gonna turn into just red soon enough, guys. Trust me, this Kog'Maw is gonna go crazy.
With all these bounties available and champions like Tristana who can really knock down towers really, really fast, if you do win a fight, you could collect a lot of gold really, really quickly and potentially put a massive dent in that lead.
Well, we have the second item completed for Golden Glue's Tristana. We got the Navori Quick Blades on there. I can see both of the needlessly large rods in Insanity's inventory. He's got the 2 sticks required. He just needs the money to duct tape them together into a hat. But it looks like Yasuo's team is not going to afford him the opportunity. They want to force the fight before that window is open.
Turtle didn't even have to ult
Darshan
there. He
forced to ult
forced
there
ult
is a
flash.
massive boon for the upcoming
Ghost,
fight.
that's so
They
good.
know Golden Glue is down there in the bottom lane. Yes, he has a teleport to join up for the rest of the fight. But
Imagine playing Olaf into fucking an enemy team without ulti, without Ghost.
Goes for the headbutt pull. Insanity
Wait.
flash back over the wall into the other side of the red pit to keep himself alive, keep himself safe. Darshan and Aframu looking for an entry here on the flank. The Baron still
Wait,
dealing
it's looking
damage to
okay.
Yasuo's squad.
Wait, they
Still
could
about
definitely steal
5,000
this.
HP. Insanity wants to find an opportunity to fire on these guys, but he's still got to be careful about the ramping mana cost on his ability. Lorlo flashes in. He wants to engage, but he's knocked back over the wall. They try to find the damage, and Bio's dead first. Rosethorn back in the pit. Now the Baron's still alive. It's going to be clean
No
by Rosethorn.
way.
But what else can he get? He's found his first reset, and he wants to get the second. Shutdown for Golden Glue back on a
Oh,
wild turtle, and
no.
now Aframu's going to be gunned down, and they need a little bit more damage from
no.
Rosethorn. A double kill. Now back over to Darshan. What could possibly happen from here for the side of Aframu besides running? Rosethorn is terrorizing these guys. Golden Glue is going to get cleaned
Oh,
up. The Viego
no.
is stealing everybody's champ and just looking better on it. Lorlo trying to chase down Insanity, who's almost completely out of mana and running into the wrong jungle. He's still got Rosethorn coming after him too. He'll buy as much time as he can.
Oh my god. That's my go right there. He now he needs 4 more levels. He's gonna pop off.
Flank him with it, but he just needed to, I think, play bodyguard maybe on that gate instead. As soon as he comes through, Insanity knows there's that delay before he's gonna be able to actually materialize and punish him.
Can
So he
you
just takes the
take
gate
gates even if you're
right out
taking
of there.
damage,
Insanity,
or is it like a
nicely done
is it like
by
out of
him.
combat thing, or is it just like you
Parachute's
just channel for
down,
1
but I don't know
second?
if you want it. I don't know if you want that smoke. He's level 14.
Oh,
That's gonna
so-
be,
You walk away. You're just, all right.
Interesting.
Another day then.
All right, we can see this one more time. Biofrost finds the engage.
It's
sneaks
damaging
behind
cancel.
Insanity, forces
Wow.
that insta flash out. Insanity definitely had to do that, but we're back to live.
Back to live, and Golden
Who's
Glue's
getting
back
beat
to
up?
dead. Wild
Oh.
Turtle will guarantee it. 5 kills now on the Zeri. Despite the fact that they lost a couple of bodies back in the previous fight, grabbing the Baron, the money that includes, and the additional kills afterwards, they're back to the same lead that they had. They're back to a commanding map state. They're back to a 5v4 for the next 30 seconds, and they're ready to push the bottom lane. Tier 3 turret under pressure.
Oh shit! Wait. Clock is death cap. Wait, it's over. As soon as this Baron buff is over.
Where a team fight does not make. Perry will try to zone these guys off, but Lorlo with the
Like,
dominance
you
ready
guys
to
don't
rage
even
bar
know.
full
Okay,
is
I mean,
not
that damage
deterred
looks
by
really
anything.
bad.
Darshan's
But, like,
axes are feeling pretty blunted
very
right now,
soon.
as Perry and Darshan can't be a strong enough front line to keep their base alive. The tier 3 turret back over in mid will be cut to pieces next, as that inhibitor should be short to follow. Luckily, the tier 2 is still standing up in the top lane, so they can't make it a 3-inhib game, but they might just win instead. Aframu's taken low, but it's Rosethorn taken out before he can find a reset. Huge,
Oh, wait.
Yasuo finds a
Did
more
Grace
massive
just
return kill on
die
Golden
to
Glue.
Syndra
It's a
ulti?
1-for-1 trade with the enemy mid laner down, and Yasuo's team is going to keep the gas pedal to the floor. They're going after the Nexus turrets, and they found the first one, but now they got to make sure they don't
Oh,
get
no,
caught.
they're in.
Aframu wants the engage, Biofrost wants to deny it.
Here's
Yasuo's
Darshan.
down to 200 HP now as Darshan is forced into the Ragnarok and goes back in to find the kill on the enemy mid laner. They're still seeing if they can find some more, but Insanity's got no mana left in the tank. Zeri Zep over the wall. Darshan and Perry ain't going to be caught by it
Wait.
here just yet, as now they try to re-engage, but Perry's going to be cut down on the front. Lorlo's unstoppable.
Well, this
Darshan's
mana
gotta
for
run.
Insanity does not
still can't
seem
cast
very
a
good.
damn
Oh
spell.
my god, he's
Aframu's
getting
trying to get back
TP'd
to
on.
safety. Wild Turtle wants
Wait.
to grab the kills. The Turtle's ready to go, baby. He's
No
takes away to
way,
safety.
he has his...
That should do
Was that
it.
Navori? How did he
Biofrost
get
picking up a
E
kill
up
on
again?
Aframu. Golden Glue has finally respawned, but he now stands alone. Bio, Lorlo, and Turtle all ready to end this game, all ready to hand these guys their first loss of the tournament and take us to our third and final game. Golden Glue needs a little more DPS. Lorlo gonna proc the Sterix gauge to keep himself alive. Golden Glue with a flash away, but the Nexus is vulnerable and a TP's coming in. Ladies and gentlemen, we didn't know if it could be done, but it can. Yasuo's Wild Turtles will hand the watch for their first.
Bro. They just... I knew they would do that. And you know how we're going to celebrate? It's chess time, baby. Cute that the other both proc on the Zeri number. I don't know. Does anyone know? I don't know anything about Zeri except for she's annoying. I found out today because Diamond told me that Cho's silence fucks over Zeri because you can't play the game. And I'm like, oh, interesting. Is it working? Yeah, I got you. Oh, hold up a sec. The fuck? He brought back his piece? What is going on? Wait, how did I just take this? Would it be safe for Soraka fucking Zeri then? Yeah, but it's a little different. You got ad after giving you something. You shouldn't see ads if you're subscribed. But maybe it like didn't kick in yet. What the fuck is going on? What? Have an idea. It was probably this. Honestly. Oh, he DC'd, so I won. Wait, is this checkmate? Oh, it is. Ah, that's why he left. He knew I was embarrassing him. He had no counterplay. What the? I actually don't know if I like this play. Pretty sure I don't. Pretty sure I just always push pawn here. I think I've played against a couple of people who do this, and I'm just like, This he pushes. I'll give it a shot. What's the worst that can happen? He pushes this. Actually, kind of okay with this. Castles. What did I just see? Excellent. What just happened? I don't know. I got a free queen this game though. And so I'm pretty happy about that. I think queen play. I don't know if I like the queen play, bro. Oh, I can't. Interesting. Fuck it then. How does this guy not forfeited yet? I just take this. I own. What are they saying, man?
Invitational, and Team Yasuo has done the impossible. They've taken the game of the undefeated Team Afromu. Yasuo going on that Syndra, Lorlo going crazy on the Renekton, being able to shut down Darshan for the first time this entire event. What a turnaround. I did not see this coming at all.
Dude, this was probably the biggest upset of the tournament. After seeing how Afromu's team has been playing up until this point, it looked like they were going to have a straight shot straight to the winner's podium, never taken a single loss. But this game really turned it around. Yasuo showed that, hey, you can ban out both wind champions, and I will still be able to show up on something. He had some really good moves on the Syndra. The top lane story also just being a 180 compared to what it was in game number 1 was huge. Lorlo's presence on the Renekton, he truly was a raid boss. They could never deal with
I got
him
it,
side
guys.
lane.
I own. I have a 2-win streak.
On this pick that
When's
it
the
just
last
made
time
it
this happened? Oh,
impossible
what am
for
I
the rest of the
doing?
team to create enough
It's
space to play around it.
Yeah, I'm just really curious now what's going to happen, because assuming Afromu's team goes back to blue side, is Yasuo's squad on red side still going to ban out the Rumble? Are they still really concerned about that? You know, can they get something like the Renekton? Even if they do ban it out, will that just get taken away? Because they kind of problem solved, you know, for that. You know, banned out the Rumble. We didn't really expect that. First pick the Renekton, it worked really well. So now Afromu's team has an opportunity to potentially adjust some of their picks and bans to kind of change something up.
Yeah. For Yasuo, every time he's won in this tournament, the champion he's won with becomes perma-banned against them. So we saw Yasuo was let through, never again. Yone was let through, never again. Now we're gonna see the Syndra ban again, and like Azale mentioned, the Rumble ban, that's the big one, because Darshan has been very comfortable in it, and the first time we see him
Don't worry,
like kind
I'm
of struggle is when he
cooking.
was forced on a more aggressive role.
Yeah, I'm hoping that we get to see some creative stuff in the draft here again. It looks like Afromu's squad is back on the blue side, so I expect that the responsibility is going to be on Mo's team to do the Rumble ban again. Last time we were a little bit surprised to see them ban it on blue side, not want to play it themselves. I think with them being on red side and that being the team that's normally taxed with that ban to begin with, they're probably willing to pay the tax just to keep that away from their opponents. We know how eager Darshan is to play at the impact that he's had in the past. And I feel like they also might be a little less gung-ho to play their pocket pick type stuff, right? The Olaf did not work. The AP Cog bot did not work. Now that they've been shown
Pistol streams,
that
yeah.
they lose playing these more fun picks, I wonder just how sweaty this draft will be, the Watchmen.
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, the AP Cog was definitely.
I want to
spicy. It
know
does do a
what
lot of
Insanity
damage,
is
but
going to
it's like,
play next.
was it
That's
his
the
fault
most
that they
important
lost?
thing
You know,
for
could he have
me.
made a bigger
Because the rest of the
difference on
stuff is
their
like,
pick? Maybe, but
whatever.
He actually
you know?
individually was doing pretty well. It didn't seem like it was really that big of a problem. So it's hard to know like what their read is on what the issue was.
Yeah, they definitely may have overcooked, trying to have fun. May have felt invincible throughout this entire tournament, and wanted to mix things up with the AP Cog. So I'm thinking Golden Glue's gonna get them on some very meta champs this time around.
The power of the coach draft gap. We'll see, man. I hope that we get to have a really good final game here. I mean, that's the thing. Even though these guys have only lost one game
this
thus
is
far,
weird.
they're also one more loss away from just
Huh.
not winning the whole thing, right?
I didn't
This
realize I
next
had
game,
nowhere to
win or
go here.
lose, everything else up until this point now no longer matters. It's all down to this last matchup, how you're going to draft it, how you're going to
Good.
play it. I'm also curious, Isaac, you pointed out during the last game when I was trying to mess around and get my tech back together, just how slow the early game was in this one compared to almost every other game throughout the tournament. It felt like both teams were willing to pump the brakes a little bit, recognizing how much was on the line. And now that we're on this third and final game, I wonder, do you stay that course and try to play it more conservatively, try to play it more by the book? Or do you throw the
Yeah,
book in a
fine.
wood chipper and just immediately go for level 1 Fiesta Bonanza plays and try to catch them off guard that way?
Yeah, it's hard to know. I think it's just kind of like a player by player thing. You know, sometimes in these big moments, people get really nervous and they want to play a little bit more close to the chest. This is the first time Afromu's team has lost, but because it's a BO3, they lost one game in the tournament. Now they're one game away from losing the tournament. Right?
Guys, we
So,
could have
yeah,
beat
maybe they're gonna be
Afro.
feeling the
They
heat a
could
little
have been
bit, though.
talking about Afro in past tense.
It's,
you know?
I expect Golden Glue to just get them on the Maokai, get them on the Rel.
Crack the whip.
So the big thing with Golden Glue when he goes coaching for us, he just loves Maokai. Like he is a really strong champion, but he's come up with like many strategy based around the Maokai Rumble ultimate.
Wait,
you just
this
send
doesn't-
those R's out, and then two players can play the fight. But with this time,
Guys.
like I mentioned, without the Rumble, it's a little
We won
harder.
too many
So,
times in a row. Let's give them something.
just
Let's
exactly
give them
how
something
this
back.
draft is gonna play
Sometimes
out.
you gotta
The
be
draft
nice.
is
Christmas
ready,
came early this
so
year.
Let's just go ahead and jump straight into it.
All right, we'll catch you after the game, my friend. Isaac, let's rock and roll. I like his story about Golden Glue really liking Maokai because you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me back when
we had Hooney playing here in North America, and every game Hooney's playing top, and he's playing like Lucian top, or he's playing Rumble, or he's locking in this crazy stuff. And then he goes back to Korea the next season, and he's on Koma's SKT squad, and he just has to play like game after game of Maokai. And the joke was Koma just broke out the belt. He's like, all right, Hooney, you're playing Maokai. Do you want to play Maokai with an argument or without an argument? Because that's what you're going to play. And then sure enough, they won plenty of games with the Maokai because the champion's very effective.
Yep, absolutely, man. It's been strong for so long. You think back even to like pre-rework Maokai, which is forever ago, where it just had that AoE damage reduction zone. And ever like all the Tree SM memes because they were always playing it like Haunter Top and things like that, and Dyrus even back in the day before that. So we'll see. Rumble though left open. Pretty surprising actually that they decided not.
Blake Queen's game end up with a weaker. Yeah, I don't know.
The Jace and the Draven main.
I need to study some theory though. I feel I have a feeling I'm missing some theory.
I think Gnar is absolutely fine.
Is this? Do I care about this?
But they have to protect on those dives.
Okay, well, we've got the Rumble locked in, obviously. It's Yasuo, Yone, Nocturne banned away. Jarvan, Draven, Jace also all banned out. The Jinx being locked in for Wild Turtle, man. There's some serious hyper carry and reset potential here available on this pick. It's one of those 1v9 style champions in a game that has had less and less 1v9 champions over the year. Oh my god, Bat Chest, is it going to be both sisters from the hit TV television program Arcane, modeled after the hit video game for computers League of Legends?
Alright, Afromu's team needs to lock in Victor Caitlyn now. Let's get all the Arcane
Let's get
characters.
all of the Arcane characters in on this one. We've got the Jinx by first 2 picks for Yasuo's Wild Turtles.
Okay, let's go. They are going aggressive then, man. They're going to be able to lock in this Vi, so gives them a lot of dive. And Wild Turtle has so much history on this Jinx pick. This has been one of his best picks forever. Perry just going to slam down the Trundle again, though. Someone really strong at dueling. You can actually interrupt the Q channel on the Vi, with the Trundle pillar. So when you're channeling up that Q to be able to actually charge in, you can just
the one nice thing about chess is I kind of like playing it like a dumbass.
Spice, man.
I have read nothing about the game, and I'm kind of like just learning openings by playing them a lot.
Okay.
And I feel like that is a very weird way of playing.
Ezreal. I don't think this is going to be a mid Ezreal or anything like that. So should be Insanity playing it. This is going to be really interesting because this is one of those picks that has really no crossover with mid lane, like at least for many years. Back to the last time we saw it in mid lane was like Spellblade, the jungle
Spellblade
item,
and Spirit of Elder Lizard. Yes, Ezreal nerfing the
jungle
because he thought it was fun.
It's Ezreal. Interesting.
The look of just absolute pain on your face.
The usual approach. Actually, I think it's my original approach where I just play games to play games.
Scarner journey, and I had to watch that item get nerfed multiple times because of freaking Ezreal of all champions. I was so mad at him. I fury focused Ezreal players in solo queue for like a month because of that. I was just so mad at him. I wanted him to feel my pain. But we've got the Ezreal locked in, and I really like champions like Ezreal when you're up against Vi, because Vi's ulti, once that R button is fully clicked in, she's going. And Ezreal's ability to reposition her landing point can turn her win button into an int button.
Yep, absolutely. Can be pretty difficult to lock it down.
I have an idea.
A lot of safety, and especially Afro has been pretty active on the map. So if Afro wants to be roaming around, then also a good champion just be kind of leaving and in that 1v2 situation.
My idea might be really stupid.
They're banning out some of the pairings there with Ezreal.
But I think it's okay.
With Ezreal, so they're going to ban that out. Curious to see if they ban out more of those poke style champs to go alongside it. Instead, it's the Azir. Interesting. I wouldn't have thought that Golden Blue would play it. I mean, he obviously played pro, so he knows how to play Azir, but he hasn't shown anything kind of like to that style. Yeah. And their comp right now is very kind of like mid-gamey and aggressive, so I wouldn't have thought that they would slam down an Azir anyway.
Yeah, the Azir seems a little wacky. Karma makes sense. The Thresh and the Jax really being a respect band towards Lorlo, right? They're saying, hey, this guy is consistently a ladder player, likes to play carry style, like you pointed out earlier. Jax is kind of the iconic champion for that these days in the meta. Lots of players who are very skilled at carry champions in top lane are
fine.
And just slamming him down. They don't even care what they're playing.
I can
against.
freestyle
And
this
you already
back.
know that you're
Oh.
up against the Rumble most likely anyway.
Cannot
so
freestyle
let's
this
see what
back.
they want to go with now on Aframu's squad. It was the Rakan locked in for support over on Yasuo's Wild Turtles. And we're going to get Aframu Bard in the deciding game of the finals. Golden Glue running it back on
He
the
took the wrong
Fizz
one.
too for the mid lane.
Oh man, this is gonna be really hype. The Bard, the Fizz. We got some spicy picks here for this.
I'm
final
down
game.
2 pieces, but I
And we
don't
are
really
waiting
feel
for
like
this
I'm
last
down
pick.
a piece.
Oh, it's gonna be. I think it's gonna be. It's gonna be roaming Rakan top. I think it's gonna be roaming Rakan, and it's gonna be Janna support. Is my guess? It could be either, though. To be fair.
Okay.
But Lorlo has been playing a lot of roaming Rakan lately, so it's possible that it's either way. We'll see which
Roaming
you actually swap
Rakan
to.
and Bard?
But
This is gonna be a
Lorlo,
fucking
for the
great
final
game.
here in the finals is going to be locking in a roaming top. Looks like it will in fact be Jana. We'll wait till 20 seconds to really lock it in. Jana was like
Wow,
the
let's go
original
look at the
meta,
draft,
original
guys.
style where this kind of fasting
Yeah.
top laner style came. where you
No,
just run around the map.
Vi's really
But he has been
cool.
playing Rakan
And I
Alistar,
really like the
lately.
Rakan top.
So I was thinking it might have been the Rakan. It is going to be the Jana. He
Okay.
played a game of the roaming Alistar earlier and did win with that. So now we get to find out if he's going to be able to make it happen again. This is going to be interesting, man. I actually think it's pretty clever in the way they set up their draft too, because
Yeah, it's
when you're
really
looking at
clever.
Champions, you know, like the
Guys,
Fizz
look how
especially,
clever this
you know,
draft
Fizz wants
is.
to play aggressively, has to really be in the face of the Syndra to be able to actually do anything in this lane. Otherwise, you're just sitting back and getting poked out. So I think what Lorlo is going to do
Oh,
is
it's
he's gonna
Janna
soak some
top.
XP early, and then I think he's basically going to
Dude, this is such a Lorlo fucking pick, man.
Play with Yasuo,
And it's
I think
really
play
good
around
because I
mid,
don't
we
think
get this, like,
Rumble
2v1 mid
can
lane constantly where
kill
Golden Glue can never
towers
all in or
fast.
the Janna's gonna be there.
I
So
I
you can
actually
take
don't
shift
remember.
down,
When he
jump down,
overheats, does he get
and then,
attack
use
speed?
that pressure
Or does
to
he?
move
Yeah, he
Yasuo
gets
or
attack
Rose
speed.
Thorn
I guess
potentially into the enemy jungle. So that's kind of what
he has a
I'm
little bit of
expecting.
attack speed off his
And I think
passive.
it's actually pretty smart against these picks that have to be aggressive to succeed.
Yeah, this is going to be really interesting. I like the fact that
Ooh, boot
Aframu
start.
wanted
And
to slam the
damage.
Bard and
Rumble
Lorlo
can kill
wanted to
towers
slam
fast.
the top
Oh.
lane Janna in the deciding
This
game
guy has
here.
boots
Both of these players
refillable.
just ready to go
Lorlo,
after it.
you know,
Golden Glue
you
did
win
work
the
out well when
cringe
we got to see it
contest.
earlier in the day.
I
His
was
wife,
wondering
I'm
if there's
pretty sure is
someone
that
who would
champion we
be
talked about
more
yesterday.
cringe at
He's
top
really
lane than
excited
you.
to
No,
play
you got this
spicy mid-lane
one.
pick. Turtle's back here on the Jinx. We've been seeing him on the Zeri, that more modern hyper carry champion, but Jinx has been one of those 1v9s for a very, very long time. Rose Thorn again on the Vi. This guy's going to be your primary engage mechanism next to the Rakan. But the one thing that you also got to be careful for Yasuo's team here, I'm looking across this roster, and there's no true tank here, right? Like, yes, Rose Thorn will have some health, Biofrost will have some health, but these equalizers, if Darshan can find that big AoE, especially if you shoot a true shot barrage over the top of it, will absolutely melt these health bars in the mid.
Okay, I have a question though. Is this not the funniest thing? Post from Cody Sun. 2 months ago, the start split 2 has demotivated, chilling, and taking it easy. I was unhappy with ending the split rank 30. I knew I could do better. I was tired of taking a 2-week break to binge junk food. Afterwards, I realized it was all pointless, temporary pleasures and addictions that provide temporary relief for internal. What is the point? During the 2 weeks, I gymmed, I streamed League, I started to battle my demons. Okay, hold up a sec.
Level 1 flash, and now
I'm seeing some demon battling right now on my screen. Wow, they 3-man invaded this. 80 players will always gonna play their roles 2 weeks. It might be true, but it's matter. 80 is viable at the so I will not play ungodly champions in the volley. I will never roll swap you. Others make fun of 80 call it peace shooter. I don't care. I will keep a little master. I make the peace shooter look deadly. This is the funniest fucking. Is this a copy pasta?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I don't think they were expecting that because that's such a late invade topside from Aframu, right? So Aframu is going to be very late to bot lane. We'll have to see what the punish is on bot side because that is what the trade is going to be. But if they can't get anything back really on bot side, if they're not creating, you know,
they got
big
nothing
advantage
bot side
down there, then at the end of the day,
it's fucking Ezreal. You think they can get anything bot side, bro?
Recoup these camps anywhere. And it's going to mean also that when Lorlo's moving around the map and playing with his jungler, he doesn't have nearly as strong of a player to actually be able to support.
Dude,
so
Rose Thorn got
well worth the cost.
Got
only going to end up
this
being
game.
on bot
He
side.
lost a full quadrant in the jungle, so he's playing one quadrant jungling.
Should be 9.
That is so depressing.
There's
Holy
most of that still
fuck.
there to grab. There's 4 range, there's 3 melee, and there's the cannon. So he's going to be down 1 CS if he has perfect farm. You lost nothing.
And Ezreal's a great champion to do this with as your partner in bot bottom lane that you're leaving alone, right? Like this
Wait,
guy can
wait,
just
but
stand
Lorlo
feet
can
away,
actually
fire up
bail.
a Mystic shot. It's not nearly as bad as if he's something that's going to need to get closer to have any sort of exposure to the last hits and to the minions.
There's
Golden
no
Glue
way I'm
could be
seeing
the victim
4
of a
people in
four-man
mid lane
play
right
here,
now.
but it's so hard to force that to happen on a Fizz if he's not already immediately committing Playful Trickster to try to be aggro first. Rosethorn invading the enemy jungle here. We know that all these camps are still up, but Rosethorn and Team Yasuo do not exactly know where everybody is or what
They
they're
know what's
planning.
up
You can see
now.
the ping coming out right there from the ward they placed down, so now they know that Perry is in the area. Also very important for Rosethorn to remember that because he doesn't have the flash especially, Trundle is such an exceptional duelist against physical damage champions because of the way that he boosts his attack speed with W and also saps your damage while boosting his own with Q. It's just
Dude, the new
such a
bar
difficult
buffs make him
ball
look
of
so
stats to try to
OP.
fight.
He gets
Spy
so
does
much
not want anything
move
to do
speed
with
for
it
so
in single
long,
combat.
and he has all the
I mean, he's gonna need Dragona with him,
2
but
stacks
he's
of
gonna
his
put down,
heal.
you know, lost
He
that
looks
flash.
so good now.
It's gonna make things difficult because Lorlo, you can't just sit in lane on these style of champions. Like when you're playing this style, you need to be on the map. You need to be getting teammates ahead because you are guaranteed to be behind. It's just always gonna happen. So you have to kind of just accept
Lorlo
that,
is 10
and you need
CS,
to be
bro.
making Sure that as
10
behind as
CS,
you're
he
getting,
took
you're putting someone
heal.
else even more so.
Hello?
Ooh, nice stun from Afro there. Turtle, you could see the noise from the ghost. He really wanted to try to chase him down and inflict some punishing damage there.
Are you
With the
winning?
binding into the wall. cuts it
Yeah,
short,
I
makes it
placed
so
top
there's no real
4.
punish. I like how it's just Swifty boots for Lorlo. He started out with level 1 boots and a refillable potion because he knows that he's just going to be roaming around constantly, and he upgrades them all the way to the maximum move speed boot, and that's his focus. That's his
How did your
focus.
team already want to turn? That's
Rosethorn
how you play.
invading
Yeah, I'm
enemy
watching the
jungle.
3rd,
He's
4th
finally
place
gonna
match
get a red
actually.
buff. It's just really, really late, but hey, at least he's trying to stay caught up.
Yep, and now they have to look for a dive or something, because honestly, you're just not getting nearly enough. Like, they haven't gotten anything from the roaming Johnny yet, so now they have to go pressure, try to look for a dive, try to look for something. So they're 5 bot right now, potentially. We'll see if they can actually make this happen, because they are losing stuff on the other side of the map, but gonna have to call it off, so they are instead gonna start up a dragon right on spawn. They need to
How does
make
Janthi work?
things
Okay,
happen,
well,
right? Like, you
you're
absolutely
supposed to
have when you're
sack the
playing this
waves
style,
and
so
just
Lorlo knows
duo
that.
with your
Getting out of the
jungler and
lane, you
harass
talked about
mid. The
switching
problem
boots,
is
they also
mid
have
is
the added
playing a
benefit when you're
champion
playing
that cannot be
Trundle, the slow
ganked.
resistance is really,
Like, you
really
can't
important
really
against
gank
that pillar
Fizz.
because you are going to be
And
just a
so,
broken in,
yeah.
right? So if you're just getting pillared in and slowed down and caught, you are
Like,
instantly
Janet
dead in
can't
every
really
single
be
fight.
as
So
effective.
need
This
to
is
be
some
able to
weird
use
ass.
that
This is some
ability to
Lorlo
move
tech
around
in the
map.
top lane.
And we'll grab this first
This is
dragon.
literally
It
what he
Chemedex,
does for
so
a
means
living.
That's not going to be the soul. They are unfortunately spotted by that river ward, though.
Yeah, Cloud Drake coming up next too means the 2 most usually undesirable souls are not going to be on the table, so they have that working for them. But yeah, 4 guys hanging around this bottom lane.
This is a
again.
little scuff.
We need
This
to
is a
see
little scuff.
something happening here. Biofrost wants to go in for the engage. Now going right
That
back
was
out.
so
Vaultbreaker charge,
bad.
Forced to leave with it. And once
But I guess
more,
they had to
these
rush it
plays
because
are
Perry was
not
coming.
paying off. And as this is happening, it's plates for dinner up in top lane.
Bro, Darshan is having a field
like a wild
day.
animal in a china shop. He is breaking plates all day. There's nobody to defend this. Lorlo still has 10 farm. The fact that you had 4 dudes sitting around down here in the bottom lane, they're all taxing the EXP of your bottom lane duo as well. You can see Insanity hitting level 5 with Wild Turtle still at level 4. XP per level on the left side of the screen right there. It's Darshan, level 6, 2/3 of the way to 7. Lorlo is level 4, not even halfway to 5.
Yep, it is brutal right now for them. So Lorlo going to go back up towards top lane, try to collect a little bit more experience. But I just think that the invade was so smart against this strategy. It was such a good answer because
Invade was
your
so
jungler
good.
is supposed to be putting the enemy jungler behind because you basically have a second jungler as this roaming Janna, right? But they just weren't able to do it because it's a Vi that was forced to flash out at level 1. You know, Ezreal's not put down whatsoever because
The invade was so
Sword. He
smart. It
able to
won
stay
them the
safe, he was
game at
able to
level
collect most of
1.
that farm.
Fucking
And yeah, they're
whoever's
12 CS
decision
up
it was
now
to do
because
that
they
was a
tried to,
great
you know,
idea.
threaten these dives
It doesn't
a couple
matter if
times,
bot lane
but
falls a little
hasn't
behind.
resulted
The
in
other
a kill,
team's
hasn't resulted
plan
in
plan
really
just
much of
crumbles.
anything. So it is going to be really, really tough, I think, for them. But they are still putting pressure on Afromu here, but everything misses.
Yeah, Afromu with the juke boots ready to go. Golden Glue working together with Darshan, roaming over to mid with the equalizer. It's the non-roaming top who roams first and makes the play. Now Darshan using his
And
teleport
he
to go into the
TP's
bottom
bot
lane just to
lane?
reinforce them. He's predicting, okay, if there's any sort of a counterplay these guys can make after we did that up there, they're going to try to dive bottom again. Let's make sure they can't do it. Obviously, we can tell that nothing's going to happen down there while Golden Glue is crashing another wave into the mid lane tier 1. It seems like Yasuo's guys are just getting danced around in circles.
Yeah, they're getting nothing done here with this roaming Janna. You called it out. It's like Darshan makes the first successful roam, and he's the one who's been farming plates. He's the one that's been farming CS and levels up on top side. This is like the fourth try down on bot lane. Yeah, they
he's
are putting him
down
a
for
bit
this,
on
and they
farm, but
weren't
it's just
able
not
to.
nearly enough. Because
Oh
the advantage for the
no!
Rumble is massive.
It's
And
okay.
even
It's
in
okay.
the
Turtle
mid lane,
skills,
it's
right?
actually
Like
also
Jinx is a
very
scaling
far behind. He's
character.
down
That's
18 CS
fine.
right now, has a little bit to actually pick up at this point, but it is pretty rough because I was talking about how the Janna is supposed to really help you in this kind of matchup. It just hasn't panned out.
But yeah,
Very
Lorlo
same
terrorized his team, but it's not his fault. I think his strategy works, but the level 1 made his strategy terrible.
Got the CS advantage. They've got
Like
some
no
plates,
joke. Like
one
they had a
turtle,
really good way
but
of dealing with
the
it.
amount of investment down here for the amount of payoff, I'm in full agreement with you, Isaac. I just don't think it's been enough. Turtle's gonna have to have some mid-game team fight where he gets a quadra kill or something for this to all end up being worth it at the end of the day. Lorlo finally gonna make his way back up into the top lane.
Yeah,
Two waves
Roadster is
crashing into the
behind
turret
because
here
of
that he
level
wants to
1.
at least try to farm up, get
It's so
some
bad,
gold
actually.
from, but the turret's already lost 3.5 plates of its own. Top gold in the game. It's the two solo laners from Afromu's squad who are out on top. Both of them still ahead of Wild Turtle, who should be the biggest beneficiary of either team so far.
I mean, the problem is Vi is not a threat, and Yasuo on the Syndra is not a threat. So it's like, even if Turtle is pretty strong,
That hits?
he's just going to be getting focused, and Golden Glue's about to solo kill Yasuo, I think.
Yeah, the Syndra does not have the flash still ready to go. Golden Glue immediately flashing in as soon as he lands the shard because he knows he needed to save his E to be able to avoid a scatter the weak. He knows exactly how that trade plays out to give him the kill. He gets it done. They summon up the Herald. There's the first plate. Here comes the second plate. That third plate's going to fall, and it'll be the last one left on the turret. That's first turret of the game down before 10 minutes. The second one is about to drop up here.
Oh, and Darshan took demolished just so he could punish Janna more. That's fucking smart. Whoever that's a smart play.
10 minutes as Rosethorn is forced out of his own jungle by Perry, and Perry's ready to try to stand and fight. True shot barrage over the top, and the Vi is already dead.
Oh, let's go, Turtle.
Back as Perry wants to get away back over the wall, but he can't quite get there just yet. Now having to finally flash.
Wait.
With a nice flash to try to use the ulti to knock Golden Glue back away, but it still won't work because he gets over the wall through the magical journey. They still can't get a kill back. It's 4,500 gold ahead at 10 minutes.
Oh
And Rumble's is still
no.
top lane. He's going to get that tower as well. This game is looking so
Oh no.
over, man. They're able to have this incredible second game. They get the first win against Afromu's team, and they just came out angry. They have shut down every single thing the Yasuo's team has tried to do. Rosethorn is way behind. Lorlo is obviously going to be way behind. Turtle's not really even very far ahead at all at this point because Insanity even got a kill from that. So gold-wise, it's going to be nearly even between these two bot laners at this point, and this is looking almost
It's a
impossible to play out because every
5k
single
gold
team fight,
deficit at
Turtle's gonna
18.
get pillared,
But that's
he's gonna get
okay because
fizzled, he's
Janna
gonna
doesn't
get
need gold to be
equalizer, everything
relevant.
is gonna be thrown at
Janna's
him,
like 2
and there's just
characters in
zero
one
secondary
actually.
threat at all on Yasuo's team. No one else has any gold.
Look, man, Yasuo's team came in with this cheesy type of draft with the roaming top, trying to make this work, and instead Afromu's squad countered with the lactose intolerance delayed invade in the jungle. They were having none of it. They shut it down from moment one.
I am
it
so
never
sorry,
worked since.
Turtle.
Wild Turtle gets
Oh, their strong side went bottom, and then oh god, how do you play as Jinx against without flashing against Bard, dude?
To make any play anywhere, anytime, anyhow on anyone. And next it's going to be Yasuo, the focus, as they move forward with the flame spitter. There's no damage to try to stop these guys. Afromu leading the charge now as Golden Glue lands the fish and reels in a big one. Biofrost drops again, and it's a 6,000 gold game.
Yeah, they are just completely dominating now. Insanity even going to be farming up this plates. Anything you could do, I can do better as they send their goon squad down to bot. Yasuo's team tried to do it time and time and time again.
God.
Never were able to take down Insanity
Oh
or Afromu.
god.
And the first time they send everybody bot, they're killing off
Oh,
Turtle,
who
they're farming
messaged
up
me?
the plates, they're exploding the gold lead up over 6K,
Celine.
12 minutes in. They have been far and away the best team in this event, and they are looking like they are going to cruise to the championship in this
Lee
third
asked you
game
to play
unless
League
Yasuo's
after
team has
play
something
League.
to say
I
about
would have done it too if it weren't for. I wanted to
Going
support
for
the
something
tournament.
totally wild, trying to catch him off guard here in game number 3 on Yasuo's squad.
Yo.
But man, just having the strategy get shut down so hard by
Oh,
the Vi being
thank
sent
you.
behind with the delayed invade at level 1. I feel like
I
that
lost my
call
tournament
was
today, so I'm
exactly
gonna
what it
cry
needed to
later.
be. The execution ended up working out
Oh,
perfect.
don't tell me
and
that.
then they were aware of what the counterplay is too. They're saying, okay,
oh,
what they're
he's
gonna do,
so
they can't play
fun.
around top side. They're just
I
gonna try
will
to make
P2 him if you want. He's really fun. Okay.
As long as they can't get what they want from this.
Bye. Thank you.
And Insanity says, sure, I'm Ezreal. I hang back behind the turret.
Wait, I don't know. Can I say this? I'm sure she's fine with it. Next week, I'll be coaching her in League.
And to add insult to injury,
I am so
Goldblue
busy
not
the
slaying
next
mid lane,
5
right?
days. Is
That's
actually
just such a problem
crazy.
because John is supposed to be putting all these people ahead and protecting Yasuo so he can't actually get attacked, but Golden Glue, was not able to fall prey to any.
You
of the roams that
definitely
they've
League.
been
I
doing
want to
mid,
play
tried to
one
force
game.
mid,
If I
really got
win,
nothing
I will
from
try to
it,
push for
and Golden Glue's
Masters.
just been winning
But
out in
realistically, I
decisive
feel like it's
1v1s,
like
so
I don't. Here's what's gonna happen. The end of this game is gonna happen, and Team Afromu is gonna hold up a trophy. Okay.
Any of these guys
Sorry. Hypothetical team could be either team, right? I'm gonna end my stream. I'm gonna put stuff in the laundry. I'm gonna eat my Chipotle bag right here, and I'm just gonna vibe for today. I'm not gonna stream anymore. I've streamed and played too many games in the last 2 weeks. I think I'm losing sense of myself. So I will. I feel like I should go out that day to do something. Maybe I might like, I don't know, comedy club or something tonight. But I will go eat, and then I will be back tomorrow. Tomorrow is a big OTV shoot. I will not be back tomorrow. And the day after is probably me with her, helping her coach. And the day after, I'm shooting a vlog.
This whole squad right now is
A food
8,000
vlog.
gold behind. Games like these are almost impossible to come back in. Rose Thorn seeing an opportunity. Maybe we can go after Perry here. He popped the subjugate for the extra tankiness. Wild Turtle finally.
I need to stream TFT though, or else I'm gonna get eliminated, bro. I don't have time.
Comes down over the top and Rose Thorn gets cooked. Wild Turtle.
Oh my God, Jana's owning the fight. No way.
Is not gonna stop today. Yasuo tries to escape over towards the blue buff, but there's just no damage threat left on anybody. Darshan with a triple kill. 3-0 fight, 8-0 game, 10,000 gold up, 15 minutes in.
I see the day one. I guarantee starting Diamond 4, which is higher than the day one end if I play one
They're
game.
pushing the tier 2 in mid. They're going to push up the tier 2 in top. They're pushing in bot. They are everywhere.
This Rumble character does not look balanced. Riot, we've had this character in the game for how long? I'm starting to think there's a problem.
I'm pretty sure the Twitch chat mods just paid out the gamba that the chat was betting on at the start of the game. The mods have just said, hey, you know what? This is where we'll just go ahead and call it early. I don't know if that's exactly how you're supposed to do it based on the rules of being a bookie, but yeah, that's the ultimate.
They're behind 10.4k gold.
Already paying out on your loss, and the game's still going.
Well, let's see if they can try to do anything, man. Rose Thorn, he's so far behind his game. The Vi's having such a hard time going in. Vi is one of those champions where once your team falls behind, it just feels so bad because you know that you can only go in, and chances are you're not getting back out. Afromu taking a little bit of damage, but again, he knows there's not a serious threat on him. Golden Glue can swoop in, finds the first kill, walks on over to grab the second. Yasuo wants an angle here and flashes over the wall for his entry point. Afromu might finally die. Darshan gonna be bursted down, but the unleashed power instead finally on the board
Turtle.
is Team Yasuo, and it only cost him 3 of their own dudes.
Yeah, they're not able to get anything. For a second there, I thought there might have been a window for Turtle to try to get something going.
Oh my God.
Afro was really low. Golden Glue was really low.
Okay, how do I report this top laner?
Is low, though. Golden Glue hits him with the ulti, and he dies before the ulti pops. There's the ulti on him, and he's just gone before it even pops off. Doesn't even need it whatsoever. And then he's going into the back line. And this is where I was thinking, hey, maybe there's an opportunity here. Afro had 1 hit of HP. He got that first kill. Couldn't actually get in on Afro, though, as he pushed out, and then Insanity and Perry arrived. They escort Turtle out of there.
Dude, it sucks that the last. I don't mind them doing the strategy, but for the viewers, it sucks the last game wasn't closer. You know?
Isaac, here's my problem. The top lane is a level 7 Janna with no items. Jungle lost his flash at level 1. They tried 4 or 5 man dives constantly and never got nothing. And this game still has lasted longer than 16 minutes and 47 seconds. What in the hell was Mad Lions doing? That's my question.
Not a lot is the answer in that one.
I just don't understand.
How could it happen, man? It just doesn't make sense.
Well,
They're
One of the
taking
great,
over the jungle
questions
now.
of our time, you know?
Truly.
Philosophers. What is the meaning of life? Where do we go when we die? How did Mad Lions lose in 1647?
Oh my god. You know, Isaac, I consider myself
Wait, Mad
a,
Lions
hold
lost
on
in
now. Darshan trying to get away as they go for
1647?
the entry. Biofrost's
How?
not going to get his engage as Darshan can just walk this off.
1647?
Unglu's pushing the top lane.
16?
There. He'll take the tier 2 turret. But no, I consider myself a true American. Isaac, I know all the important dates, like, you know, 1776, our great country was founded over in
T1 owned them that bad? I think I watched that game.
And then,
Holy thing, I
1647
swear I
was just one
watched
of the
that
greatest
game.
times in all of League of Legends history. I'm very well versed in these history books, my friend.
You said it, brother.
Hell yeah, brother.
Hell yeah, brother. I'll tell you what, the Mad Lions.
Well, looks like we might have another kill coming in. Gold Blue picks up Biofrost. Goes Golden here with a stasis of his own, but the Chompers are armed and ready as he finally exits that protective state. That'll be the second kill of the game for Yasuo's team. Hey!
Second kill! Guys, get hyped!
Minutes and 48 seconds,
Guys!
Isaac, but Turtle got a
Guys!
kill. The initial investment in bottom
Bo?
lane. We're starting
Why isn't
to
no
at
one
least see
hyped?
something that may in some language be described as dividends.
We take those.
Yes, we do.
Maybe small win. May still have a level 8 windy
Hello?
girl up in the top lane.
Is this thing on?
12 robot of doom.
The level 8 wind woman.
But we did get a kill on our Jinx, so hell yeah, brother.
Hell yeah, brother. Jinx got a kill. Rose Thorn. Okay, Vi's gonna survive. Afromoo? They can't kill him. They can't kill him. There's no way. The equalizer drops down, and now we got troubles. A nice ulti from the Bard lands on 2, forcing the flashback out of Lorlo. Honestly, nobody from Mo's team died there. You'll call that a dub. Unfortunately,
Yeah, top is the better.
also accompanied by something
Yeah.
fabulous, as the top lane tier 3 turret has been smashed open by Perry's Trundle, just split pushing up here on the top side. He's got the lethal tempo too, so this is Chad Trundle as the mid lane tier 3 turret just barely survives thanks to the Janna shield. That one is hanging on by a thread as the inhibitor falls in top lane. Frozen Domain means Perry can just walk away from this one as they maintain absolute control over the jungle and the rift as a whole.
I'm just gonna say I'm gonna have to add Dubulus to my vernacular.
You like that? I made that one up on the spot.
Yeah.
That's brand
was
new.
Nice.
You just say it with enough confidence, and it sounds at least somewhat plausible.
It's kind of like scrupulous, but it's Dubulus.
Exactly. It just works.
Yeah, I like that.
I don't think that's a real word. Is it?
ain't broke,
Wless?
don't fix it.
Well, this game is definitely going broke fast for Yasuo's team. I feel like you got to make a crazy play, a Hail Mary Baron or something. I don't know. There's just got to be some sort of an option here. Rose Thorn gonna get jumped on. Not a whole lot of ways out, I wouldn't think. Golden Glue popping a bit of an early stasis here. Might give him a chance to maybe burn down Perry, but not quite. He's still just so far ahead. There they finally get him. Yasuo's grabbing that kill. Honestly, a 2-for-1 trade for Yasuo's team as Afromoo's squad gets a little bit overzealous there. Gets a bit too hyphy. Can't quite find what they want.
I'm just saying, guys. Jinx is only 3 items away from winning the game.
0 pages in the homework.
Jada's only
Blue, but honestly, if that's your biggest complaint,
4 items away.
That's fine. You just hit yourself
And a
with
half.
opium. You know, you just have to absolutely gaslight yourself. We're scaling. Jinx has late game. We got the extra support. It's looking good. Just farming out.
yeah.
What else
2
we got?
supports and a Jinx. How do you lose late game, bro?
Exactly.
2
It's
supports
totally
and a Jinx.
fine.
Easy.
They never show
You got the
gold. If you look at the
Arcane
top,
backer, 'cause
there's
Vi
a
is also there.
10.5k
Yeah.
gold
Hit those
advantage for
scatter
one of the
leaks and knock
teams.
these dudes away.
I'm not gonna say
Is
who,
Rumble in Arcane? Nope.
but it's one of
Nope,
them.
Didn't think so.
Rumble's not going to be in Arcane. Especially not with this skin, because I'm pretty sure there's some anime that would have like legal troubles with that or something. So they would have to at least change that skin up a little bit.
Yeah,
but
it's
we've
really
got,
the important score is 2-0 characters from Arcane.
yeah, that's what you're really counting on. I mean, after all, everybody's expecting
I love the
the
cast
second
is there.
season to really just reinvigorate.
You let's see how much
everyone's
gold Oh, they
passion
show
for the
it.
show.
Let's see if Powder can get a pentakill.
You do not want to see
Oh,
the
no.
stats.
The fish took a chomp, but at least he stays alive. Baron's at about 4,000 HP.
Wow, I'm
Afro
surprised
moved
that
in, but he ain't
Viking
dead
didn't.
yet.
Would've
Carry's
killed him.
going right back into the Baron pit. True Shot Barrage finds 3. There's your equalizer. Golden Glue and Darshan looking to get scrappy with this, but Darshan's about to die. Super Mega Death Rocket nearly finds him, and Rose Thorn dies to Golden Glue. Another nice tempered fate there. Gonna find Wild Turtle, but there's nothing to stun him into, so Aframu has to make an exit to the magical journey. Golden Glue.
Wait, they're
still trying to
kinda low.
stop
Wait, this
any
is looking
approach
kinda
here.
sus.
The backside of the Baron pit.
Despite the fact that they lost a dude, they managed to
Oh,
stop these guys from taking the Baron,
never
which
mind.
is about as much as Yasuo's team could ask for. Unfortunately, the ask is also accompanied by their Nexus turrets getting smashed by super minions, so now they got to send bodies back to stop that. Meanwhile, Yasuo and Lorlo are hanging around. They know that these guys don't want to leave the Baron yet, even though they only got 40% HP. Golden Glue goes in, flash for the landing on Playful Trickster. They clean up Yasuo. They mop up Lorlo right next to him. It's janitorial duty for the coach, and he's happy to serve. Biofrost trying to find any sort of an angle to get in here, but the only angle is fish sticks for dinner, man. I hope you're hungry. Golden Glue's just got everybody taken care of this time. The Baron's down to 4,000 HP. Rosethorn wants an approach, but they don't want to give it to him. Insanity going over the wall, and Golden Glue, a stasis, another stasis.
He has another stopwatch. There's too many stopwatches.
Golden Glue, but it's the only one on the enemy team dead, and only turtles left alive for Yasuo's squad. He's gonna try to get away, but here comes the Trundle. Here comes the Pillar. They're not quite gonna close the distance. Lorlo's gonna try to disengage from it now as another Tempered Fate hits Wild Turtle. They want to stun him into the wall on top of it, and the Equalizer guarantees the kill. Lorlo wants the safety of the Fountain Steps and just barely reaches it, but the minions have found their way onto the Nexus turrets. It's 4v3 in the enemy base, and Afromu's Watchmen are looking to finish this game right now. Biofrost holds the line for a second, and True Shot Barrage goes wide because of the miss. The game might still keep going. Insanity gets one. He won't be able to find the next one just yet as Rosethorn gets cooked up by the Flame Spitter. Biofrost and Lorlo making it back into the Fountain Steps. The minions alone will win this if the champions do not. Ladies and gentlemen, it's over, it's done, and Afromu has won. Your NA Legends
They
Invitational
won.
champions are the Watchmen.
What a tournament from them, man. Only dropping one game the whole time. Played it out so damn well. 6-1 overall record. They crushed it. Spicy picks. They brought out the Brand. They brought out the Fizz. They brought out the Draven. They brought out the AP Cog. And they cleaned up here today. Really well played. This team was just cooking, man. And even with the curveball of this roaming Janna, they had a really smart plan here. Afro just goes top. They invade. They put the Vi behind right from the word go. And this is just really smart stuff from them. And they are definitely the deserving champions.
100%, man. I got to applaud Team Yasuo for at least being able to accomplish the feat of being the only team in the tournament to give these guys a loss in that second game of this series. It was the best performance any team has had against them. But then coming into game number 3, they wanted to hit him with the curveball. They wanted to break out the roaming top style with the Janna. But just that counter strategy, that invade, that delayed invade on the red to set Rosethorn behind, make him lose the flash, and then having the foresight to say, hey, the only way they can try to get back in this game now that topside is screwed is try to hard dive bottom. They did it with 4 dudes. They did it with 5 dudes. They did it with 4 dudes again and 5 dudes again. Not one of them dudes made it happen. And Insanity never died to
I
it.
know
It was
Laurel's
huge.
damage
It
done
stopped
dealt
them
the
from ever
champion
getting back
stat
into
is
the
really
game.
low.
And honestly,
But let me
Afromu's
explain,
team
okay?
just ran the
While playing this game, Lolo
real
actually
lesson here
went
is
and
not the
saved
quality
my
of the dudes,
grandmother
not the quantity
walking
of the
across
Yeah,
the street.
sometimes the
That's
answer
why
is
he
not
wasn't
just
found in
similar
lane.
dudes.
He was
But
busy
that
saving lives
does
out of the
wrap
game,
up
and that was more
final
important.
game of our competition here. So I do believe we're going to be throwing it to commercial one last time, and then once we're back, we're going to be back with Disguised Toast. We're going to hear his thoughts on the finals, on the tournament as a whole, and we should have a post-game interview ready to go with the teams as well. So we'll be right back here with the grand finale wrap-up ceremony of the NA Legends Invitational hosted by Disguised Toast. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Hell yeah, brother.
Was he saving your grandmother in Breezy? That's so fucked up. But yes, how did you know?
Subway refreshed their ingredients, their menu, and now they're slicing their meats fresh. That's why their new Subway Series subs are preferred by this champ.
And this future champ.
Pros who are talking heads prefer fresh sliced turkey.
and pros who use their heads prefer fresh sliced ham.
More deli meats are preferred by this QB.
And preferred by his old backup QB.
Why would they pick Jana top purely for fans? It's not purely for the fans. He mains it. He plays it in solo queue at 1000 LP. He's famous for the pick. They just Strat got screwed level 1 because the other team had a better idea of how to play against it.
It's the non-roaming top who.
Probably this next wave we can.
I ulted. I landed.
Yeah, I'm walking to you.
I think he's just
That's all
fucking
you
dead.
for now. Nice.
Easy.
We're picking this mid turret here.
Yeah.
I think we can just.
It's gonna be
I
4v5.
think this.
Watch out if you
winning
can.
hard. We're winning hard.
I'm trying to go. Yeah. Diameter. Nice.
We're Khan's low. We're Khan's hella low.
Stun jinx.
I have flash.
Gotta get out of can. Portal. I don't have stun for you. Nice.
I'm a little.
She's dead. Let's go.
I'm coming.
Okay.
Look at Sindri. Look at Vi behind you.
No flash on Jinx.
No down ult as well.
Take the kill. Good job.
Yeah, good job.
Come.
I think he has it, but.
He has it.
I'm here. Just go. Janna no flash. Do we have slow?
I got that. He's dead.
Nice.
Alright, good.
Alright, let her go.
I'm still gonna look at these guys. There's something.
Yeah, why is ulting me down bot? They're going crazy.
Yeah, I'm coming.
I'm cutting. I can live for a while here.
Saving ult for Jinx.
He's dead.
Bro. You guys know what time it is? I know what time it is. It's chess time. I want to hear what the winning interview is. Why the fuck did I move here? Wait, what the fuck just happened? Oh, it's because I pre-moved thinking he'd do this. Wow. This is awkward. Wait. I pre-moved thinking he was gonna go here, man. I autopilot this over there so much. It's fine though. It's actually fine. It's no big deal. Yeah, Team Afro won. I'm just literally waiting to see the end interview. I'm kind of curious. I want to know what they say. There ain't no way he fucking did it like this, man. He takes, I take, he takes, I take, I take, check, blocks, take. Yeah, right? Oh, I can't. I see. That's fine. You have to take. Yeah, I think what's gonna happen is in the post-game interview, they're gonna say that the best AD carry that they landed against was actually me, and I think Swain is the future of League of Legends in North America. Sorry. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Alright.
I mean,
So-
I'm happy. Well, you didn't because it wasn't in lane, so.
You're right.
So, Darshan, tell us what was your reaction once you guys realized Lorlo was going to play Janna top? Like, did you guys have a plan for it, or was it just never a concern?
I mean, full scaling runes. They're gonna dive us bot. I mean, honestly, when he locked in Janna, I was sad because the first game was absolute destruction in the top lane by me, right? Second game, I run into Renekton and int 3 times, so I was like, okay. Third game, we have to have a spicy matchup top lane. We gotta fight to the death. And then he's got counter pick. I'm like, what is he gonna pick? And it's fucking Janna, man. I was so disappointed.
True.
And then, I mean, they didn't even dive our bot lane, so. I mean, a good call by Aframu. His shot calling will never lead us astray, and we're able to get the win. You have any thoughts, Aframu?
I mean, no, it was good to win. All right, everybody. A lot of people showcase their versatility, being able to play different champions. Perry being very accommodating, just camping top the whole series. So you know.
So, Afro, I want to ask you, because we talked to you yesterday after you had your
Oh,
first
here's
match
the question.
against these guys, and one of your comments was, it's pretty easy to win draft against them, because, you know, you ban Yasuo against a dude named Yasuo, and all of a sudden they lose some of their best picks. So, was there any concern among the team after you guys lost the second game? Because that was the first time that you had lost
and
the
then
entire
they're talking about
tournament,
me,
time that you've lost a tournament, now that all the games
the
are
best
wrapped
spot
up.
later.
And he was
What
on
the fuck did I
Syndra,
just
so was
do?
there any
Oh my
panic in you
god, we
guys,
have to
or
listen to
still
the interview.
Still confident. The second game draft, everybody was kind of bored playing the same champs. Darshan played like 6 games of Rumble at the top, you know. Insanity doesn't want to play Tristana, so we're like, okay, guys. He was like, out of nowhere, locked me in Kog'Maw. Darshan wanted Olaf, so we're like, okay, guys, let's see what happens. And we found out real quick how that went.
We cooked up some garbage in the game 2 draft. Is that what you're saying? How was in that final game? Whose call was it to do the invade topside? Because it felt like after that the game was kind of cooked because
You know the answer is
it was the Afro call?
It was the Afro call.
How could it not be?
He convinced me. He got me on that train. He's like, guys, let's invade. The game's a wrap. I was panicking like.
I mean, playing chess.
Yeah.
That's sick. I mean, that was huge because it's like then.
I think Katana, TBD. I will get it.
No one to support, right? Because Vi's kind of out of the game. None of the bot lane dives work, so you guys played it really, really well. I gotta say, I'm really impressed with how you guys played the whole tournament, though, because your macro, your guys' coordination was pretty next level compared to everyone else. You were dominating.
Yeah. I want to ask Perry, how was your experience playing in this event? Because you're coming up as one of the few NACL players who never really had a chance to play in the big leagues yet, and now you're playing with LCS talent and quite a few old legends. How was that for you?
Honestly, I wish more like events like this were hosted. I feel like this is such like an amazing experience for like the other NACL players and like myself included, right? It's like I'm so glad I was like even able to participate. Like I'm so happy Afro got me. It was actually like I was so excited to play, and like now that we've won, like I'm just so excited. Like I have never felt more happy about winning anything, pretty much. So.
Wow, we really appreciate you guys playing, and once again, congratulations each
Yeah,
of you.
that sounds like a paid
be
comment.
Walking away with that very special trophy, the Vi Gauntlet from Arcane, fully customized to your personal needs, engraving wise, and fully wearable. If you want to pop that off
looks
and
so
put it on
good.
just to
Fuck.
flex at a party if you have guests over. So congratulations to all of you. We'll get all of that sent to you as soon as possible.
Congrats, guys. Well played. Well done.
You can wear the gauntlet, right?
Yeah.
You can wear the gauntlet.
It's made to be wearable. That's what he said, man.
time
Customized so you can pop that thing off whenever you need to show off to people. Hell
I
yeah.
have to flex. I will be flexing. I'll be wearing that.
Alright. Sounds good. Thank you guys so much. And once again, congratulations. Go celebrate. Enjoy your day. You've earned it.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Take care.
Where to get the gauntlet and how
Well,
the
there you have it, everyone. Your NA Legends Invitational winner.
I could have been Thanos, man. I could have acquired the 5 Infinity Riot things, but instead I acquired a fucking loss. A top 4.
All right, Golden Glue.
Oh my
There's
god.
some other guy, not that
It's just
important.
some
you
other
know.
dude playing
Just
some
won a
mid lane.
championship for my team. It's no big deal.
Big congrats to them. Some really fun games. I had a great time, and I want to thank both of you for joining the cast today. I loved listening to y'all's cast, and I just had an amazing time throughout this whole thing.
Hey, thank you so much, man. I sincerely appreciate being able to be a part of it. I think it's awesome that you're putting on events like this. It's something that really brings the community together, has people that have been longtime fans of League of Legends, as well as people that have only more recently got into it, have some shared common experience to just get together and have fun and get excited over. So it's been an awesome 2 days for me.
Yeah.
Everybody that showed up, thank you so much for being a part of it. Shout out to Turo, shout out to Subway for sponsoring the event, shout out to Disguised Toast for putting this thing together, shout out to my buddy Azale. It was his birthday yesterday. They gave us a bunch of great games as a birthday present, and then today we still had a bunch of bangers to close it out with. It's been a pleasure. Thank you all so much.
Yeah, it's been so much fun, man. And yeah, to echo what Flowers is saying, thank you, Toast, because I think it's awesome. These kind of events to me are like what NA Esports was built on, right? Is these community-based events, and this really takes me back to a lot of the old school league events in the early days. So
You know, Perry first name is an IGN. That makes sense. Did you know Apollo Price didn't used to be Apollo? Imagine having a name named Apollo Price and your username is WizFusion.
It's your support that keeps,
And then after 3 years, he's like, I'm gonna name change to Apollo, and I'm like, that's a good idea.
And big thank you to the sponsors, Turo, Subway, Grubhub, Samsung SSD, because without their support, a lot of these events won't be happening. So big thank you to them. And that's gonna do it for us. Thank you all so much for watching, and we'll see you at the next event.
Bye, everyone.
Bye, everyone.
Apollo Price is a sick name. Apollo Price is an incredible name. That his parents blessed him with an amazing name. That is like a name that you just drop and they're like, damn, him? The Apollo Price? Yeah, it literally sounds like a fucking superhero name. Okay, guys, I told you guys, I need to actually do a lot of laundry and shit. I would love to stick around and stream today, but I think for my health, I should just chill and not do that. Maybe I come on later, maybe I don't. No big deal. Appreciate you guys watching. This marks the end of my League of Legends career. I don't know, my career, my spamming solo queue situation. I am good. In the meantime, I'm gonna go ahead and find someone to host real quick and call it. I'm gonna host Danny. He's playing Overwatch, man. You guys can just tell him we almost had it, dude. Tell him like we literally almost had it. Almost had it.